Back when I lived in Georgia, Columbus, I lived in this really old, terrible house on a property developed back in the late 1800s. The guy who originally bought the land and developed it was a real piece of works, because the property has like 9 different soil types on it, so he could make his own personal little paradise garden, and as someone with severe allergen issues, that kind of screwed me a lot living there. All except during the particularly heavy rains that washed away the literal waves of pollen and the rare snowy winters that we had there. Anyway, it's one of these rare snowy winters. I want to say, I forget the exact year to be honest, but late aughts I think. Or maybe it was early teens. Maybe some other poor sucker in Georgia can remind me when we had a good hard snow Columbus ways between maybe 15 and 20 years ago. But me and my dad are doing stuff around the house, i.e. he's drinking hard because he's a retired Marine, and Marines all have drinking problems to cope with PTSD. Obviously I'm being sarcastic, but he really did have a drinking problem at the time, and I'm awake despite the late hour, so he has someone other than my mum to pester with his incessant talking. Seriously, get my dad going when he's drunk and he's worse than a SoCal Valley girl. We're loading the fireplace though, the dogs are sleeping. We see the firewood pile is low and both go out to grab some more firewood. By which I mean mostly me carrying it because Dad's drunk and he's about to fall over. In any case, it's no longer snowing super hard, but it's still going and it's foggy as heck out there. There's a funeral home on the top of the hill beyond the house. It's past this sort of mid-sized retaining pond or pit that keeps our house from flooding when it rains real bad here, and the parking lot of the home had a couple of streetlights as well. From the lights nearest our house though, me and my dad see a silhouette out against the snow. It's small, maybe just over 4 feet tall, which says child, and me and my dad, being the at least halfway decent people that we are, start going up to see what the heck this is all about. I mean, why is there a kid out here at 0 dark 30? And we find this kid. He cannot be more than 10, maybe 11 years old, pale as death like he's been out in the snow for hours, and all he's wearing is a nightgown. He looks terrified and he's shaking and just stares at us, not saying a word. Dad sobers up almost instantly and gently tells the kid to follow us. Well, we gotta get him inside. I mean, he's gonna freeze to death out here. I agree, and we reach out to offer him a hand, but he recoils away and doesn't touch me. But he nods a bit when we gently invite him in, promise to get him warmed up and maybe something to eat or drink, and follow us down the hill and into the house. His face lights up immediately as soon as he's past the back door and in what is ostensibly our laundry room. He stops shivering, he stops looking scared, and he just looks calm, content now. Dad and I turn to rush off to get him some blankets, towels, set up a space heater and all that. We'd both turned away from him for less than 2 seconds, and I turned back around real quick because I was going to ask him if he wanted soup or maybe some chicken or something. And he was just gone. Disappeared like a fart in the wind. I grab Dad's arm and he turns back, and he almost turns as white as the kid was, which is impressive for someone who is visibly half Cherokee and thus much more red than white. But the kid is just 100% gone. We look outside, we weirdly see no footprints. The boy was barefoot, but the only tracks that were made were me and my dad's boots, nothing else. Dad and I just stared at each other for a while. Dad was clearly questioning whether or not he had some kind of a drunken hallucination, except for the fact that I was there and I had seen the boy too. And I mean, I almost never touch booze, so that was definitely not a hallucination on my end. Over the following week and a half, the both of us asked around about a boy in a nightgown, and it wasn't until Dad mentioned it to old Mrs. Funderburg. She died at like 98. She was only 96 at this point, so she'd been around for a long spell, but that's when we got an answer. Well, sort of anyway. According to Mrs. Funderburg, when she was a child and the area was a lot less developed, before she was born there was an old ghost story about a boy who had been found dead in a rare Georgia snowstorm not far from where our house was. Apparently, this boy was also in nothing but a nightgown. Nobody knew how or why. All anyone had was guesses, but it wasn't uncommon for people to claim seeing a boy, or at least his silhouette, in our area in the dead of night during really bad snowstorms. But nobody had ever gotten close enough to him before. He'd always just run off or disappeared into the snow or the fog or whatever. The best guess that me and my dad could come up with after Mrs. Funderburg told us all that we knew is that the kid must have gotten locked outside of his house or something. I can also only hope by tragic accident rather than active cruelty or whatever, but it was during some major blizzard. There was a pretty bad one in 1910 apparently, but for my part I always figured that it must have been the Great Blizzard of 1899, and just couldn't get back in. Judging by what me and my dad saw, the boy had been pretty damn frail, and he would have been frozen to death quickly once the mercury went to like 32 Fahrenheit or lower or whatever. But he disappeared when we brought him inside. It's been a while since that happened, at least 15 years now, and nobody I've spoken to, including people who used to live in our immediate vicinity, has seen anything like me and what my dad saw. And sometimes, even now, I find myself wondering if that was actually real or just me and my dad having some sort of a shared hallucination somehow. Had that kid been there all this time? Was all he wanted is to be invited into someplace warm, maybe somewhere he used to live, and that was good enough? I can still see his face when I think about it. The half-frozen, scared little face. Did it really take 100-some-odd years or more for someone to even care enough to try and bring him out of the cold like that? If that's the case, that is truly tragic. Back when I was 14 years old, my family moved from our home in England to the Republic of Ireland, where we lived for a further 6 years. We had first moved to the northwest of the country, but after a year of living there, we then relocated to the Irish Midlands, as my dad had gotten a new job working in Dublin. My parents had bought a cottage on the outskirts of a very small village that was a stopping point from one of the larger towns to the next. This village was so small and remote, there was basically nothing to do. But not long after moving here and taking to exploring the surrounding area with my border collie, Massey, I eventually found a large stretch of bogland containing a man-made forest. Every weekend or half-term away from school, I took to walking this area with my dog, in which I would follow along a railway line used for transporting peat. However, after months of trekking this very same bogland, I eventually stopped going there. I cannot quite recall the reason why, but maybe it was because I always felt as though I was trespassing, which I wasn't, or maybe it was because the bogland was so bumpy and uneven I always came home with horrific blisters. Whatever the case may be, although I stopped going to this bogland to walk my dog, outside of one of the nearby towns where I went to school, there was a public forest, and because this forest was a 20-minute drive away, my dad would take me and Macy there, drop us off, and then pick us up again 2 or 3 hours later. What I loved about these woods was that it was always so quiet, only with the occasional family, dog walker, or jogger passing us by. Now, on one particular evening, I had gone back to these woods with Macy, where my dad would later pick us up after running some errands. Making our way along the trail, the evening had already started to become dimmer. Wanting to make my way back to the car park before it got too dark, I decided to take a bit of a shortcut through the forest via one of the many narrow side trails. Following down one of these side trails, me and Macy stumbled upon a small sort of teepee-shaped hut made from logs. Loving a good game of hide-and-seek, I would sometimes hide inside the teepee when Macy wasn't looking, where she would spend the next couple of minutes circling around the hut trying to find me, not realizing that she could just go inside. Whether I played this game with Macy that day or not, I cannot really remember, I'm not sure, but following down this exact same side trail, I turned to look behind me. Staring down the entryway, I then see a man walking 20 meters behind, having just taken this side trail. For some unknown reason, I had a strange instant feeling about this man, even though I had only just noticed him. I can't remember or even describe the way that this man was walking, but the way that he did so felt suspicious to me. Listening to my instincts, or perhaps just my paranoia, I suppose, I quickly latched my lead back onto Macy and hurriedly made my way down the trail. A few minutes later, although I had reached back onto the main trail, the evening had already turned much darker, so again, turning to see if the man was behind me, I could still see him around the curve, only 10 meters away from me now. I did try to tell myself that I was just being paranoid and that this man was most likely not following me or anything, but my gut instinct just still told me that something was off. Thinking ahead, I pull out my phone to call my dad, as to make sure that he was already in the parking space waiting for me, but there was no answer. Because there was no answer, I just assumed that he was probably still driving, and because he was still driving, I just hoped that my dad was nearly on his way. By the time that I made it back to the car park, it was basically pitch black now, and there was just one single car in the parking area, but it wasn't my dad's. Sitting down by a picnic bench to wait for him to come and get us, all I could do was hope that he would be coming soon and that this strange man from the woods was not following me after all. Only a minute or two later, I could hear the footsteps of this very same man approaching through the darkness. Anxiously anticipating him to pass by, I tried to distract myself on my phone, or at least make myself seem less approachable. Thankfully enough, the man just walks completely by me. Entering the car park, the man then gets into his vehicle, the only car in the car park, but he doesn't drive away. He just stays there, sat inside of his car with both the engine and the headlights turned on. 20 minutes must have gone by, but my dad still wasn't here, and yet this very same stranger was. Trying to call and text my dad to say that I was waiting for him, I was met with no answer. While I continued waiting, I tried to rationalize why this man hadn't decided to drive off yet. Whatever reasons I came up with, they were not very convincing for me, and for those whole 20 or however many more minutes it was, I sat outside those woods in complete darkness, hearing nothing but the hum of this stranger's engine among the silent night air. What made this situation even more anxiety-inducing, though, was that my dog Macy had been endlessly whining by my feet, scraping dirt away beneath the bench to make a surprisingly deep hole. Macy was in general a very nervous dog and basically whined at everything, but I don't know, something told me that she too felt as though something about this situation just wasn't right. Thankfully, after what felt like longer than 20 or so minutes, the strange man, already with his engine and headlights on, reverses from his parking spot, exits out of the car park and onto the main road, leaving me and Macy in peace. And although we are now alone, basically stranded outside of a dark forest, I couldn't help but feel a huge sigh of relief come over me. My dad did eventually come and get us, 10 minutes after the man had finally decided to drive off. And do you want to know what my dad's excuse was as to why he was so late? He forgot that he had to pick us up. Now, I don't know if that man really was following me through the forest, although it certainly seemed like it. And I also don't know why he just sat in the car for 20 minutes, seemingly just watching me. But if I had to learn anything from that experience, it would be that my dad can sometimes be just a careless douche. And 2, never hike through the forest alone late in the evening like I did. This happened last night. Around 3 a.m., me and my brother were woken up by loud banging and crying at our front door. We live in a rough neighborhood, so naturally my brother grabs his shotgun, cocks it loudly, and starts yelling, "It's 3 a.m., go away," through the door. We were both really tired at this stage and freaked out. We'd recently had a girl from the neighborhood break into my car, so we assumed that it might be her again. I looked through the front door's window, we've got a one-way film on it, and didn't see anyone else around. I crouched near the door and listened, and it sounded like a young kid, completely hysterical, begging us to help her to call her mum. I told her that I was dialing 911 and that help was on the way. My brother, in full adrenaline mode, opens the door, still holding his shotgun, and starts yelling at her to calm down. I didn't agree with this approach, but in all fairness, she woke up about half the block from her screaming while she was pressed up against our door. After he opened the door, I finally got to see her as well. Honestly, I was kind of hoping that it was a homeless person from our area or even someone looking to do some weird stuff to us, but it was a kid, and the look in her eyes while she was kneeling at our doorstep honestly just made my heart drop. I was thinking that she was around 14, but she said that somebody crashed into her car down the street and that she left her phone in the wreck so she couldn't call her mother. Things weren't really adding up though, so I asked her a few more questions. She kept begging me to go down the street with her, but I told her no way, we're waiting for the cops. About maybe 10 minutes later, 3 tow trucks drive by, heading toward where we told 911 the crash happened, so I felt safe enough to walk with her down the street. On the way, she keeps asking to hold my hand, and I'm just thinking, you look like a teenager, you're barely dressed, and I'm a grown man walking through the neighborhood that you woke up. It's not a good look. I awkwardly asked how old she was, and she said that she was 18, and grabbed my hand anyway. I felt very uncomfortable, but her emotions were definitely outweighing mine at this stage. Halfway there, the cop shows up. I flag them down and explain the situation. Meanwhile, she's telling the officers over and over I have really bad ADHD and anxiety, while handing me her eyelashes, a full set of false lashes. I really didn't want to touch them, but I took them just to help her feel a little safer or whatever. One of the cops pulls her aside and the other starts casually asking me a few questions. He told me that they got another call about 30 minutes before that a teenager was running across someone's lawn barefoot or something, which I looked over and realized that she was barefoot the whole time. Then I saw them cuff her. I think they suspected that she was on something, which I was 50-50 thinking as well. As we're sort of wrapping up, the officer sees me still holding the eyelashes and goes, "What are you going to do with those, bro?" I just told him, "Well, I'll sleep on it. I just want to go back to bed, to be honest." I head home and start talking to one of the neighbors about it. He assumed that it was her parents' house or something, so he didn't want to get involved in domestic drama or whatever. Makes sense, and I just assumed that that's why nobody else got involved. I couldn't really go back to sleep because I was shaken up and pretty worried about her, to be honest. I imagine that it was a traumatic experience for her too. I don't know if that was a justified reaction for her situation, or if she really was on drugs or mentally ill, but I will definitely be praying for her and her family, as obviously it's a bad situation. So, to set the scene, I'm a female and I'm 22, and literally weeks away from graduating from college and getting my bachelor's in theater arts. I actually only have a quarter of a credit left to get, so I'm doing work in the theater's department's costume shop to get that credit. It's really not anything too hard. I mean, I know how to do both hand sewing and use a sewing machine, so I've spent time doing both things and mending and adjusting garments for actors. The show, it's a musical, and there are some pretty intricate costumes though, so I was excited to help out to get that final bit of credit and graduate. The costume shop, it opened for weekend hours at around noon, but I stayed up late on Friday night, so I woke up at around 1. I got dressed and went to the costume shop as quick as I could, since I wanted to get all the hours possible. Nothing was out of the ordinary, but as I was approaching the theater building, something caught my eye. There was this guy standing off to the side of the front entrance. Now, the front entrance is pretty open. It's this set of pillars, and then there are 3 sets of glass doors that are led up to by a set of steps. Kind of Grecian, I guess you could say. The building is an old one, though, with an addition attached. That one containing the actual theater, while the older building contains mainly classrooms. But this entrance is closest to the way that I usually use to get backstage, and into the costume shop as well. Anyway, the guy was kind of leaning against the stone side of the staircase, and what caught my attention is that I go to school on a very small campus, so usually when I see someone, I immediately recognize their face, even if I don't know their name. But I didn't recognize this guy at all. Physically, he wasn't overly weird looking, maybe a little bit disheveled, but his hair was kind of greasy and he had on a t-shirt and some tattered jeans, I guess. He looked college-aged, same as me, but what was even weirder was that he was wearing this heavy winter parka, even though it was nearing 65 degrees, as well as snow boots. In any case, we made eye contact, and nothing immediately sheeved me out. I'm a bit of an awkward person, so I just kind of gave a polite nod and a smile, and that was that. Honestly, though, I do think that that was my first mistake. He didn't smile back, too. In fact, his eyes followed me as I walked up the stairs and into the building. Super weird, but, okay, whatever. My campus does have some weirdos on it. I found that my school in particular seems to attract them, but I'm a senior, and I was pretty sure that I had all of the weirdos pretty much catalogued at this stage. But Parker Guy was not among my mental catalogue of campus oddities. I got down to the campus shop, and I must have looked troubled, I guess, because the person who was already down there, someone that I know on a somewhat personal level, greeted me and then asked if something was wrong. I told them about the guy, which somewhat amused them, and we speculated on who he could be for a while before they went up to check. Apparently, though, by this stage, he was gone, as I was told when they got back. Now, I worked on sewing literally halved beach balls into a bikini top. The show is a funky one, and listened to a podcast. I got there at 1, and it was around 4:30 that the person there with me left, leaving me alone. By this point, I moved on from the tops and was sewing some snaps onto the back of the blouse to make it fasten better. I took a bit of a break to work on a project due Monday. The seniorities are strong. Then got back to sewing a bit, my headphones off this time as it was just me down in the shop. Now, for this next part, I'm going to have to give you a bit of an idea of the layout of the shop. So, it's in the basement of the building and is a bit hard to get to if you don't know your way around here. The room is relatively large though. It's sort of shaped like an irregular rectangle, I guess, but is separated by the tables set up in the middle of the room, the ones with the sewing machines on them. One side is on the way from the backstage behind the building's black box theater, as well as the dressing rooms, and then the other side leads out into this sort of hallway that has doors leading into the auditorium, as well as an exit out of the building. If that made any sense at all, then I'm really happy to hear that. But that direction also leads to the main costume storage room. Now, near where the sewing machine tables are is this door that leads outside and into what the costume director refers to as the weird little courtyard. When I was a freshman, I took a class with her and she warned us not to go out there since the door is locked from the outside, and if we do go out there, we won't be able to get back into the building. To be honest though, the courtyard is less of a courtyard and more a sort of space or an area where a bunch of buildings' machineries are, heating and cooling and all that. as well as electrical stuff, and it's all sort of located there together. It's all fenced in with a chain link fence about 15 feet high as well. But the door leading out there is one of those doors with a window. In this situation, I was sitting in a chair directly opposite the door, close to the wall across from it. So there was about maybe 20 odd feet of space between me and this door. It was nearing 6, but since the show's dress rehearsals started that Monday, I wanted to get as much done as I could before I finished up and went for dinner. I was working on sewing the snaps onto the shirt when I heard a noise. It startled me since I'd settled onto the rhythm of the task and listening to what my podcast was talking about, and annoyingly I dropped my needle. It was still connected to the thread, so it wasn't lost altogether, and so I bent down to pick it up from where it had fallen to the floor near my feet. And it was when I lifted my head from that bent position that I saw the source of the noise. My vision was a little bit obscured because the space between me and the door was cluttered with a bunch of dress from mannequins that me and the other members of the crew had been using to put costume pieces on. So it was more that I saw the door's window wasn't empty anymore, I guess. I sort of shifted to the side a little bit to get a bit of a better look, and there at the door leading out into the maintenance courtyard was Parker Guy. The noise that I had heard had been him trying to open the door. Now, I have no idea how we got in there. That door is the only way into that courtyard, so I can only assume that he somehow scaled a 15-foot fence or something like that. Whatever the case, I froze like a deer in the headlights, and for a moment, it was just still as he stared at me and I stared at him. His face was expressionless, and it was as he continued to stare at me that I began to realize that this entire situation was wrong. I sort of settled back into my chair, really not sure what to do, and it was in this handful of seconds that Parker Guy started trying the door again. It was, as I said before, locked, so he wasn't able to open it, thank God. It's puzzling to me now as well that he didn't just come in through the front entrance, as none of the doors leading down to the costume studio were locked, but I don't know, maybe he tried that already because, like I said, the studio is a little bit tricky to locate if you don't know your way around the building. The only conclusion that I could come up with is that he tried what I mentioned above, couldn't find me, and then while wandering around the building, saw me through the door through the chain link fence and proceeded to scale it. And it was at that point, upon that realization, that I then began to get a bit scared. The door leading into the studio was to my left, and on instinct, I got up to close it since it locks from the inside and you need a key to reopen it. It was as I was moving to close the door that the guy began to pound on the courtyard door. I don't know why my first instinct was to hide instead of opening the door that I'd just closed and booking it, but I went into the small fabric storage room directly behind me, shut the door, and called campus safety. Again, I'm not really sure why I called them and not the police. Campo called them later, but that's what I did. I don't know. People make decisions like this when they're scared, I guess, but by the time the campus safety came to investigate, which was pretty fast since I was clearly terrified on the phone, the guy was gone. Honestly, too, I don't know how he scaled the fence again in the time that it took them to arrive, but whatever the case, he was now gone. Campus safety escorted me back to my dorm and even went over to the dining hall to pick me up some dinner since I was very shaken, which I appreciated a lot. A while later, an officer came to take my statement since Campo called them, but as you can imagine, there wasn't much that they could do apart from keep an eye out for this guy. I still have no idea who he was or why he was even on campus, but it couldn't have been for any good reason. In fact, the way that he was behaving, it seemed predatory. This is something that happened to me when I was about 12 years old. I don't usually talk about it because people either don't believe me or they just don't care. But it's something that stuck with me for years, and when I tell you it, I can imagine that you'll understand why. So, it was during summer break. My cousin was staying at my house because he had broken his knee and needed help getting around and all that. He was a little bit older than me, but we were super close. We'd stay up all night playing video games, eating junk food, and just doing typical guy stuff. One night, though, I was in my room playing video games by myself. My cousin was in the living room. I'm not sure what he was doing, but I know that we were the only ones home at this stage. It was getting late, and I was about to shut everything down and go to sleep when I saw something. Something started crawling toward me in the dark. It looked human, but not quite. It was all messed up and deformed. The way that it moved, it didn't seem right at all. It also made these weird noises that I still have a hard time describing. At first, I thought it was my cousin playing some kind of a sick prank on me, until I remembered that his leg was broken. He couldn't even crawl like that if he wanted to. That was when I absolutely lost it. I ran out of that room as quickly as I could, and I didn't even look back. I told my cousin what I saw. He didn't really believe me, but I could tell that he was creeped out too. And after that, I refused to sleep in my room for at least a week. I just crashed on the couch in the living room and I kept the lights on all night. I ended up living in that house for another 6 years after that. Nothing quite like that ever happened again, but that room just never really felt right after that. I always had this weird, heavy feeling when I was in there, like I was being watched or something. I don't know what I saw that night, and I honestly don't care if people believe me or not. I know what I saw and experienced, and to this day I still get chills even thinking about it. I've obviously moved since then, but every now and then I get scared that something like that might happen again. It's a really daunting feeling to live with and something that I wouldn't wish upon anyone. So, has anyone ever experienced something similar to this? Or does anyone have any advice on how to deal with this kind of thing? Like I said, I still get freaked out sometimes when I think about it, and I really don't like to talk about it with anyone in my real life because it's just something that I know is hard to believe. This happened around 2022 to 2023-ish. So me and my boyfriend, we were living at my family's ancestral home in the Philippines. Our house is around 50 years old at this stage, and growing up I had heard a lot of stories and folklores that surrounded our house, but I never really believed in them. Well, up until this incident anyway. So, it's almost midnight, and my boyfriend was already sleeping while I was watching YouTube on my phone. Our room is a rectangular room and our bed is facing the windows. My boyfriend was already sleeping soundly while I was watching YouTube on the bed while facing against him. And all of a sudden, he just seemed to get mad at me for being too fidgety and said that he woke up because I was tapping his foot. I said to him that I wasn't doing anything, and not thinking much of it, I just said that maybe he was dreaming. I keep watching YouTube for another hour until eventually I fell asleep. At around 2 to 4 a.m., somewhere around there, I suddenly woke up and I was really confused because I thought that I was dreaming. You see, while I was looking around the room, I noticed that the right corner of our room was really dark, which was weird because our very flashy internet router was supposed to be there, and now it's just pure darkness. A darkness so dark that it was strange. I looked up at the corner waiting for my eyes to adjust until I saw a very tall shadow of a man. I was looking at him for almost 10 seconds without blinking or adjusting my eyes, just to make sure that I was seeing it correctly. The shadow of his head was almost at our ceiling though. Again, thinking that I was dreaming, I just sort of tried to brush it off, and eventually I went back to sleep. The following morning, my boyfriend was so grumpy that he wasn't able to sleep much last night. Eventually, I went to the bathroom, and when I came back to bed, I said to him, I had a really weird dream last night. I woke up and looked here. I pointed at the corner, and I saw and before I could finish, he said, "You saw it too? The tall man?" I instantly had goosebumps because of what he said. I said to him that I saw it when I woke up in the middle of the night, and he said that he saw it when he woke up too and got mad at me because he felt tapping on his foot. He didn't say anything to me because he didn't want me to get scared, and he wasn't sure what he was seeing too. Needless to say, we called a priest and had him bless our room and the whole house even. And after that, we didn't have any more incidences. This was about 15 years ago, and it has honestly traumatized me for that long. So I was playing Xbox in my room at night with my window down, and suddenly I got this cold ice feeling in my veins from my head to my toes in a sort of intense rush, and I was rendered completely paralyzed from fear. Literally out of nowhere too, this just hits me in my body, and I knew something was behind me outside my wide open window. And honestly, I had never been that scared in my life, since or even before that point. I knew deep down that I was being watched by something immediately. It felt evil, and I felt in danger beyond words to describe. Finally, I somehow got enough nerve to turn around, and I broke free from this paralyzing fear that was gripping my whole body, and spin around purposely avoiding looking out my window, dive into my bed, it being right below the same window. I hid under my blankets and was listening for anything that could tell me if there was something out there. I was confused and scared about what I was feeling and what was going on. After a few minutes of not hearing or seeing anything, I grabbed the windowsill and slowly peeked over and out of my window to see if I could see anything. At the time, I owned a PT Cruiser. It was parked outside about 15 feet away, directly adjacent from my window. And, to my astonishment, this tall grey thing, it looked like it had a fuzzy-like static that clung to its entire body as well. It stood up and it turned its head in my direction, and it had no face at all, just completely flat and grey. It seemed as if it stood up from a crouched position behind my car. The top of the cruiser was a little below the waist of this thing, so it was extremely tall, and it had really thin arms and legs, and they were long and skinny. I don't remember seeing any hands or anything because I was locked on its, faceless form, looking at me, and this static cloud kind of covered it, and made parts of it hard to see as well. Another weird characteristic was that it moved, and only when it moved it made a sound like rushing wind or a river rushing from a distance, almost like white noise, but really loud TV static noise with a wind sound. When it stopped moving, the sound would stop also, and it was a cold winter night with no wind and no sounds either, so because of that it stuck out and was super out of place sounding. This flat, faceless thing turned towards me, and I assume it was looking at me. Then, in the most robotic-looking way possible, its waist turned away from me, then its upper body, and then its head turned away last, and rushed into the darkness, into the field. And without skipping a beat in stride, it walked over a 5-foot cattle fence like it was nothing. As I mentioned before, it made this sort of rushing static wind sound the whole time. The static smoke that clung to its body became really static looking and like a heavy smoke. It trailed behind it and slowly fell to the ground and disappeared after a few seconds. It walked until the darkness seemed to swallow it up and I couldn't see it anymore, and it disappeared. The top of my PT was a little below its waist now. I've done some research on words and things like naked slender man is the closest thing that I could compare it to. I know that it sounds crazy, but that's what I did. So, if anybody has seen something like this and can share their experience with me, I would really love to hear it. I've been fruitless in my search for other experiences or sightings of this thing with the same characteristics as mine. So if you have anything to share, then I would love to hear it. This experience scared the heck out of me so bad, and it wasn't until about 3 years ago that I was, for the first time in 11 years since that experience, actually able to go out into that field to shut the chickens in for the night. I just guess I really feel like I'm going to see this thing again, and when I do, that it's going to try and take me or something. I mean, the way that it looked at me the whole time as it turned to walk away wasn't a fleeing type of action. It's almost like it was like, oh yeah, just wait a little and I'll catch you next time sort of attitude, as it walked away. Obviously, this whole thing sounds insane, but I can assure you that it really happened, and I know that it's straight out of like a Donnie Darko-like sort of thing, but it was weird, and I'm 30 now and I still haven't forgotten it. I was 14 or 15 at that time, and I still live in that same house to this day. As a kid, I was very bad with understanding social etiquette, or more specifically, I guess, how to not overshare or talk with strangers, no matter how many times my parents warned me. This happened possibly when I was around 8 to 9 years old, and prime for being overly talkative. My mum had brought me to McDonald's with her friend, who had a daughter, so that we could play in the indoor play place after eating. It was late at night. I don't remember why we were there so late or what we had done earlier that day, but the McDonald's was pretty much empty except for us and the staff, and the one man sitting alone at a table near the play area. It was late, and I don't remember why we were there so late or what we had done earlier that day, but the McDonald's was pretty much empty, except for us and the staff, and also one man sitting alone at a table near the play area. Of course, for whatever reason, little me, seeing a person alone, went up to him with my friend to start up a conversation. I introduced myself and her, started talking about my interests, my school, a lot of things that I don't really remember. I don't remember him replying either, but we eventually left him alone after he called someone on his phone or whatever, and started speaking in a different language. I didn't recognize it, and I don't remember it in enough detail to take a good guess now either. My friend and I, though, we kept playing until the man left. And then a few hours later, a big man and a young girl, roughly the same age as us, entered the McDonald's. The girl ran up to the glass dividing the counters from the play area and yelled my name excitedly. I went over despite not recognizing her. She started telling me a bunch of things about myself, implying that she knew me and I forgot her. She wanted me to come outside to hang out with her, and I realize now, as an adult, that the things that she was saying were the things that I had told the man on the phone. But I, oblivious and a naive child, was ready to go with her when my mother finally caught on and ran over to grab me. She dragged me out of the other exit to the car, and she was clearly terrified and stressed. I, on the other hand, was confused and was demanding why she wouldn't let me hang out with that girl. My mum wouldn't answer, and she tore out of the parking lot. The man with the little girl got in his own car from what we could see as we left and began chasing us. My mum went down several different roads away from our home until she finally lost them, and I was in serious trouble when I got home. She explained to me that this was most likely a kidnapping scheme, and I really needed to stop telling random strangers so much information about myself. I didn't understand how a little girl my age would be involved with kidnapping another kid, not to mention that I didn't understand the motivation of kidnapping at all either. But now that I get it, this was truly a horrifying situation that I just narrowly avoided, and if it wasn't for my mum, honestly, I don't know where I would be. I could have also potentially got my friend in trouble too, a lot of trouble. So I'm grateful for my mum that day, that she was vigilant, and that I also didn't get kidnapped, And who knows what would have happened. So, for some context, I had a really terrible childhood, to the point where I don't even remember anything from birth all the way to like 13 years of age. Everything that I do know about what happened through those years was from a mixture of sparse memories, things my family have told me about myself, and police reports. One of those things that I do remember, however, is this lady that I called Auntie. No first name, no last name, nothing else contributing to her identity. She was just Auntie. I started seeing her when I was about 7 years old, sitting in her living room as she typed everything that I said down on her laptop. I had no problem with her. I mean, I saw her once a month and she seemed gentle enough that I really thought that she was just someone that I could trust. So I did. 7 years later, 14 years old, I admitted to her that I tried to self-delete numerous times. It was a mixture of multiple different factors. My mother's increasing toxicity, the lack of social interaction at the time, and more importantly, I never moved on from the horrors of my childhood. Now, I was 14 years old at the time, and I was able to wonder why these meetings with Auntie never actually seemed to help me, especially to do with the fact that I begged her to tell me why I constantly wanted to end myself. And I remember on the way to Auntie's house one day, I asked my mother if I would ever get the chance to see a different person, maybe a different sort of help that Auntie clearly couldn't give. I was just hissed at to be quiet. Around that time too, the relationship between me and my mother began to crack a lot. My mother became a source of grief to me, and I cried about it during multiple sessions with my auntie. Auntie, at the end of these sessions, would try to defend my mother or make me seem like I'm blowing things out of proportion. I tried to come up with my own reasons at the time and why she was not trying to understand things wholly, and I just chalked it up to her being empathic, maybe being able to explain why my mother was terrible was supposed to help me embrace it in some weird way or something. And then, more things like that seemed to happen. I admit that when I was 16 years old, I was a terrible kid. I went to parties, drank whatever was served, and definitely did not tell anyone what I was doing. But then Auntie started to ask very specific questions, especially to do with the topics I just mentioned. Quite honestly, I was sort of in shock, I guess. Again, I gave her the benefit of the doubt and thought that her sudden pinpointing of these things must be from the fact that, at this point, she knows me for almost a decade and just knows these things. All the way into an entire year later, she started to bring up the parties that I've gone to in these sessions without even bothering to hide behind the questions. The relationship between me and my mother had almost been completely severed, and the worst part of all, something that still affects me to this day, at the end of each session, Auntie started to invite my mother into the room and tell her every single thing that I had said. It was terrible, hearing my own words against my mother, explaining the increasing abuse that she had begun to put me through and said straight to her face as she sat next to me. My grades in school began to drop. My mother forbade me from going out, and I was completely isolated. So again, self-deletion and all that. I ran into my mother's room looking for something that I could overdose with, or just something that could push me to the edge. I remember rummaging through everything until I went into her walk-in closet. I had barely gone into her room. In fact, I completely forgot about the fact that she had even had one of these. But in my crazed state, I just remember running into her closet and looking through every crevice, when I stumbled upon a suitcase leaning against the wall under the hung-up clothes. If I close my eyes, I can still imagine it, and it didn't look old, so that was probably what made me decide to open it. And when I did, all I saw was just a ton of papers. The surprise of seeing so much snapped me out of the state that I was in, I guess, and I recall sitting cross-legged on the floor and wondering what the heck these papers were. After a while of reading, I realized that these were transcripts of Auntie and I's sessions. literally dating all the way back to some of the first sessions that I did with her. I remember feeling sick, feeling so sick at this. I at least had enough sense to steal a few of the earlier papers to make it less noticeable, and reading through those transcripts just filled me with more and more bitter questions. And so, I decided that night that I was going to end myself after I figured out what was going on. I was on a time crunch, feeling stressed because I really only had a year to figure out what the heck was going on before I was faced with the looming threat of being kicked out as soon as I turned 18. So I started to pay more attention in our sessions, looking around her house wherever I got the chance to, looking for some indicators that could tell me who this psychologist really was. I started asking my mother more and more questions about Auntie too. She kept deflecting though, repeating the same fact. She was a psychologist. That is, until I did something that literally almost ruined the rest of my life. I decided to steal my mother's phone. It seemed like a small thing now, but at that point it was really life or death. My mother was in the shower one day, and I had already packed all the stuff that I needed to be out for a few hours, maybe even for a few nights somewhere. As soon as I heard the door lock, I swiped my mother's phone and bolted out of the house. I didn't even look down at the thing until I was on the bus, in fact. I remember looking through my mother's messages first, and I knew that I had found Auntie when I stumbled across an unfamiliar name. Even better when the messages clearly showed when my mother booked appointments too. I scrolled for a while, enough for the bus to get me to a safe place, but even as I walked off the bus and years of texts were read, nothing incriminating or anything of that effect had shown itself. I then looked through my mother's call logs, and I saw the fact that they call extremely often. I was not an idiot too. Whatever was really going on was happening on calls instead of messages, which was smart. I'll give credit where credit is due, obviously, but it still didn't get me anything, and I was now a bit peeved. I found a place to sit at the side of the road, and I continued my search. I looked through my mother's social media, and when I tried searching up Auntie's name, nothing came up. I genuinely felt all the hope leave my body at that point, and sometimes now I swear that I can still feel the same sick feeling as I felt then. I almost gave up. Almost. And every day I thank myself for mindlessly swiping through my mother's followers, because eventually I found her. Her account name didn't have her real name. It was some weird fake one, but when I clicked on her profile, it was definitely her. She posted photos with some of my mother's friends, and I scrolled for a while down her page until I saw a photo that I posted of herself and my mother years ago. I also found out that they had literally been friends before I was even born. I felt sick, betrayed, and a bit relieved that I now knew what the heck was going on. Why my mother had transcripts, why Auntie didn't think twice before telling my mother every single thing that I had said, why she defended her. I didn't even bother to find a place to stay that night. I just went back home. I got beat black and blue for doing something that I didn't deserve any forgiveness for, and it didn't hurt at all compared to what I found out earlier that day. All I asked my mother that night is, who is Auntie really? And she couldn't even answer that. A few years later, I was in a first year of university, and I had the lucky chance to move out of my mother's house as soon as I got the chance to. It was with an old friend taking pity on me and allowing me to stay with him since we applied to the same university. He's one of my best friends now, but what finally gave me closure in some sort of bittersweet way was clearing out my Instagram. I deleted people that I didn't care about or didn't know, but my heart dropped when I saw a familiar username in my followers. I didn't think about it at all when I searched up the username in the search bar, and when it came up with my auntie's Facebook account, my jaw dropped. This psycho had been following me for who knows how long on my Instagram. And suddenly, everything that didn't click finally made sense. The sudden precise questions, why my mother suddenly decided to isolate me from my friends. It didn't even say psychologist or anything of the sort in her bio, and tell me why it said chemistry teacher with over 20 years. I admit that I cried like a baby that night because it had taken me years to finally understand why two of my main female models seemed to despise me. Still to this day, I mourn the fact that most of my early adult years are being used to heal from everything in my childhood, instead of going out with all of my newly made friends and giving my all to university. Genuinely, it sucks. Everyone who hears my life story too agrees on the fact that there's something wrong with them. I just wish that I knew that sooner. 2 days ago, I had my first session with a real psychologist, and trust me, I did my research this time. I felt almost ashamed too when I blurted out the reason why I'm sitting in this guy's chair like this. But he just smiled and told me that we had a lot of work to do. And yes, we do. I decided to share my experience just in the slight chance that anyone else has had a similar experience with therapy becoming messed up like this, or they feel like they've been living a whole other life their entire life. I promise you guys, it gets better, and with a little bit of luck and surrounding yourself with the right people at least, you might just get through. Anyway, that's my story, and obviously you'll need to fill in the gaps a little bit here, but I'm wishing you guys all of the best. So my best friend and I are both from London, but her family on her dad's side is from Ireland, so she goes there every summer for the entire summer. Last summer too, I went to go and stay with her for a couple of weeks at her granddad's house. And her granddad lives in rural Ireland, like really rural. The town is at least a 40-minute drive away, and his house is the only building within the area. It also backs onto a massive forest and faces onto a lake too. It's really quite beautiful, to be honest, but that's not the point. You see, my best friend's granddad, brother, aunt, and dad were going to the pub one evening. They invited us, which was of course a tempting offer, but we declined as we were excited at the prospect of having the house to ourselves, something that doesn't happen a lot given that we were teenagers. So we decided to have a bit of a chill evening and basically play house. Of course, if you've been to Ireland, then you know that a quick pint is anything but quick. And her family, they had been gone for some time by this point, a few hours at least, when it was approaching 10 p.m. We were watching a movie in her living room when we heard a knock on the door. We figured that maybe it was her family who had forgotten their keys, so we went to go and answer. Her granddad's front door led onto the conservatory, which then led to the actual front door of the house, so we made it to the conservatory door expecting her family, but instead there was a man at the door. Slightly confused, we kind of just looked at him waiting for him to say something, during which I had time to take in his appearance. There was something off about him, to say the least. He sort of looked insane, bizarrely alert and yet slightly scary. It's sort of hard to explain, but he said that his car had broken down and he needed to use the phone to call someone to pick him up. I looked out but couldn't see a car anywhere and said something to the effect of, "Well, where's your car?" He responded by explaining that he had broken down about 30 minutes down the road and had walked until he had found a house. Now, given that, as I explained prior, my friend's granddad lived in a fairly remote area, this was sort of plausible. With slight hesitation, my friend passed him her phone and said that he could call who he needed to call and wait on the doorstep. But he didn't accept the offer. Instead, he just kind of ignored it and started asking if there were any adults or parents in the house. I wanted to give him the benefit of the doubt and assume that he was asking this as maybe he felt more comfortable sharing this predicament with adults rather than two teenage girls. We didn't know if we should tell him that we were alone or not because we would usually know better than that, but given the situation, we explained that they were out, but they may be back any minute now. It was then that he started to sort of look past us and into the house, and then began insisting that we let him in the house as he wanted to use the landline. At this point, we were more than suspicious because if he wanted to call someone, why not just use my friend's phone? He was erratic all of a sudden, continuously insisting that we let him in. At that point, my friend said that he either use her mobile or that he needs to leave, but beyond that, there was nothing more that we could do for him. He again insisted that he come into the house, so we just shut the door on him, locked it, and then locked the door to the actual house as well. Freaked out, we sat in her living room trying to peep out the window and see if he had gone. He lingered for a little bit, looking into the windows, maybe looking for a way in, I suppose, but then we saw him leave. Though we couldn't make out what direction that he actually went in. We were now pretty terrified, and to add fuel to the fire, my friend explained that the nearby town was pretty small and everyone in the area pretty much knew each other, and she had never seen him in her life, which scared her as she was acquainted with most of the town by now. We contemplated calling her dad, but since it had been about 30 minutes with no disruption, we decided to just leave it and continue on with our night. Later on, her dog was getting restless and her family was still out, so we let her into the back garden, and after about 5 minutes we heard her barking, but it was too dark to see what she was barking at, so we put it down to more than likely being a goat because that was usually the case. We called her in and we just went about our night. We realized that her family probably wouldn't be back until the early hours, and instead of waiting for them, we decided to head up to bed. I went into the kitchen, which is at the back of the house, to get some water when I heard someone shaking the handle of the back door, trying to get in. The thing is that it's a really old house, so I didn't exactly put all my faith in the door holding up against the weight of what I expected to be a grown man. I screamed bloody murder, and my friend ran down the stairs. At this point, he was banging on the door like his life depended on it, and I swear to you that I felt my heart fall out of my butt. My friend shouted back that she was going to call the police, which was a lie as she had taken our phones upstairs, but she thought that it may deter him. And luckily, this seemed to finally scare him off. He stopped banging and we heard his footsteps move further and further away until we couldn't hear them anymore. We were literally frozen in fear and couldn't even speak to each other. Then we heard the front door open and we pretty much thought that that was it for us. On instinct, my friend grabbed a knife and we hid in the pantry, and you can only imagine our relief when we heard her dad call out for us saying that they were back. We were absolutely dazed, and I'm sure that they could tell, so we frantically asked them, "Did you see a car on your way here, or a broken car, or whatever?" And they responded that they didn't, and I swear to you that I nearly defecated myself just then and there. We never did find out who that man was. The guys went out and took a look around, but they never found anything. And while I don't know everything about what was going on, obviously, one thing was for certain. He was trying to get into this place, and he definitely did not have good intentions. When I was 13 years old, I went camping with my school at some point. When I arrived, I noticed the camping spot was just some tents in a dark and creepy forest. The tents were also small, and we even had to share a tent with 12 other people. I liked the activities that we did. We built a boat, we played football, and we roasted marshmallows around a campfire. When it was time for sleeping, I chose the bed all the way at the back. I opened my suitcase and realized I did not bring my pajamas. So I slept with my normal clothes on for the next 3 to 4 hours, until I was awoken by a loud rumbling noise. I slowly turned around and two tall creatures hunched over my suitcase. They were searching for something, I thought. I reached my arm out to touch whoever this person was, and I felt something harsh. If I were to describe it, I would say that it felt something like old wood. After I had touched it, though, I asked who it was, and then I just sort of blacked out. In the morning, I was woken up by my alarm on my phone. We were not allowed to bring a phone, so I was sure that I had turned my alarm off before sleeping. So how could this have happened? I asked myself many questions. I know that it wasn't the other kids. I had not even told them that I had my phone with me, neither did I know them well, but they didn't seem like jokesters to me. My alarm woke up most of the kids in the tent. They asked whose it was, so I acted just like I was sleeping to avoid being suspected. We had to wake up at around this time anyway, so I jumped out of bed and I walked outside. It was really cold and I really had to pee at this stage. I walked around the tent and I peed in the bushes. I turned around and I saw a dead rabbit right outside of where I slept. I called the teacher and he told me that it must have been killed by something, and he said that he could call staff to clean it up if I wanted. This day was not really that interesting. I mostly just sort of laid in bed eating candy and thinking about what happened that night. It quickly turned to dark and we roasted some more marshmallows and we ate some pasta that night. The pasta was actually cold and stale, but I was hungry, so I didn't care that much. 1 hour later, and it was almost bedtime, and my teacher had told me that if I wanted to go to the bathroom at night, I would have to go in a duo because the forest is very dangerous at night. I didn't think too much of it, but I chose my duo just to be sure. Then it was bedtime, and I made my bed, and eventually I fell asleep. Again, though, I was woken up, but this time not by weird creatures, but by my urge to pee, and so I tried waking up my duo, but he just didn't want to wake up. So in the end, I decided to go alone. I walked all the way out to the front of the tent, waking some up in the process, and I walked out. It was cold and really dark at this stage. In fact, I could barely see. I looked over to the benches, and there it was again, looking at me. It was tall, and it seemed to have something in its hands. It looked like an animal, but I was stood still looking at it for maybe about 20 seconds until I decided to just continue walking to the toilets. I opened the toilet door and I did my business. I washed my hands and I left. And when I returned back at the benches and looked again, the creature was now gone. I don't know what it was, but no one else seemed to have seen it, only me. If anyone knows what this could have been, then please do tell me, because I genuinely have no idea. I'm going to try to explain this as short and as best as I can. To give some context, I've experienced sleep paralysis many times in my life, and it's always been very simple. I wake up, can't move, can't speak, and can only watch what's happening around me with my eyes. The first time that I had sleep paralysis was when I was 13 or 14. It was just a shadow hovering behind me, which I could see in the mirror that I fell asleep facing. It had no distinct features, just a shadow. So skipping forward, I'm 18 now. I still have sleep paralysis here and there, but have not seen the shadow since I was 14. This past weekend, me and my boyfriend went down to this friend's house. They always tell me about crazy paranormal and scary stuff that they've experienced, so obviously I've decided to bring my Ouija board. I've had it for about a year, but it has yet to do anything, so I kind of just started to doubt it was real and hung it on my wall. It was about midnight-ish, and we went walking on the train tracks near his house. Decided to stop by a little ghost town because he lives basically in the middle of nowhere, and pulled out the Ouija board. It was only me and my boyfriend's friend with our hands on the planchette. Trust me too, I know the first mistake, but I genuinely started to doubt that Ouija boards were real even. But basically, to sum it up, I asked the basic question, "Are there any spirits who would like to communicate with us?" To then I get a response, GETO, or get ow. Me and my boyfriend's friend and I panicked and said goodbye before we even got the last two letters because we knew exactly what it was saying. And that was the second mistake. We practically ran back to his house and went on with our night, and I was still extremely skeptical and thought that maybe it was probably his friend, but there was not really any way that I could prove that. Well, the next night I'm at home completely alone. I'm laying in bed and praying and accidentally drifted off before I finished praying, which I then experienced sleep paralysis. And it is the shadow that I saw when I was 14, but this time it has eyes and it's closer. All I remember from it is that it was leaning over to get closer to my face and I was freaking out. Now, the part where I get confused is this wasn't normal sleep paralysis, I guess you could say. I was flailing around and begging for it to let me wake up. I woke up and just kind of said to myself, well, that was weird, and man do I hate sleep paralysis, and eventually went back to sleep. About 45 minutes ago, I woke up from another one though, and it was this one that was truly horrifying. So I was praying before I fell asleep again, and again accidentally drifted off before I finished praying. I woke up and it was this thing again. It was in the same spot as last time, but this time it started trying to get near my ears, and I was literally pushing and kicking this thing away from me until it stopped, and it was trying to talk to me. It then told me that it was keeping me there forever. I'm assuming in whatever realm that I was in, whether it was a sleep realm or something evil or whatever, but I was crying and begging for it to let me wake up. I kept telling it that I had work in the morning and I couldn't stay there forever. I told it that if it let me wake up tonight, that it could come back tomorrow, and that was when I woke up. And this is where I need some help. Honestly, I'm seriously horrified by whatever this is. It doesn't feel like sleep paralysis anymore, and it felt real, and I was able to move. The only thing is that I don't know if I was moving in real life or just in my head because I'm alone and obviously I was asleep, I guess you could say. I explained this to my boyfriend and he told me that it could be night terrors, but he's really not sure either because since this weekend, he has also been having vivid nightmares, which is a really weird coincidence, right? I really don't know if this is sleep paralysis, a night terror, a very realistic nightmare, or if it really is something evil. I'm just afraid because I told whatever it was that it could come back tomorrow night, and I'm really scared that it actually will, and I won't be able to wake up at all. This happened to me a few weeks ago on a warm night when I decided to go for a walk in the forest to my favorite clearing. It's a beautiful spot, located on a hill with an amazing view over a field and off into the distance. I've even watched a few sunsets there, and it has always been one of my go-to places. There's also a campfire there as well, which seems to be used occasionally by other people. I left my apartment around 10 o'clock and I headed toward the forest. The night was pitch black, but I chose not to use a light. I'm really not sure why I chose that, but maybe I just didn't want to attract attention and preferred to enjoy the quiet warmth of the evening alone. Whatever the case, as I walked, I passed an old farm next to the road leading to the clearing. The road itself connects to another town nearby, and I had passed that farm many times before, and I had never seen any animals, people, or cars around it. It always seemed to be abandoned to me, but that night was different. So as I walked past it, an unmistakable farm animal smell hit me, something that I had never experienced there before. It was that sort of typical earthy, musky scent that you get when animals are around. If you know, you know, but instinctively I looked around hoping to spot something in the darkness, but just as always, the place was completely empty. No animals, no signs of life, nothing except the strong smell lingering in the air. I found that a bit strange, but I shook it off and I continued walking. Soon I reached the clearing and I sat next to the campfire, ready to stargaze. That was my whole purpose for coming, and I wanted to lie under the sky and take in the stars a bit. When I inspected the campfire, I noticed that beneath the ash there were some embers still glowing. There was also firewood stacked nearby, left by whoever had been there before. So I decided to rekindle the fire using the leftover wood, and soon I was lying on the ground next to it, just sort of stargazing and watching up in the night sky. For a couple of hours until midnight, I enjoyed the peaceful night too. But eventually I ran out of firewood. I didn't feel like venturing into the woods for more either, so I let the fire die out and I allowed myself to drift into the quiet darkness. But then, like out of nowhere, suddenly I hear footsteps. They were coming toward me from the gravel road, loud and distinct in the silent night. The fire had burned out completely and the moon was dim, leaving everything in near total darkness at this stage. I couldn't see them, and obviously they couldn't see me, but as I lay there on the ground, hidden by the darkness, I listened closely and tracked their movement by sound alone. As the footsteps passed me, I got up and I started following them. It wasn't strange to me at the time. I was heading home, and they just so happened to be going in the same direction toward my town. If anything, I felt a strange sense of advantage that they didn't know that I was there, but I knew about them. Their footsteps remained steady, crunching over the gravel, and I could hear my own footfalls joining theirs. But then, all of a sudden, without warning, their footsteps just vanished. Gone. I stopped, confused. I didn't really think much of it at first and continued down the road, passing the farm again, but something nagged at me, so I paused, turned around and waited, expecting to see someone emerge from the darkness behind me. Maybe I had somehow passed them without noticing. In the near total darkness of the forest, after all, it was possible, but no one ever came out. I stood there for quite some time too, staring into the darkness, waiting for a moment, a sound, anything. But there was nothing. No footsteps, no rustling in the trees, no sign of anyone. And that's really when I became unsettled the most. If it had been a person walking ahead of me, they wouldn't have known that I was there, which means that if they suddenly heard another set of footsteps behind them, it could have startled them for sure, and if they had jumped off the road onto the forest to hide or escape, there should have been some noise, branches snapping or leaves rustling or something. But there was nothing. I didn't think about it too deeply until a few days later when I replayed the whole scenario in my mind, and the more I thought about it, the stranger the whole situation becomes. Really, I'm not sure what to make of it, but that's why I'm here. I would really love it if you guys could help me figure this one out. Were those just a couple of people walking out in the night like me, or was there something else going on? Also, I should probably mention too that the next day when I went back, I could clearly see my footsteps. You could see the imprint of my shoe and all, but there were no other footprints anywhere. I don't know. The whole situation is weird, and I would love your input. I'd like to start off by saying that this story isn't mine, but rather something that supposedly happened to a friend of mine, whom I have since lost contact with. I had known her for several years when she told me this story, and it was the only strange or paranormal tale that she ever told me. And so, as you can imagine, it's always had a bit of a ring of truth with me. Anyway, around 2004, she lived with her parents in a wooded area of Ontario, Canada. Their backyard, it had a handful of fruit trees, and a thick forest began where their backyard ended. And one night, her father was climbing the stairs to go to bed when he happened to look out the window towards the fruit trees. Apparently, a bluish-white light caught his eye, meandering amongst their fruit trees. It wasn't particularly bright, but not dim either. It supposedly drifted freely around 3 feet off the ground. Thinking that it was a prowler with a flashlight, he readied himself for a confrontation. But as he looked closer, he realized that this light wasn't coming from a flashlight. It was just a ball of light floating around the trees, as my friend described it. Her dad calls for the family to come and see. They joined him at the window, bewildered at what the ball of light was. Dad decided to go and get a closer look, but as soon as he opened the door, the light retreated to the thicker forest beyond their yard, weaving through the fruit trees as it moved without a sound. Creeped out, my friend and her mum went back upstairs to go to bed, trying to put it out of their minds. Her dad, though, he stayed up a bit longer, staring at the window, mesmerized, watching as this light returned to their yard and just floated around. Eventually, it drifted back into the forest and disappeared. The following morning, my friend woke up to their father shouting in a panic. He had gone blind overnight. Her and her mum rushed him to the hospital where the doctor examined him. The doctor told them that he typically only sees this kind of retinal burn from people welding without a mask. It was determined that her father's blindness was thankfully temporary and should pass within a couple of days. I should add too that her father was definitely not a welder, but rather worked in an office. As I said before, I have since lost contact with this friend, but as of our last conversation, the source of light, it was never determined. I moved into my childhood home when I was 2 with my mum and my dad. Throughout my life, my mother has always said that she believes that there was a ghost in the house, but I always just kind of brushed it off, I guess. It's not that I don't believe in the paranormal, but the things that she would experience just wasn't anything for me to bat an eye at, I guess. Sort of like hearing footsteps or hearing silverware move in our kitchen, etc. But one day, a couple of years ago, back when I was a freshman in high school, I played on my high school hockey team, and one day I had a really late game and I didn't arrive home with my dad until about 10 p.m. My mother was working that day. She worked as a bartender at the time, so she normally wouldn't get home from work until like 12 a.m. to 1 a.m. But me and my dad, we came home to an empty house as per usual. Pretty much every day he goes outside into our backyard to smoke a cigar, and that night it was the same routine. And as soon as we got into the house and as he was getting ready to head out back, I told him that I was going to head into the shower, so that's what I did. I had a dog at the time, a small one, but she was outside with my dad during this time, so I'm just doing my stuff in the shower. I'm in there, I would say, for about maybe 5 minutes. My shower is located on the top floor of my house, then downstairs is the kitchen, and then I have a basement. When all of a sudden I heard 3 clear loud knocks on my bathroom door, about a couple of seconds apart from each other. I sort of stop what I'm doing and sit there and listen. I say hello, thinking that it was my father, but I get no reply. No sounds, not anything. Now, the thing with my house is that it's really creaky, so even when the shower is on, I can hear my downstairs basement door open and close, and you could hear someone walking up the stairs right outside the bathroom door even. But I heard nothing before or after the knocking. So, to be honest, I really just didn't think too much of it. I was a little bit freaked out, I'll admit, but I chose to just sort of forget about it in the moment. I continue in my shower, and another about, I would say 2 minutes passes by, when I hear the same 3 knocks on the door again. Weirdly too, it sounded the same as the first time, like identical. Now, I'm definitely scared, so I proceed to yell, "Is anyone there?" And once again, I receive nothing. So, with the shower still running, I get out of the shower and open my bathroom door to see nobody. No one going down the stairs or anything. I walk out of the bathroom and check all the rooms up there, and I don't see anything. I look out of my bedroom window and I see clearly my dad sitting outside, so I brush it off again and tell myself that I'm just going to finish my shower and get out of the bathroom as quickly as I can. I go back into the bathroom, and as soon as I get into the shower, the same 3 knocks happen one more time. At this point, I am absolutely terrified. I turn the shower right off, and I open the bathroom door again to reveal nothing. Now, at this point, I go outside to ask my dad if he went inside at all, and he said that he hasn't. And genuinely I believe him, because usually I would be able to hear him if he came inside the house again. And to this day, this is the freakiest thing that has ever happened to me in my house. One more odd thing too to add is that this was my first real encounter, I guess you could say, with this possible ghost in my house, but I have one more thing to share. You see, a couple of months after the shower incident, I'm sitting in bed at about 12 a.m. I had just gotten off my phone with my friends, and my parents are sleeping in their bedroom 2 rooms away from me on the 2nd floor of my house. I'm laying in my bed on my phone, just scrolling through YouTube and whatnot. One side of my bed is directly up against my 2 windows, by the way, and the other side is near my bedroom door. So I'm just sort of laying there, and suddenly I hear a distinct loud knock on the window right above my head. I stood up terrified and tried to look out the window, but it was way too dark to see anything. One knock, and that was all. Nothing else happened that night besides that. I'm still kind of confused by these weird encounters to this day, and I have moved out of my parents' house about 2 years ago now, so nothing else has clearly happened since then, but after those experiences I lived there for a few more years and nothing of that extent happened since. I have heard footsteps and things moving when I've been home alone, but really nothing like that. So my uncle, a wallpapering expert, and my father, a skilled carpenter, teamed up for a project one day. An old white Victorian house nestled in the quiet seclusion of rural Connecticut. For my 13-year-old self and my 11-year-old cousin, this was more than just a renovation project. It was an open invitation to explore our fascination with the supernatural. This particular house, it felt like hitting the jackpot too. The property sprawled across several acres, boasting a built-in greenhouse. Further out, a dilapidated shed leaned at the yard's edge, where the forest began. Even without any ghost stories, the entire scene possessed a certain eerie charm, which is a quality often found in the old homes of the East Coast, to be honest. Left to our own devices, we approached the back of the house at the kitchen entrance. A basement door loomed wide open by the entrance with an immediate unwelcome vibe. A certain sense settled over me, a feeling that something resided here and it wasn't exactly good. Despite the thrill of quenching my curiosities, the urge to remain in the yard for the rest of the afternoon was almost overwhelming. But my cousin, well, he was too bold for this. As we ventured deeper into the house, a profound dread came over me, each step feeling heavier than the last. My body seemed to resist the house almost. My cousin, meanwhile, was claiming to hear things and became fixated on exploring the attic. Honestly, I was already beyond done with this place though at this stage. Even my 13-year-old brain registered that this was not a good place. All I wanted to do was go and sit in the car, and that was that. But we made our way up to the attic, and to my relief, it had been renovated. Despite the lingering unease, it wasn't the least bit creepy visually, which was a relief. There was even a small TV, which I turned on, sitting on the floor in front of it. But my cousin's attention was snagged by a closed door. He stood there before it, completely still, gaze fixed. Now, this was an 11-year-old who was usually a whirlwind of energy, constantly talking or making sounds, so their sudden silence spoke volumes. I tried to ignore it, but then they grabbed the knob and began yanking on it, but the door wouldn't budge. So logically, it was likely an unfinished storage area. The wood was probably swollen shut from moisture or whatever, and looking back now, though, I think that maybe I was wrong. I stood up to help them, and the door was genuinely jammed, but they became almost frantic, and their insistence on opening it was bordering on aggression. It was super disturbing to see them like this. I started pulling with all my strength, and the door finally gave way with a strong burst. I fell backwards, still gripping the doorknob, as a sudden, powerful gust of wind swept over us, whipping our hair back. My cousin screamed, a sound of pure terror, frozen in place, eyes wide. By the time that I regained my balance and rushed to see what they were seeing, there was nothing. But I swear the sheer terror was real from them. This particular room was the true attic as well, unfinished with splintered wood, random old antiques scattered about, and a grimy old window. Upon looking in, an intense wave of nausea suddenly hit me. I instantly slammed that door without even a second thought. A primal fear suddenly surged through me, and I immediately scooped my cousin and bolted down the stairs, out of that house and into that yard. And up to this day, even now, they won't tell me what they saw. They just laugh it off and change the subject, really. And it leaves me constantly questioning, was that terror just a figment of my overactive imagination? Or was it something tangible? The feeling was so intense, so visceral, that it made me feel physically ill. I don't know the history of the house, but deep down in my soul, I feel that something truly awful must have happened there. In the summer of 2023, I was camping with my family in Beaver Creek Campground in Montana for a few nights while visiting Yellowstone. And the first night there was the most unsettling experience that I have ever had. So my mother, stepfather, and his brother, they had all gone to sleep at around midnight while I stayed up for about an hour by the fire. It was pitch black when I decided to snuff the fire out and head to my tent to sleep for the night. After about 20 minutes of laying in my tent, I began to hear sniffing noises immediately outside of my tent. Fearing that it was a bear, I was completely frozen. This continued for a while until I heard the familiar breathing and shaking noises of that of a dog. I relaxed a bit, supposing that a nearby camper's dog had wandered off or something. I stopped hearing the dog after a while, but then I heard footsteps walking around our campsite, and the sound of a large stick being dragged along the ground all around. I was frozen in fear again at the possibility of a stranger walking around our campsite in pitch-black darkness. Suddenly, though, an obvious camera flash had gone off right in front of my tent. I was frozen, solid in fear. Later, it felt as though an animal or a person had laid down or cradled the corner of my tent as well. I felt a presence for maybe about 5 minutes and kept feeling as if something was lightly fidgeting with the corners of the tent. Still frozen, I prayed for this to stop. But then I was forced to make this person, or whatever, acknowledge my awareness of the situation when I sensed another's touch on the zipper of my tent door. I called out loudly, "Who's there?" My stepdad awoke and called out to me while I was too afraid to open my door. 10 seconds passed when I knew that he was out of his tent with his gun, and then I finally emerged. However, there was nothing there, and after I called out, I didn't hear or sense any movement going away from the campsite. All the while, too, my mum and stepdad have a dog in their tent which reacted to nothing the whole time. Well, that was enough for me. I slept in the car the next 2 nights, and thankfully nothing else happened. but I'm here to ask you guys if anyone has had any weird encounters like this in Montana near Yellowstone, or just in general, really. Thanks for listening to my story, and if you have any idea about what any of this could have been about, then please do share. This happened at my sister's house in 2019. For context, my sister had just bought this house and moved in. I invited a friend to stay with me in the guest room for my first night in her house as well. Her name is Anna, and the guest room had a trundle bed underneath a single bed. I was sleeping on the single bed, and Anna was sleeping on the trundle bed just below, but right next to me. Now, to paint a bit of a picture, the guest room was a standard square shape. The trundle bed was right up on the right wall. There was one window in the middle of the room that overlooked the driveway in the front yard as well, but there was enough space to roll the trundle bed out and not to have to stand on the mattress to see out the window. The curtains were a sort of tully fabric that let some light in as well. Now, I'm a very light sleeper in new places, and I know that I woke up because I sensed this presence was in the room. I opened my eyes to see Anna staring at the window, curtains half open. There was plenty of moonlight to see her, and she was standing still, staring straight forward. Her face was only 4 inches from the glass at this stage, and the first thing that I noticed was just how rigid she seemed with her arms by her sides. Now, I wasn't paralyzed, and in the moment I just sort of woke up and was looking at my friend. Nothing to be scared of, right? I propped my upper body up with my elbow in bed to get a vertical look at her. There was enough light to see her freckles clearly, and I asked what she was doing. But she didn't answer me. I said, "Anna, what are you doing?" And then she replied, "Who?" in a flat, low, but still feminine voice. I repeated, "Anna, what are you doing?" She again said, "Who?" in the same way. And this is where fear finally set in. Up until now, I was using an unfazed voice. I got that uncanny valley feeling as I was staring at her, though, and after that eerie feeling set in, I looked down at the trundle bed, and I saw Anna asleep below me. I was looking at Anna sleeping while Anna was standing right next to herself. And when I tell you that my stomach dropped, that is an understatement. My heart began racing, and I looked back and up and said, "Anna," one more time. This time, this thing snapped its head toward me so fast. We locked eyes, and I just shouted, "What the heck?" as I hurled myself against the wall. After I yelled and jostled the bed, Anna finally woke up, the real Anna, that is. She muttered, "What are you doing?" This made me look down at her, and once I looked back up at her, the fake one had vanished. I checked the time, and it was 2:40 in the morning, and I just said, "What the heck was that?" I explained what I saw to Anna, and I got up and reenacted it for her and shut the curtains. She doesn't like me bringing it up, and look, I get it. I wouldn't like hearing that sort of entity was standing right next to me too and wearing my face like that. But it was exactly her. When we locked eyes, hers were so empty and cold though. I can never forget those eyes, and I truly believe that this was not sleep paralysis. I mean, I was fully awake and processing. Whatever happened, it was real. I don't think it was a fabrication made by my brain either. I mean, I'm perfectly sane, never had any mental health issues or anything. In 2009, the thought of an entity that takes the face of a loved one was not something that I even knew about, in fact. I still don't really know too much or anything really. I just don't like remembering those eyes, and I'm a believer and a fan of the paranormal for sure, but this was frightening. I suppose I would like to know what it is, but I also don't want it to come back, so yeah. Thanks for listening, and here's hoping that I never have to experience anything like that again. So I'm male and 29, and this happened to me and my then girlfriend. It was the middle of July in 2011. I was a 15-year-old teenager, completely clean from any alcohol, drugs, or anything like that. In fact, I was very athletic at the time and loved sports. I would even describe myself as a pretty responsible and grounded kid for my age. That summer, though, like every year, I was spending my vacation at my grandparents' village, a small place of around 400 people. There were always kids to play with, and we would stay out together from afternoon until sometimes around 2 or 3 in the morning. My grandparents gave me a freedom that I never had with my parents. In their backyard, there were 2 houses as well, and one was built by my great-grandparent, was over 100 years old. The other newer one, though, was built by my grandfather. That summer, for the 2nd year in a row, I decided to live by myself in the old house, and my grandparents stayed in the other one for the time being. During the day, I helped my grandfather with farm work. We had a sort of small farm there. A lot of hard work, and in the evenings I went out with friends and came back whenever I wanted. Honestly, it felt like absolute freedom, and I loved it. At that time, I also had a girlfriend from my school back in the capital city. I was deeply in love, and it was my first love, full of innocent excitement. We talked on the phone daily. And one night, a big summer storm was approaching. The village lost power, no lights, no street lamps, complete darkness. It started pouring and thundering so hard that there was no way anyone could go outside. It was around 11 o'clock when I decided to go to bed. Outside, the storm was so fierce that the thunder made my bed shake, and it was really windy the whole evening. Surprisingly, I fell asleep pretty quickly that night. Now, the next thing that I remember was waking up to the sound of my phone ringing, a Nokia 6303 next to me. When I opened my eyes, what I noticed first was that the storm had completely passed. Clear sky, calm air, the streetlights were back on. I looked at my phone and it showed my girlfriend's name. I answered the call, put the phone to my ear while laying down, closed my eyes, and we started talking, greeting each other and asking what the other was doing. I remember feeling extremely sleepy, and very shortly after answering, maybe 10 to 20 seconds after that, I must have fallen asleep because, honestly, I remember nothing else. Anyway, the next morning I woke up normally. While sitting on the toilet, I remember, oh yeah, she called me last night. Curious about what we talked about too, I checked all of my call history. I received a call at 12:26 a.m., lasting exactly 1 minute and 35 seconds. I thought, that's pretty odd, and immediately called her to ask what we had talked about after these first 10 to 20 seconds of conversation because I couldn't remember anything else. At first, she laughed, thinking that I was joking. What do you mean you don't remember? And what 1 minute and a half are you talking about? She asked. I explained that according to my call log, our conversation lasted only about 1 minute and 35 seconds. Then she got quiet for a moment. And that's all you remember? She asked again. She said that after she first called me, we talked for about a minute or so, during which I told her that my phone battery was dying and that I'd call her back using my cousin's phone, since we were supposedly together at that time. She agreed, and we intentionally ended the call, and about 20 seconds later, she received a call from an unknown number. When she answered, it was apparently me again, or it sounded exactly like me. And she says that we talked for 45 minutes straight. I apparently told her that it was my cousin's phone and that she could save the number. We talked about personal things only she and I knew. I acted completely normal, using familiar names and references. Nothing felt off to her. She said that there was no way that she could mistake my voice. We were in love and spoke to each other daily at this stage. Plus, no random stranger could possibly have known that much about us, right? Well, near the end of the 45 minutes, she says that my mood had suddenly changed, and I ended the call just sort of abruptly. Right after, she received a text from the same unknown number that said, "I love you, little mouse," Everything's fine and we'll talk tomorrow. Sweet dreams. And then a heart emoji. We had specific nicknames for each other, and I never in my life called her Little Mouse before. She found it strange, but also kind of sweet, and just sort of brushed it off. And when she told me all of this, for a second I was sitting there, just mouth wide open. Then I laughed, and I didn't believe it. I was alone at the house that night. There was a storm, no electricity, and I had gone to sleep early. My cousin wasn't even at the village at the time. I couldn't believe her at first, and I thought that she was genuinely messing with me, but when I returned to the city a week later and we met up, she showed me her call history. First call, 1 minute and 35 seconds, just like it was on mine. And then the second call was an in-call from an unknown number, about 45 minutes long. Then a minute later, this same text message from an unknown number. Well, we decided to call the strange number from her phone, but I was going to do the speaking. A man answered almost immediately, a complete stranger, sounded maybe in his mid-30s to us, and he told us that he was living in the capital with his family. He was very cooperative when we explained the situation briefly. He said that he had no idea who we were, had never called or texted my girlfriend's number, and when he checked his outgoing messages, there was also no record of the text that we received. My girlfriend swore, though, that she didn't recognize this guy's voice at all. We didn't want to keep him long, so we just said thanks and we ended the call. Afterward, we just sort of sat on the park bench, completely freaked out, speechless for minutes. Neither of us could explain what had happened. Years later, we went our separate ways, each now with families and children even. But even now, 14 years later, when we see each other, we sometimes still talk about that night, how we felt and the storm that took place, and the most bizarre thing that she was talking with me for almost an hour, but it wasn't me. We never found a satisfying explanation for this too, and we're still just very perplexed by it. We speculated that maybe it was some kind of a cell network glitch or something, some weird signal crossover or whatever, but even then, how did the stranger or whatever was speaking have all the personal details to carry a 45-minute conversation like this? How did a text message get sent from somebody else's number without him even knowing it? Nothing like this has ever happened again, but it is the strangest thing that has ever happened to me. So if anyone here has experienced something similar, or has any idea of what could have happened, I would love to hear your thoughts and theories. It's the first time I've shared this with anyone else, and so I'm a little bit nervous about this, but I thought that I would put it out there and see what other people's opinions may be. This happened back when I was 13. Me, my mum, my sister, and brother decided to go on a vacation in Morocco. At first, we wanted to rent an apartment for ourselves, but my grandma who lives there invited us to stay at her 70-year-old home. Me and my siblings hesitated a bit because we had heard stories about what happened in that home. Faint voices, footsteps, etc., etc. My mum changed our mind though and brushed the stories off. She claimed that they were lies just to scare us, and we told her that if we experienced something creepy that we would immediately leave the house and stay at our aunt's house. But for now, the vacation had started. We went to the beach nearly daily, we went shopping and bought a lot of souvenirs, and we chilled at the house a bit. And one night, we tried to sleep, but it was way too hot. Temperatures were around 30 to 40 degrees Celsius. So we decided to sleep on the roof. It's not really a roof though, it's more like an open roof room at the top of the house. We cleaned the floor first though and laid down on the mattresses and the blankets there. My brother fell asleep first, then my sister, and at last myself. I slept quite well for a couple of hours. There was a slight breeze and it was quiet, until the silence was broken by someone calling my name. It was a soft and soothing voice. I slowly opened my eyes and stood up to walk to the door. I first answered with a "Yes, who's calling my name?" to no reply. Then I walked to the stairs and leaned over the railing to look down, and what I saw, I have never told another soul. I looked down and saw a girl in a white dress looking back up at me, but her neck was way too elongated for her to be human. Then the girl just sort of turned around and walked away until I couldn't see her anymore. Well, I decided to quickly shut up and try to get some sleep and to go back where others were, but I couldn't. I don't know who that was, and I was starting to believe in the rumors about this house at this stage. Recently, my grandma told me about a 12-year-old girl that had apparently ended her own life by jumping off the roof there or something that we were sleeping on. I was genuinely shocked and was 100% sure that the girl that I had encountered that day was the one who had done it. It was a very frightening experience and something that I will never forget. I live in Ohio, a rural community, and this happened in the early 1990s. My girlfriend and I were at a local nature area. There's a small fish pond there, county roads to the north and east, woods to the west and the south. My truck was facing kind of northeast, I guess. It was near dusk, and we were sitting on the tailgate of my truck just talking, listening to music and all that. There were a few other people at the park at that time, and as time went on, other cars left the park and it started getting darker. The mosquitoes were getting pretty bad, so we decided to get into the truck. We sat there a little while longer. Radio was on, but low volume as we continued talking. We were just sort of getting to know each other, so there was a lot to talk about at the time. When we both heard a sound, like a thumping or a banging sound coming from the wooded area, but it seemed far away. I turned off my truck radio and we just listened. Some dogs were barking in the distance, but we didn't hear anything else out of the ordinary. I shrugged it off, turned my radio back on, and we just went about our business. I should say here too that my truck ignition was off, was just an accessory to run the radio really, so no engine noise and no headlights. After a few minutes, we hear a similar sound again. Same response, turned off the radio and just listened, but nothing. I decided to just leave the radio off at this point. We were talking about getting ready to head out and go into town anyway. But then, and I'll describe this as best as I can, things went wild. A sound that I can only describe as a choir of voices suddenly started. There was what sounded like stringed instruments replicated by a pipe organ. The voices were chanting words, but I can't tell you what language it was. I didn't recognize any of the words, but it was an ominous, very unsettling chanting in a higher register. And it sounded as if the sounds were coming from, well, every direction. It was in no way a pleasant sound. It instantly filled me with fear and dread because it felt evil. It was as if the truck was surrounded too, and I quickly reached and started my truck and turned on the headlights, fully expecting to see a ring of robed figures surrounding us. As unlikely and crazy as that sounds, that is what my thoughts were preparing for based on what we were hearing. I have a hard time sharing just how intense the sound of the chanting was, but it sounded close, like they were right outside of the windows. But as soon as the headlights came on, there was just, well, silence. Nothing. Nothing running away, no sound other than my engine. Everything was completely normal. Without saying anything, I put it into drive and we tore out of the parking area and we headed south. Once we got away from there, we recounted what had just happened. Neither of us had an explanation, but agreed on one thing. It was, without a doubt, the most frightening and unexplainable thing that we had ever experienced. I guess I'm not looking for an explanation. I realize how fantastical this sounds, but every word of it is true. I shared what happened with a couple of my friends the next day, but it's a story that I've pretty much kept to myself over the years, sharing only with a few people that would appreciate it. This took place back in 2019 when I was 11. My grandparents live in a large Victorian-styled home on the outskirts of Portland, Oregon. The building was made in the late 1800s, so it has that classic old building look to it. Me and my family go down there occasionally from our home up near Bellingham, Washington, and in early September of that year, my family decided that they wanted to pay my grandparents a visit. I was excited to see my grandparents, but not so much to go to the house. Up until that point, nothing out of the ordinary had happened in that house. The only thing it did was creep me out, especially if I was alone. The first day that we were there, though, nothing really out of the ordinary happened. My grandparents and I did our annual game of Clue, a murder mystery board game. We enjoyed dinner, and that was basically about it. Little did I know, though, that when I went to sleep that night, that tomorrow would be anything but ordinary. When I got up the next day, I was excited because I was a die-hard Seahawks fan, and today was going to be their first game of the season. Outside it was warm and muggy, so in my room, which was one of the 2 rooms on the 3rd floor, I had the window open with the fan on to let all the hot air out. Later that day, my dad came up to my room and said that he and everyone else was going to go on a walk. I acknowledged him by nodding, glued to the Seahawks game that was on my tablet screen. He then left and shut the door behind him. And what happens next still terrifies me to this day. About 10 minutes later, I heard what I thought to be my mum yelling from downstairs, somewhat annoyed. I stood up and turned the fan off next to the window, so as to listen if my mum was actually calling me, or if my mind was playing tricks on me. Then I heard it again. My mum was definitely calling my name. I opened the door, frustrated that I was missing part of the game, and yelled an annoyed, "Yeah?" When there was no response, I yelled down from the 3rd floor stairs again, "Yeah?" Then my mum called back and said something like, "Want to show you this," or something like that. I couldn't really make out what she was saying. Annoyed, but not wanting to ignore my mum, I hurried down the stairs onto the 2nd floor. "Where are you?" I called, genuinely not knowing where she was. "Here," she said. It sounded like it was coming from the 1st floor, but something was off. Her voice sounded very muffled and weird. I played it off as just me being paranoid, so I walked down to the 1st floor, now getting a little bit scared. "Mum?" I said. No reply. I searched almost every room and no one was there. That only left one room, the basement. Now, there was no way in heck I was going down there though, so I started heading back towards the stairs when, all of a sudden, the basement door swung open. I yelled, spinning around, but nobody was there. Then I heard footsteps walking down the basement stairs. Someone was definitely there. I then heard my mum say again, "Here," in that same weird muffled voice. In that instant, I got chills down my spine. Something definitely wasn't right. I turned and ran as fast as I could up the stairs and onto the 2nd floor. I ran across the kitchen to the narrow staircase that led up to the 3rd floor. Then I stopped dead in my tracks, paralyzed with fear. At the top of the staircase was what I can only describe as a shadow-like person, without a face, saying in my mother's voice, "Here." I screamed at the top of my lungs and practically threw myself down the stairs and straight out the front door. I then waited outside near the trees, glancing over my shoulder every 2 seconds before my family finally came back from their walk. When I told them what happened, they didn't believe me at first, but seeing as I was crying and looking genuinely freaked out, they told me that they believed me. I don't know if they were telling the truth or they just wanted me to feel more comforted, but either way, there was no way that I was sleeping in that building that night. After about 10 minutes of reasoning with them, I decided that I would be more comfortable if I slept with my parents that night. This incident still haunts me to this day, and I rarely, if ever, sleep in a room alone in that house anymore. On a quiet winter evening about a year ago, I witnessed something that I can only describe as out of this world. While out on a walk by the 14 Locks Canal Centre in South Wales, UK with my partner, we were walking down the main canal path going down the hill, and about 2/3 of the way down, the canal sort of locks, and we decided that we were going to go back because it was dark and pretty miserable. And I suggested to my partner to cut in through the woods because, why not, right? We drove there for a walk after all. There's a small footbridge and a path which connects you to the main dirt path leading back into the car park from there. And when we were in the wooded area, my partner was complaining that she couldn't see because it was pitch black and was genuinely eerily dark. At this point, we were using the phone torches, and I suggested turning the phone lights off to see better because it was that dark that the phone lights just sort of made it worse. So we did, and it did help a little bit. And as we carried on walking towards the main dirt path going back to the car park, as we got onto the dirt path, I spotted something white in the corner of my eye that caught my attention, just by a tree on my 4 to 5 o'clock position, about 12 feet behind me. I turned to get a proper look, and when I looked at it, I was so shook by what I saw that I turned my head away almost instantaneously. Part of me didn't want to believe it, but deep down I knew what I saw, and it freaked me out. About 10 steps later, I said to my partner, "Babe, did you see that?" Of which she replied, "Yes, let's get out of here." As she's saying that too, we glanced behind again, and this thing was right behind us now. At this point, we ran. We really got on them 10 toes, and we didn't stop until we reached the car park. It's funny how the way back to the car park is uphill, and a pretty respectable walk on a good day, but we sprinted up that hill like it was flat, out of adrenaline and pure fear, I guess. Now, I know what I saw was real, and I honestly shivered inside when she replied acknowledging that she saw it too. This thing, whatever it was bright white in color. I can only describe it as a skinny-ish figure, but the thing is that there wasn't any obvious legs, arms, or features. It was about 6 to 7 feet tall and had a glow to it, and it hovered about a foot off the ground as well. I can remember this day like it was yesterday. It was like a white smudge in the air, roughly the shape of like a round milk ice cream stick, but at the same time a little bit transparent. Now, I'd normally be skeptical of ghosts and all that, but if I ever needed solid concrete proof that ghosts or spirits or, dare I say, alien entities exist, then that was it in front of my face. The fact when I asked her, "Did you see that?" and she instantly said, "Yes, let's get out of here," verified that indeed this thing was there, and I wasn't just seeing things. To this day, even when she talks about this story, she describes the exact same thing I saw, pretty much word for word. I'm glad that she was there because she saw it too, because if it was just me, I'd probably be questioning myself right now, thinking that maybe I didn't see that, but no, we both definitely saw it. I've gone back to 14 Locks since then, just to confirm that there's no signs or posts which could have reflected light or something, moonlight or general light pollution, and basically tried to debunk what I saw in any way possible. But the thing is that there's just nothing there that was the same height or even capable of reflecting light, so this thing was there for sure. Was this a ghost sighting though? Why did it just randomly show up, as I've been through there many times over many years and never seen anything like that before? It clearly knew that we were there, and it was interested in us, considering that the second time I glanced at it, it seemed to have moved closer to us, much too close for comfort, in fact. I've heard similar stories elsewhere, and no one believed them either in their stories. But it's crazy to think that there's stuff out there like this. It was 1997. I was 28 and my then boyfriend and I lived in a remote village in Lincolnshire, England. He had a job where he worked from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. and I was working in a bar, so I would take him to and from work so I could get myself to work with one car that we shared. It's probably worth mentioning too that the car was brand new. It had something crazy like 18 miles on the clock when we got it. I wanted something newer than the car that we had before because I didn't like the idea of being stranded down a dark country lane if the old car decided to just, end itself when I was driving alone. I don't know how many people know Lincolnshire, but most of it is rural with thin winding roads, and the place is so flat that you can see for miles. Now, I used to drive to pick my ex up, and the views in spring when the mornings were getting lighter was and still are absolutely breathtaking. Imagine farmers' fields all around you with basic little roads snaking along the edges. The fields themselves were separated in rows by not quite saplings but trees that would be a couple of years old, still thin and a bit gangly, and at this particular time of year were just starting to show hints of new leaves on their skinny branches. An absolutely beautiful drive in the lighter mornings, mainly because I was usually the only person on the road, so I could also drive as slow as I liked to watch the sun coming up over the horizon. So, I hope I've described the place enough to paint a bit of an image. And here's what happened. So one morning I was driving along the little road. It was about 5:30 in the morning and the sun was just peeking out on the horizon and the sky was completely cloudless. I slowed down to watch it as I often did, not paying much attention to the trees as they were in a row that ran down the side of the field, so they were never in the way of the view. When in my peripheral, I thought that I saw something move against the skinny trees. So I stopped the car completely, thinking that it might be a deer or something interesting like that. I waited for a few seconds and nothing happened, so I was just about to restart the car when I saw two of the trees walking out of the lineup. I say trees, but I don't have a clue what they actually were. Remember, this is a long time before the internet and the Slender Man and all the tales and superstitions, etc. I was literally frozen to the spot with fear. Two tall things walked out of the line of trees and started walking over to me. I was about 50 to 60 yards away from them, and the only thing that I could describe them as were oversized stick insects. They had two long legs and two long arms that almost touched the ground, and I'd say the tallest one must have been easily 12 feet tall, the smaller one maybe 10. They walked in a fluid motion, as if they were wading through treacle, almost like long hair would glide through water. It was just slow and very graceful. When my brain finally kicked into flight mode, I started my car and glanced over to see how close they had gotten. All the while, I was putting my car into gear and started it moving. The tallest one slowly lifted his arm up, like a silk scarf gliding through light wind, and pointed it at me. And it was then that my car instantly stalled. The dashboard warning lights were all on, all of them lit up, and at the same time I just got the worst pain in my face all of a sudden. Mainly my jaw, but it made me scream out in agony and I almost blacked out. With the pain debilitating me, I knew that I needed to get away, fast. I was so terrified that the car wouldn't start again because all the lights were still on. So I turned the engine entirely off and thankfully it started again, and I drove like a mad woman to get out of sight. All the time my face or jaw was burning, and when I got to my ex's work, he gave me a bottle of water to cool me down, but it didn't do much to help. And for weeks, my mouth felt like I had chewed on poison ivy, my jaw feeling like I had an abscess under each molar. I needed to see a dentist, and I knew that, but explaining what had happened would have made me feel stupid, so in the end I put it off. I had 3 amalgam fillings, all amalgam molars, and once the worst of the pain had gone, a couple of months later, weirdly I couldn't put anything metal in my mouth without getting a shock, like licking a battery shock. So I was eating with plastic cutlery all the time, and decided to give in and see if the dentist would change the fillings to ceramic ones. The dentist looked in my mouth and asked what had happened to my teeth. I played it off casually and asked why, because my fillings apparently looked like balls of mercury. So I explained the car ride, etc., and he said that my fillings looked like they had melted and pulled into smooth, rounded metal balls. I can assure you, too, that every word of this is true. I don't mind banter or questions, but please just don't be mean. It's taken a lot for me to tell this story to you all, and I hope you can appreciate that. I lived in this farmhouse from 2 to 10 years of age, and my mum said ever since we moved there that I would tell her every morning that somebody was sitting at the foot of my bed. I don't recall this because I was so young, but I do remember going to sleep in my brother's room across the hall because the shadow man was in my room. One morning, my mum woke me up for school and said, "Come on, get up." She went to the shower next to my room, but when I finally went to move, I felt something grab my ankles and a low growl sound. I absolutely just froze at that and remembered the anxiety that I felt, and my eyes watering too. The feeling let up and I went to move again very slow, and it did it again. My mum came in and was mad, saying, "I said you need to get up," which I replied, "I can't, something is grabbing me." At that point I was able to get up again. I don't know if this was sleep paralysis or, well, what it was, but I also remember that we had a cat, Oreo, and she never slept with me. So one night I carried her to my room and shut the door so that she had to sleep with me. The minute that I sat her down, she ran under the bed and growled so loud, meowing in distress. She jumped up onto the bed on my chest, swatting my face, and bit me, and then ran back under the bed growling again. I remember leaping from the bed scared that she was going to bite my ankles, and when I opened the door, she sprinted out of the room. I didn't think anything of it at the time until I got a bit older. There's honestly many more stories to that house as well. Me and my brother both saw the shadow man and watched him reach up to the shelf on the wall. On the shelf was a big glass unicorn my mum got from Mexico. He touched it and it fell to the ground and shattered. My parents woke up from it and we told them the shadow man did it, but obviously they didn't believe us and thought that we had done it. And we still remember this to this day. Before we inherited the house, my dad's uncle lived there alone, and one day he came home and had a heart attack in the front door and fell down the steps and wasn't found until later. My mum also said at night that she'd hear a 5-gallon bucket being tossed back and forth in the basement for some reason. But perhaps the scariest thing is that I reached out to the owners who bought our farm. I asked them if anything unusual happens in the house, and they responded with a text message. It read, "I know at least a few times they have. I don't remember anything specifically besides one time Lauren was putting his boy to bed when he was young, and Trayton told him that there was someone in the doorway and that he hung out up there sometimes when obviously there wasn't." That message sent chills down my spine. I don't talk about this much. It's also been many years since this happened, but this experience, it definitely still haunts me. So I was incarcerated in county jail for a year. My time spent was in lockdown. I could never pay attention to the exact time of day or night since the block clock was never maintained. I do know that it was quiet hours of the early morning before sunrise, though. Multiple days, I would see shadows and reflections through my window into the great room. I would regularly see silhouettes walk past my window, and I would often dismiss them as guards taking rounds checking on us inmates to ensure that we were still present. There would be times, however, that my curiosity would get piqued when I would see a passing shadow, but never heard any doors open or close from the guards in the bullpen. I would climb out of my bunk and try to look left and right out of my door's window, but never saw a guard returning to his post. Now, after weeks of seeing this same phenomenon, I finally saw something that sent shivers down my spine. One night, while I was reading a book, I just couldn't shake this feeling of being watched. I was used to the passing shadows by this point, but as I mentioned, they were always passing. This was something else. I don't remember ever seeing it appear or leave. It was, as I can only describe, as omnipresent, but it felt as though it had always been present, just waiting and watching. Only this time it allowed me to observe it, perhaps, almost like it just materialized. There were no shapes, no discernible edges, just a void, a black hole as deep as space itself, and in the middle were two piercing red eyes. I could never steel myself enough to make direct contact, but I didn't need to know that it was there. I could feel its gaze in my peripherals, and I was prey, and it had been stalking me, and both of us were just waiting for the other to make the first move. All I could do was pretend that I didn't notice it, hoping that it would lose interest. At some point, not knowing how much time had passed, I eventually fell asleep. It only appeared the one time. The only other person I've ever shared that story with is my partner, but never in as much detail. I appreciate you guys for taking the time to hear me out on this, and also for this safe place where someone can feel comfortable to share their deepest fears. In late 2008, I went on a youth retreat when I was in early secondary school. The setting was a privately run camp used by several religious and community groups throughout the year. What made the whole experience notable was the consistency of what multiple people reported, all under similar conditions. So one evening after scheduled activities had ended, 4 of us were moving between cabins during a game that involved navigating the grounds after dark. The camp allowed limited free movement at night, and several large refuse containers had been placed near service roads at the edge of the property due to renovations. While walking to the designated start point, we noticed what appeared to be the top portion of a head visible above one of the metal bins. It was stationary and partially obscured, and our initial assumption was that it was another camper attempting to hide or maybe scare us or something. Without discussing it too much, we spread out to approach from both sides. The plan was informal and a bit uncoordinated, but as one person gave a signal to move in, we sort of rounded the corners of the container. And when we did, no one was there. We even checked inside of the bin using a torch, but it was empty and undisturbed. As we were regrouping, one of us pointed toward a sloped section of the ground leading down toward another cluster of cabins, and there was a figure moving away at a speed that just seemed, well, not possible. It was upright, roughly adult-sized, and moved on 2 legs. That much was clear. But due to the distance and the lighting and the angle, we couldn't see any facial features or clothing details that were clear anyway. We followed at a distance, not running directly toward it, but attempting to keep it in view. And as we approached the tree line near the second campsite, movement suddenly occurred closer to us. A face briefly appeared from behind a narrow tree trunk, maybe 6 or 7 feet ahead of us. The color appeared completely dark, maybe due to shadows, but the features were indistinct but sort of human-like, I would say. At that point, though, our group stopped advancing. Again, there was no verbal coordination, but one of the older and larger boys moved in front of the rest of us, and the object that he pulled from his pocket was later identified as a small utility knife that apparently he carried around with him everywhere, not something brought intentionally. The face was visible for, I would say, less than a second before it just disappeared. The tree that it appeared from was too thin to fully conceal a person too, which was just so strange, and certainly contributed to the sense of something being very off. Moments later, a similar shape appeared from a different position, further to the right this time. The movement between the positions was not observed directly, but only inferred due to timing, so I can only assume that it was the same person or thing or whatever. At that stage, though, we disengaged and we decided to go back toward the main hall. Once inside, the physical response was immediate. I was shaking, I had difficulty speaking, and I just felt terrified and just really awful. This lasted several minutes. Others reported elevated heart rates and feeling a bit lightheaded, but I think it was just the anxiety from the whole thing, I suppose. We reported the incident to an older camper assigned to supervise our group, and he separated us and asked each of us to describe what happened independently, and our accounts matched on key points. Location, sequence, distance, timing, what we saw. There were some minor differences, obviously, but the core details aligned perfectly. Skeptical, he walked part of the route with us to verify the locations, and during this walk, even he observed movement near the same tree line and reacted strongly, insisting that we all return immediately. No further investigation was conducted that night, and that person was shaken for sure. In the following days, the staff kept a close eye out for whatever this thing was, some of them speculating that it could have been a deer or something else, but I can tell you that that was no deer. Eventually, we all parted ways and I went home, and really, that was the end of it. I was in my first few years working patrol in a regional location when this happened. By that stage of my career, I had already handled serious calls, fatal crashes, suicides, and next of kin notifications were pretty common. But this one always stood out due to just how it unfolded, not because of anything overtly dramatic. So, I was dispatched just after midnight to conduct a death notification following a single vehicle collision on a rural highway. The deceased was a middle-aged woman, pronounced dead at the scene, and her registered address was a semi-rural property about 10 miles from the crash site. The property was set back from the road behind a wire gate, and when I arrived, my headlights illuminated a figure standing just inside of the entrance. The woman appeared calm and unhurried. She was dressed casually and didn't seem surprised to see a marked vehicle pull up at that hour. Before I spoke, though, she commented that she had heard a car approaching long before I reached the gate. Given the stillness of the area at night, that didn't strike me as too unusual. I asked if she lived on the property, and she answered yes. I then asked if we could talk closer to the house, and she agreed and mentioned that the walk would be helpful since the residence was some distance from the road anyway. We walked separately toward the house, which sat back on the property. I slowed at one point to watch my footing, and when I looked up again, I swear to you that she was just gone. She was no longer beside me, and I assumed at first that she must have gone ahead. At the front of the house, I stepped onto a small porch and I waited. The property was unlit, and aside from the sound of insects, it was pretty quiet. After a short pause, the front door opened and a younger woman appeared, clearly alarmed by my presence. I identified myself and explained that I needed to speak with the occupants. She invited me inside and called for her partner. When I asked about the woman that I had met at the gate, she appeared confused and said that nobody else was home. At that point, I excused myself briefly and conducted a quick check of the yard and the surrounding area. There were no vehicles, no movement, and no signs that anyone had entered or left on foot. I returned inside and I proceeded with the notification. The deceased was identified as the younger woman's mother, and according to the family, she had moved into the home several months earlier after the death of her husband and had been struggling emotionally. The family reaction was pretty consistent with unexpected loss, obviously, shock, disbelief, and distress, but while they spoke quietly among themselves, I noticed a framed photograph on the shelf, and it showed a woman several years younger than the one listed in the report, but the resemblance to the person that I had encountered at the gate was perfect pretty much. In fact, it was so strong that I asked about it. The daughter confirmed that it was her mother, taken not long before she had moved in. At the time, I didn't comment further. I completed the necessary paperwork, provided support information, and left once another unit arrived to assist. But in the days that followed, I reviewed that sequence repeatedly. There were no reports of neighbors confirming anyone else present. The gate showed no signs of recent activity beyond my own. There was no security footage available, unfortunately, which I would have loved to have seen. But I know that I met someone there, and I saw that person in the picture frame. I'm certain of it. This event changed me for the good too, and I'm no longer so closed to the possibility of life beyond death anymore. It's something that I think about often, and I just cannot shake. My partner and I took a short trip to the western coast of Portugal, near a small town south of Nazaré. We rented a minimalist roadside cabin that had been converted from a former utility structure. The unit was positioned above a drop-off that led down to a rocky drainage channel feeding into the Atlantic. One side of the structure consisted almost entirely of reinforced glass facing the slope. Now, the accommodation was pretty isolated. There were no neighboring buildings within immediate view, and the access road was pretty narrow and unlit at night. During the day, the location appeared unremarkable too, and after sunset, the absence of ambient noise was pretty noticeable. No traffic, limited wind, and minimal wildlife activity too. Now, sometime shortly after 1:30 in the morning, both of us woke up abruptly. The cause was a series of distinct impacts against the glass wall beside the bed. There were 3 or 4 sounds, evenly spaced, with enough force to register as deliberate contact rather than an incidental noise. The spacing between the sounds suggested intent or rhythm rather than random movement as well. The bed had been placed directly adjacent to the glass wall at this stage, and a heavy interior blind was lowered, blocking visibility. Neither of us spoke immediately, and the sound was unmistakable as to where it was coming from. My first assumption was a person outside of the structure. That assumption was quickly complicated by the layout, though. You see, the exterior side of the glass faced a sharply sloped embankment, and there was no platform, walkway, or level surface at that elevation. In daylight, it would have been difficult to maintain footing there, let alone stand upright and apply force at shoulder height. I stood up and secured the door, despite knowing that it offered limited reassurance. When I moved toward the blind to lift it, my partner stopped me. We waited several minutes without any additional sound, and eventually I raised the blind slightly. The flashlight on my phone illuminated the immediate area, but there was no movement. The slope below the windows was uneven, like I said, covered in loose rock and scrub vegetation. No footprints or disturbed ground were visible in the beam. The angle in the distance made it implausible for someone to have reached the window without sliding at the very least, and, well, we remained awake for the rest of the night after that. No further noises occurred. The following morning, we inspected the exterior in daylight as well. The ground below the window showed signs of erosion and loose debris. A thick, partially detached tree branch from higher up the slope was visible. It appeared sort of capable of swinging down slope if it was dislodged. The height of its arc aligned roughly with the impact points in the glass, I suppose. And quite honestly, I was pretty satisfied with that explanation for at least a little bit, until we found some clear footprints right where the impact sound was. Now, I have no idea what someone would be doing there that late at night, banging on glass like that. It's very strange, obviously, but I was more worried about whoever they were coming back the next night, so we ended up sort of cutting our time there a little shorter than we expected, and moved on. Thankfully, nothing else happened in the next spot, but I'll never forget that night, and The eerie feeling I get when I remember my partner stopping me from going to the blind. If I had opened it earlier, would something have happened to us that night? I don't like to think about that, and so I tend to not dwell on it. Earlier today, I met a colleague for a midday meal near Rotterdam Central Station. After eating, we walked together into the station concourse. This location is a multi-level interchange with separated access points, controlled by entry barriers and clear divisions between stairwells and escalators. We each needed to access different platforms on different levels at that stage, and at the junction where the routes split, we stopped briefly to finish our conversation. From that point, the stairwell to my platform was to the left and fully enclosed by solid walls. The escalator that my colleague needed was to the right and bordered by glass panels. From where we stood, it wasn't possible to move between these two paths without returning to the junction. We parted without ceremony, and I turned immediately into the stairwell. I didn't look back. The stairwell has no windows, mirrors, or reflective surfaces. It takes about 40 seconds to descend and exit onto the platform. And while walking down, I opened my bag to retrieve my earphones and began playing music as I stepped onto the platform. Less than a minute after arriving, I received a message from my colleague. She asked whether I had changed direction and followed her toward the escalator instead of taking the stairs. I responded that I had not and asked why she thought that. She then described what she had seen. According to her, as she was ascending the escalator, she noticed someone walking toward her from the opposite direction. This person matched my appearance precisely, apparently. Same hairstyle, same jacket, same backpack, same posture even. She specifically mentioned the way that the person held the bag and reached into it, which she recognized as something that I do habitually. She was confident enough that she assumed that I had decided to rejoin her or had realized that I was heading the wrong way or something. But what made her pause was that the person did not make eye contact or even acknowledge her. She said that she only saw the upper half of the body because the lower portion was obscured by the glass barrier along the escalator, and by the time that she reached the top and turned around, the person was no longer visible. At no point did I leave the stairwell or re-enter the concourse though, or move toward the escalator even. The timestamps on our messages confirm this as well, and based on the station layout and the pedestrian flow, it just would not have been physically possible for me to reach the escalator ahead of her without passing her directly. We later reviewed the station maps and sightlines together. There are no mirrors, advertising screens, or reflective surfaces positioned in a way that could produce a delayed or distorted image of someone walking in another area like this. There are also no parallel walkways adjacent to the escalator that connect to the stairwell I used. One possibility, obviously, is mistaken identity. However, she maintains that the clothing, the bag, and the movement patterns were way too specific to dismiss. During lunch, we had discussed abstract topics too, including mortality and anecdotal accounts of unexplained experiences, things like this. And I acknowledge that this context could have primed her to interpret ambiguous sensory information more personally, but that said, she contacted me immediately and expressed a lot of confusion rather than fear, which does suggest that she was not seeking meaning or drama in what she observed. Nothing unusual occurred after this incident. I arrived home safely, my colleague reported no further issues for the rest of the day, and there was no follow-up sightings, technical anomalies, or corroborating reports from others in the station. At this point, the most plausible explanation remains a brief perceptual error involving an unknown individual who just happened to resemble me closely. But my friend, she just swears that it wasn't that. I entered law enforcement in 2016 and was assigned to patrol duties in western Pennsylvania, working primarily evening shifts during my first year. The one routine task assigned to the late shift was securing municipal properties that remained open to the public during daylight hours. One of these locations was an old city cemetery located near a former industrial corridor. It bordered abandoned warehouses, low-income housing, and a rail spur that was no longer active. Calls for service in that area were pretty frequent, but usually unrelated to the cemetery itself. Now, the cemetery dated back to the late 1800s and covered several acres at this stage. It had 3 vehicle access gates spaced along the perimeter road. Standard procedure required locking all 3 shortly after dusk. Officers generally handled this alone, unless there was an active call nearby, obviously. The task was considered low risk, but required situational awareness due to past incidents involving vandalism, loitering, and people using the grounds as a shortcut after hours. Now, on the night in question, I arrived just after 9:30 p.m. Conditions were pretty typical for the season. Dry weather, limited pedestrian traffic, and low ambient lighting too. Before exiting my vehicle, I followed protocol by activating the alley light and sweeping the immediate area with the mounted spotlight that I had. I didn't observe any movement near the gate or between the headstones closest to the entrance. I exited the vehicle and began unlocking the chain securing the first gate. The locking mechanism was pretty old and often required multiple attempts to get it. And while focusing on the keypad, I became aware of something in my direct line of sight that did not register as movement, but more as a presence, I guess. I looked up and saw a female figure standing maybe 30 feet inside the grounds, near a row of older headstones. The individual was stationary, facing in my direction. Her posture was upright, but not rigid. I noted several details immediately because they didn't align with common encounters in that area too. She was not dressed in modern clothing by any means. In fact, the outfit resembled an older style dress or coat, dark in color with no visible reflective material. Her facial expression appeared neutral, I would say. I didn't observe blinking either, which was a bit weird. No shifting weight or other indicators of alertness or intoxication or anything. I identified myself verbally and issued a standard instruction that she needed to leave the area, assuming at first that she might be disoriented or trespassing. But there was no response. I repeated the command more firmly this time. Again, no verbal or physical reaction. At this point, my attention shifted to assessing distance and options rather than interpreting what I was seeing. I returned my focus briefly to the gate to remove the chain fully, intending to re-secure it and then approach with backup. The process took less than maybe 10 seconds, and when I looked back toward the same location, she was no longer there. I immediately scanned the surrounding area with my handheld flashlight and vehicle spotlight even. There were no clear paths or cover nearby that would have allowed someone to leave the area without being seen or at least heard. I mean, the ground was uneven and movement should have been audible. I did not locate anyone matching the description though. I requested another unit at this point to check the interior of the cemetery while I completed locking the remaining gates. A fellow officer from a neighboring zone responded. I didn't describe what I had seen in detail, only that I thought that someone might have been in the grounds. We conducted a brief search and we found no one. At the time, I attributed the whole thing to somebody being just pretty quick and getting away, and so I didn't really document it formally and didn't discuss it with the supervisors or anything either. Several years later though, during an informal conversation with colleagues, the topic of unusual calls came up and I mentioned the cemetery incident in passing, minimizing the details a lot. And to my surprise, 2 other officers independently described encountering a woman in the same general area of the cemetery during late hours. Their descriptions varied slightly, but overlapped in key aspects for sure. Stationary posture, outdated clothing, a lack of response to verbal commands, and sudden absence. None of these incidents resulted in reports to complaints or follow-up investigation. No officer reported physical interaction, threats, or continued sightings beyond a single occurrence. And look, I'm not offering a conclusion here by any means. There's obviously a few ways to interpret these events, but there's also the possibility that something weird was going on here. I have not returned to the cemetery in years as well. The location was eventually reassigned to automatic gate systems, eliminating the need for manual closures from us. And so, no further incidences were ever reported to my knowledge. I'm sharing this now though because time has sort of removed the pressure to rationalize it immediately, and because acknowledging uncertainty doesn't require assigning supernatural meaning either. It only requires accuracy about what was observed and what was not. And I can assure you that that woman was there and then she was just gone. A few years back, I accompanied a friend, Evan, and his parents on a camping trip in central Idaho somewhere, outside of a small town near the Sawtooth foothills, I think. The location was pretty remote, accessed by a long dirt road with no nearby services or cell coverage. Evan's parents had recently purchased a camper trailer and wanted to test it out on a multi-night trip, so I joined them for one night. The day itself was pretty good actually. We arrived in the afternoon, set up camp, cooked some food, and drank a moderate amount. There were no drugs involved beyond alcohol and a bit of tobacco, and that was it. And so, by around 10:30, Evan's parents went into the trailer to get some sleep. But Evan and I stayed outside by the fire to talk a little bit more before turning in. At this point, nothing felt unusual as well. The weather conditions were good, there was no wind, and it was clear visibility. Wildlife noise was pretty minimal, and the fire was the only significant light source at this point. We were seated facing the open clearing in front of the campsite, with trees behind and to the sides of us. Our conversation sort of drifted a bit. We were talking about space, intelligence beyond Earth, and stuff like that, and how people tend to avoid thinking about stuff like this, but this was a bit of a casual conversation that simply didn't change topics for an extended period, really. And during this time, I repeatedly looked toward and commented on the sky. There was nothing specific that I was reacting to, but just sort of the visibility of stars due to the lack of light pollution out there. And at around 11:15, while I was sort of mid-sentence and looking forward, not upward, something occurred directly in front of us. A sequence of lights appeared suddenly at low altitude, no more than a few feet above ground level as well, within roughly about maybe 10 feet of the fire. The lights were not suspended, they moved downward rapidly as a group, and just sort of stopped abruptly. At the same moment, there was a sound. It was brief, intense, and sort of mechanical rather than organic. It didn't resemble an animal or a firearm or a falling object or anything like that. The sound was localized though and didn't echo as a gunshot or thunder would. The lights and the sound occurred together and they lasted for about 2 seconds. But both Evan and I, we reacted immediately. I shouted some sort of a curse word. Evan reached for a flashlight that he kept in his jacket. Before he activated it, both of us stood and began moving backward toward the trailer. There was no discussion or hesitation, mind you. The response was just sort of automatic. And as we moved, I looked back towards the fire and the area beyond it, and what I could see was a tall, upright shape moving toward us from the same direction the lights had appeared. I cannot describe the features, the clothing, or the limbs or anything. I can only say that it was taller than either of us and darker than the surrounding environment too. It didn't reflect the firelight or anything, which was weird. I'm also aware that fear can distort perception, but the impression was consistent enough that it remains fixed in my memory. And well, as you can probably imagine, we just ran. In doing so, we knocked over chairs and equipment. We were yelling loud enough to wake Evan's parents now. Evan reached the door first, but struggled with the latch due to shaking, and his girlfriend, who was inside, opened it. I entered immediately, but Evan stayed outside momentarily to pull his dog inside. The dog had been out with us by the fire and was sort of resisting, growling and facing toward the clearing now. Once inside, I locked the door and I went to go and get the gun that I had in my bag. I didn't fire it and never pointed it outside or anything, but I was holding it while seated facing the door for quite some time. Evan's parents came out of the sleeping area, asking what had happened. Neither Evan nor I could provide a coherent explanation, though, beyond just saying that something had approached the campsite. The dog, it continued growling for several minutes after we were all inside. No further sounds came from outside, no footsteps, voices, or movement that we could detect. We didn't leave the trailer again that night, though, and there was no way in heck that I was about to go back out there. I was honestly shaking, I had a rapid heartbeat, and I sort of had delayed coordination, which was a bit weird, and it persisted for over an hour. I didn't sleep that night either. I just sat there, trying to come up with an explanation for what the heck I had just seen. In the morning, first thing as well, we inspected the campsite. There were no marks, impact points, or disturbed ground where the lights had appeared. None of the equipment was missing or damaged beyond what we had knocked over ourselves. But the weirdest thing is that there were no tracks that could be attributed to either us or the dog. Like, we went looking for tracks and we couldn't even see our own for some reason. We left shortly after breakfast that day, and I've not returned to the area since then, and have avoided discussing the incident publicly for some time now. Not because I'm too worried about what other people think, but also because, genuinely, I just have no idea what to make of any of it. When I was 15, I lived in a mid-sized industrial town. I occasionally worked part-time with a relative at a small retail operation that was attached to a warehouse complex. Several neighboring businesses shared the same loading area here, and employees from different units used the same outdoor space during breaks. Now, I used those breaks to step outside and smoke. Yes, I know, 15 and smoking, not great, but that is where I regularly crossed paths with a man that I called Marco. He was maybe in his mid-40s, and he worked for a nearby supplier. Our interactions were pretty brief and mostly superficial. Comments about customers, schedules, weather, minor workplace complaints, things like this. There was no flirting, no personal disclosures beyond casual remarks, and at the time I interpreted the familiarity as normal adult behavior toward a younger coworker. At some point, though, Marco mentioned that he had recently rented a house not far from where my family lived. He knew the area because my relative had done business with his employer at some point. He said that he was hosting a casual gathering to celebrate moving in, and claimed that several people from both workplaces were invited. He gave a specific afternoon time, and I didn't evaluate the situation critically by any means. I was isolated socially at that age and eager for anything that resembled inclusion. I informed my parents where I was going, using the explanation that he had given me, and left in the early afternoon. When I arrived, the first warning sign was immediate. He let me inside and locked the door behind me, placing the key in a place that made it pretty much inaccessible. I noticed that there were no coats, bags, music, or signs of any other people. When I asked where everyone was, he gave really inconsistent explanations, changing the timeline within the same conversation even. He was already intoxicated too, His speech was unsteady, and his behavior lacked normal boundaries for sure. After a short period of forced conversation, he insisted on showing me the house, and the tour ended in a bedroom where he made comments implying that I would be staying there long term. I sort of laughed reflexively, treating it as a bit of a joke, while internally recognizing that I had lost control of the situation completely. Back in the living area, he initiated physical contact without consent. He was much larger than me too, impaired and persistent. I resisted physically and verbally, and when I struck him hard enough to knock him off balance, he appeared confused rather than angry. He interpreted my prior politeness as encouragement, and stated this directly as well, listing basic social behaviors, smiling, conversation, eye contact as justification. His behavior escalated verbally. He began comparing me to his former spouse in this really obsessive sort of detail, including physical features, age, and even background. He spoke as if a future had already been decided. At that moment, I assessed that remaining passive would not ensure my safety. When he left the room to use the bathroom at one stage, I contacted a trusted co-worker who had supervisory responsibility for me at the time. He was out of town and initially resistant to believing the situation. He advised contacting the police, and I didn't do it, primarily out of fear of retaliation and family consequences too. But from that point forward, I focused on delay tactics. I avoided confrontation, redirected conversation, and presented compliance without commitment. Several hours passed this way as well, and by evening his intoxication increased and his attention waned. I told him that I needed medication and clothing from home and promised to return quickly. He then allowed me to leave, but threatened to interfere with my family's employment if I didn't come back. Once outside, though, there was no way that I was going to return. I began walking home in a really distressed state, attempting to determine how to protect my family without exposing myself to any further risk. During this time, I encountered a local man who was riding a bike, someone known in the area but not personally connected to me. He initiated a brief interaction and also noticed my condition. I explained the situation in minimal terms. He listened without interruption and asked me to point out the house from a distance. After doing so, he instructed me to go home and to disengage entirely. He didn't provide details of what he intended to do, but the following morning, he contacted me once to confirm that I was safe. He offered no explanation beyond reassurance, and within days, it became known through workplace conversations that Marco had vacated the house abruptly. The explanation circulating was that his residence had been forcibly entered overnight and severely damaged, and that he had even sustained some injuries. No formal details were shared, and I didn't ask for them either. I know that I got lucky that day and that things could have been just so much worse, but I'm thankful that I got out of there when I did, and also that I never saw Marco again. This took place in April of 2018. So I've lived most of my life in western Pennsylvania, but I followed an out-of-market baseball team and went out alone to watch an afternoon game while that team was playing locally. I chose a bar in Demont, one that I had passed many times but never entered. It was listed online as a sports bar, and nothing about the exterior suggested anything unusual. I arrived shortly before first pitch. Inside, the space was small and dim, but not run down. There was one woman behind the bar and an older couple seated several stools away. No one acknowledged me when I entered, and all three looked at me briefly, then resumed a low conversation among themselves. I assumed the lack of reaction was because I was wearing the opposing team's jersey or something. In any case, I took a seat near the largest television. After a few minutes, I noticed that there were no menus on the bar, no condiments, and no visible alcohol either. Behind the bar, there were no taps, bottles, or coolers, only shelves of miscellaneous local sports items that didn't appear curated or valuable or anything. Several signs were posted with generic, no-nonsense messages about behavior and defense, but none listed food or drink options. When I approached the bar to order, the bartender paused as if deciding how to proceed. Then she said that she would get me a menu. She disappeared into a back room for an extended period of time, long enough in fact that I even considered leaving. When she returned, the menu was limited and handwritten. Prices were extremely low as well. I ordered a basic combination of food, expecting either small portions or low quality, but the food arrived quickly. The portions were disproportionately huge, and the quality was unusually high given the price. I watched the bartender bring it out herself. When the back door opened briefly, I could see that the room behind it didn't resemble an active kitchen. There were no appliances, no staff movement, and no visible preparation or anything. Shortly after my food arrived, several additional patrons entered too. None sat near me. Every new arrival went to the far end of the bar and joined the original group. No one ordered anything. They spoke quietly, rarely moved, and didn't display normal reactions to the game despite all eyes being directed toward the screens. No one wore team apparel or expressed interest in the outcome, and when points were scored, there was no change in behavior or anything either. One individual repeatedly stood up though, inserted cash into a video gambling machine near my table, lost immediately, and returned to the group. This cycle continued for over an hour as well, without frustration or comment. Near the end of the game, he used the music system to play obscure recordings that didn't align with the venue or the crowd or anything. The music overrode the television audio, effectively ending my ability to follow the broadcast any longer. By this point, I had finished eating and also noticed that no one had checked in on me or anything. When I requested my bill, the bartender hesitated and consulted the group at the end of the bar, and after a brief exchange, the entire group stood and exited together through a rear door, and only then did she return with my check. I paid and I left immediately. Outside, one of the former patrons attempted to engage me in conversation, and I responded minimally and left the area pretty quickly because it was weird. And look, I know that this is going to sound a little bit crazy and a little bit weird, I get that, but have you ever just got the feeling that the people that you're speaking to are just not human? That's sort of how this went, and again, I know that sounds so strange, but their behavior and the way that they spoke and everything was just so alien. I really don't know what to think about this. I don't know whether it was a private club that I just sort of stepped into uninvited, or if it was an informal social group or something. Maybe it was just a misrepresented establishment. I really don't know what it was. But here's the weirdest thing. So, not long after this, I would say maybe a week or two, or maybe even a month later or something, I went by that place and it was completely closed down, boarded up and everything. I have been thinking about it a lot lately, and it's weird, right? At the time that this happened, I was a graduate student living with 2 roommates. I was the only one with a car at the time, a 2019 Hyundai Elantra, which I had purchased earlier that year after my previous vehicle was completely totaled. This was before widespread public awareness of how frequently that model was being targeted for theft, although break-ins in the city they were already pretty common. And one evening, one of my roommates and her co-worker asked me to drive them to a recently opened restaurant in a redeveloped district near downtown. The area was advertised as busy and walkable, but parking infrastructure had not kept pace with the foot traffic. When we arrived, all nearby garages were pretty full. Rather than circle indefinitely or pay for a private lot farther away, I chose to park several blocks out into a residential street. The neighborhood transaction was pretty abrupt, but one block contained renovated apartments and bars, and 2 blocks later, the street lighting thinned and the building showed clear signs of neglect. I parked in front of a row of older duplexes. There were no other cars nearby, but nothing overtly indicated danger or anything. I locked the vehicle and we walked toward the restaurant, assuming that we would return within about an hour. That assumption was wrong. The restaurant was far more popular than expected. In fact, we waited nearly 3 hours to eat, and by the time that we left, the surrounding streets were mostly empty and it was fully dark. The energy that had made the area feel safe earlier was now completely gone. About halfway back, too, a man approached us from behind on the same sidewalk. He appeared disoriented and was speaking loudly, but his words were not coherent. We increased our space without responding, and he didn't run, but he continued following for nearly a full block before veering away. One of the women with me later admitted that she had not noticed him at all. The other and I were already alert when continuing walking. A few moments later, we noticed a guy on a bike, though. He was riding slowly with no lights, dressed in dark clothing and carrying a backpack. At first, this seemed almost incidental, I suppose. But then we realized that he was looping around us. He would sort of pass ahead, circle behind, then reappear at an angle that placed him between us and the next intersection. The pattern repeated several times, too. There was no verbal engagement, no obvious threat, and the behavior itself was the signal, I suppose. As we turned onto the street where my car was parked, the lighting worsened and the porch lights were sort of sporadic and street lamps were spaced far apart, and from a distance I could see my car, and what I could not immediately identify was the shape now standing beside it. As we got closer, I realized that somebody was crouched near the passenger side front wheel. I couldn't see his face, but his outline was clear enough to confirm that he was positioned deliberately and not passing through. I didn't unlock the car, and instead I pressed the lock button again, triggering the horn and the lights. The man stood up immediately and ran toward a nearby building, and as he did, another individual stepped forward from a recessed doorway, watching us but not approaching. At the same time, the guy riding the bike abandoned his circling and rode off in the opposite direction. We ran to the car and we got inside and we left without hesitation. Thankfully, there was no pursuit, no attempts to block us, and the entire interaction ended in seconds once attention was drawn to it. Now, there was no definitive proof of coordination, but the timing and the positioning of all 3 of these guys, it didn't seem random. I inspected the car for damage and I didn't find any. There were no tracking devices and signs of tampering that I could see, and still though, the situation forced a bit of a reassessment of just how quickly ordinary decisions can compound into true risk like this. I didn't report the incident as technically nothing happened, but about a year later when I relocated and attempted to update my insurance, I was denied coverage on that vehicle due to its theft profile. I sold it shortly afterward. These days, I try not to park in unfamiliar residential streets late at night. I don't usually question my own memory, but this is one of the few situations where I actively wish that I could dismiss what happened as a sequence of just unrelated errors, but I'm really questioning it. At the time, I was 19 and living in a regional town in New South Wales, not far from the railway line that cuts through the older part of town here. I lived in a weatherboard house with my parents and my younger son, who had just turned 3 at the time. The house had been in my family for decades at this point, and had even been altered several times, which meant odd layouts, mismatched doors, and locks that were functional but not modern. Now, I was home more than usual because I was between TAFE semesters and picking up extra evening shifts at a supermarket at the time. My mother was on leave at the time and watched my son while I was working. The night that this happened was pretty unremarkable, really. It was late July and cold enough that all doors were normally kept shut. I had been awake longer than usual because my son had refused to sleep until close to midnight. And by the time that he finally settled, I was tired enough that I stayed on the couch scrolling on my phone rather than moving him to his bed. The house was quiet, both my parents were asleep, the dogs were inside and lying near the heater in the hallway. Now, at about 11:15, I heard a sharp noise from the rear of the house. It was not a creak or a knock or anything. It sounded like a door being pulled closed with force. A few seconds later, I heard water running as well. I didn't move immediately. My first assumption was that my father had gotten up and turned on a tap or something. But the sound was just wrong for that. The kitchen sink is audible from the living room, but this was louder than that, sustained and clearly coming from the laundry area near the back door. I stood up and left my son on the couch and walked toward the kitchen. The back hallway light was off and the glass door that leads into the laundry was open. The exterior door beyond that was also open, letting the cold air in. The laundry tap was running at full pressure as well, which was weird. I turned it off and I closed both doors. The locks were disengaged, and I am certain of this because the external door requires a deliberate lift and sort of turn motion to lock it. I didn't do that earlier in the evening, but I also had no reason to open the door at any point. The dogs had been let inside before dark, and no one had gone out since, as far as I knew. I checked the rest of the ground floor, though. All windows were closed, the front door was locked, nothing appeared disturbed, and at this point I considered waking my parents, but I hesitated because I just couldn't identify a clear explanation that didn't involve me being mistaken. The house makes noises, after all. Animals move through the yard, and I wanted a reason that allowed me to go back to the couch and sleep, I suppose. But that changed when I went upstairs. You see, there are only 2 windows upstairs that open fully, and when I checked the rear-facing one, I noticed movement near the shed at the back of the property. The motion sensor light came on briefly and then shut off again as well. This happens every so often due to possums here, so on its own it wouldn't have concerned me too much, but what did concern me was the timing. The light activated only after the laundry door incident and not before that, and I swear that I saw something or someone. I returned downstairs and locked everything again, triple checking and more deliberate this time. I moved my son into my arms and sat near the front of the house, away from the rear doors. I didn't hear anything else for several minutes after that, too. There was tapping on the glass at one point. It was light at first, intermittent, and close enough that I could tell that it was coming from the laundry door, not the fence or the shed. I stood up, unsure whether to move toward it or away from it. But before I could make that decision, the tapping turned into a single hard impact, like someone striking the glass with their hand. I woke my parents immediately after that. My dad, he got his gun and went outside while my mother called the police. The officers arrived within about 15 minutes and they checked the yard, the alley behind the property as well, and even the neighboring fences. They didn't find anyone, but they noted no damage to the doors or windows and told us that there was no physical evidence of any attempted entry. But what they couldn't explain was the tap, the unlocked doors, or why the motion sensor activated when it did. Over the following weeks, smaller things took place as well that added context rather than comfort. Like the basement light was found on despite the door remaining locked. A window screen from an unused room was discovered removed and leaning against the wall outside. None of these incidences were dramatic enough on their own to justify another police call, but together they created a pattern that was very difficult to ignore and certainly made us far more vigilant. Cameras were installed, locks were replaced. Nothing conclusive was ever recorded, but eventually I moved out. Now, there was no final confrontation, no arrest, and no definitive answers either. But the possibility, it was enough for me to move out, and I'm glad that I did at the time. All I can really hope is that that person is no longer nearby, because if they are, well, that's pretty creepy to think about. I was 21 at the time that this happened, and recently relocated. I had no social network there, and very little familiarity with the city outside of my commute. Recreational weed was not legal in the state at the time, and I didn't have established contacts either. And rather than exercising caution, I treated this as an inconvenience that I could solve by being direct with strangers. I know, not my brightest moment for sure. But most evenings after work, I spent time near a transit hub downtown where informal drug transactions were pretty common. The area was active enough that I assumed risk was pretty low, which, in hindsight, was a very bad assumption. I did not blend in either. I dressed casually, but noticeably differently from most of the people in that area, and I was clearly unfamiliar with the local norms. One night, though, in late October, shortly after 9 o'clock, I approached a man standing near a pedestrian underpass and asked if he knew where I could get some weed. He asked how much money I had, and I showed him a $20 bill. He told me that he could help, but said that the seller was not nearby. He suggested that I drive him to the location, and he said that he would guide me there. I agreed without considering alternatives. He directed me several miles east into a pretty rough-looking area, a residential one. The streets were pretty quiet here, with few occupied houses. He instructed me to park in front of a row of homes with boarded windows and wait while he went inside. I remained in the car for maybe 10 minutes, and during that time I considered leaving, but I didn't act on it. Partly because I was honestly unsure of my location now, and also because I assumed the money was already lost if I did. Eventually he returned and gestured for me to follow him inside. The interior of the house was pretty congested with discarded items everywhere. Movement through the space required stepping over a lot of debris. We entered a small room at the rear. There was another person present, an older woman seated on a mattress, facing a television displaying static. She didn't acknowledge my presence, and the man closed the door behind us and sat down. He produced a glass pipe and prepared it with a substance that was clearly not weed. He used it and then handed it to the woman, who did the same. When the pipe was offered to me, I declined and explained again that I was only looking for some weed. He raised his voice, though, and insisted. I assessed the situation and concluded that compliance would end the interaction faster than continual refusal. So I took the smallest possible inhalation that I could and avoided drawing it into my lungs altogether. Immediately afterward, I stood up and I exited without asking for my money back, and nobody attempted to stop me. I experienced numbness in my mouth and disorientation while driving away. I don't recall the route home clearly. I didn't return to that area again either, but despite this experience, I continued to make some pretty poor decisions. Several months later, in early spring, I was sitting in my car in a multi-level parking structure near my workplace after my shift ended. A woman approached from across the structure and asked for a ride. She appeared physically unwell but coherent. She said that she needed to get to a nearby street and indicated that it was a short distance away, so I agreed. After several turns, it became pretty apparent that she didn't know where she was going. Her speech became erratic, and when I told her that I needed to leave, she panicked and attempted to grab the steering wheel to redirect the car altogether. I stopped immediately and told her that she needed to get out. She reacted by placing her hands around my neck, though. The pressure was minimal, but the intent was pretty clear. I removed her hands and continued driving to avoid stopping in the area that we were already entering, which I recognized as an active open-air drug market. When I finally stopped, several men approached the car. One spoke to me directly and asked what I wanted, and I told him that I didn't know the woman and was just trying to leave. He entered the car without my permission, argued with her briefly, then forcibly removed her and left her on the sidewalk. He then asked me to drive him to a nearby convenience store. And it was then that I noticed that this was the guy from earlier, the one who had forced me to smoke that night. I didn't recognize him at first because he looked so different, but it was him, I'm pretty certain of. At that point, my goal was to just end the situation without escalation, and so I complied, dropped him off, and gave him a little bit of cash that I had. I didn't want to see where it went too, so in the end I just left. I never reported anything because of how involved I was in the space at the time, but I know that it was stupid of me to do these things, and really, I got very, very lucky. That was sufficient enough reason for me to change my behavior eventually, and I had no interest in encountering any of these individuals again because, to be honest, if I had encountered them, I was pretty worried that they were going to either hurt me or maybe do something even worse. I was 16 years old at the time that this happened and living in a small coastal town. It was the kind of place where teenagers assumed that something familiar equaled safety, largely because serious incidents here were pretty rare and everyone believed that they knew everyone else too. That assumption, it shaped a lot of poor decisions really, including the one that set this situation in motion. So, a group of us had stayed overnight at a friend's house during holiday season, and late in the evening, after several hours of boredom and mild bravado, we decided to wander the neighborhood and play a few low-effort pranks. The plan was not organized by any means, and there was no agreed meeting point if something did go wrong, and I think that it was that lack of planning that mattered later the most. One of the houses we targeted responded immediately too. An adult came outside yelling, and the group scattered in different directions without any coordination whatsoever. Within seconds, I lost sight of everyone else too. I ran until I was confident that I was no longer being followed, then slowed down and tried to orient myself a bit. I didn't have a phone with me at the time, and I wasn't carrying any money or anything. After walking for roughly 10 minutes, I reached a small service station on a 2-lane road that connected to town to nearby farmland. It was just after midnight. The station itself was closed, but the forecourt lights were on, and I sat on a low concrete barrier near the pumps, and I tried to decide whether to wait there or start walking back toward my friend's house, which was several miles away now. While I was still considering my options, a compact utility vehicle pulled in and stopped closer to me than necessary. The vehicle was older and in poor condition. The driver was a young adult male, thin with no visible passengers. He didn't exit the vehicle either. He began asking questions immediately and without any introduction. He asked where I lived, why I was out so late, and who I was with, and whether my parents knew where I was. The questions were sort of delivered quickly and repeated when I didn't answer directly. His tone was not overtly aggressive or anything, but it was definitely insistent. I responded minimally and didn't provide any specific information. During the exchange, I noticed that he was holding an object near the steering wheel, though. I couldn't clearly identify what it was, but it resembled a phone positioned in a way that suggested that he may be recording or on a call or something. At that point, being a little bit weirded out by it, I decided that it was time to leave. I moved away from the forecourt and ran toward a scrub-covered drainage area behind the station. I heard the engine rev and saw the vehicle reposition toward the adjacent dirt access road that bordered the open land. I lay flat near a fence line and remained still. The vehicle's headlights swept the area and paused in my direction. I couldn't determine whether the driver saw me or was scanning generally, but after several minutes, the vehicle drove off toward the main road. Once the lights were gone, I waited longer than I thought necessary before moving again, and I avoided the main roads and walked through side streets and undeveloped lots, stopping whenever I heard approaching traffic. Eventually, I encountered two friends who had regrouped and were also trying to get back to the house, and together we returned without any further incident. Now, what was clear was that I was alone, underage, without a phone and stationary in a poorly monitored area pretty late at night, and that interaction was very, very weird. Whatever the driver's purpose was, the outcome was that I left safely in the end, which I was grateful for, but I'm pretty sure that his intent, that it was not good, and that I was actually in a fair bit of danger. This account was originally shared during a late-night call-in program on a regional radio station in southern Malaysia, where listeners were invited to recount unexplained experiences from earlier in their lives. The woman speaking identified herself as Naren and emphasized that, at the time of the events, she didn't believe in anything supernatural. She stated repeatedly that she still didn't, in fact, and that what occurred could be explained without invoking ghosts, but that it was strange nonetheless. More than a decade earlier, Naren was a university student living in a privately run student hostel. The building was old, poorly ventilated, and operated on minimal staffing. To reduce expenses, she shared a single room with another student, Liana, whom she knew only casually. They were not close friends, but coexisted without conflict, and their schedules rarely overlapped. Naren worked evening shifts at a logistics office and typically slept during the day. Liana attended morning lectures and returned to the room early each night. According to Naren, Liana was withdrawn but functional, paid rent on time, and did not openly discuss personal issues, like ever. Several weeks before the incident, though, Naren accepted a temporary assignment in Penang that required her to stay away from the hostel for just over a week. Before leaving, Liana asked whether Naren would be comfortable being alone in the room afterward, as Liana planned to be away for a few days. Naren did not question this and assumed Liana meant visiting family or something. During the trip, Naren noticed Liana's social media activity continued as usual, and messages went unread, but that was not unusual given Liana's tendency to sort of disengage anyway. On the final night of the assignment, Naren attempted to call Liana to coordinate her return. The call went unanswered. When Naren returned to the hostel the following afternoon, Liana appeared to be present. She was seated at the desk, sorting papers. They exchanged brief conversation. Nothing about Liana's behavior stood out as abnormal. Naren showered, slept, and left for work later that evening, and at some point during the night, Liana left the room, stating that she needed to take care of something. The next morning, Naren woke up alone, and she noticed nothing unusual and left for breakfast at a nearby cafe like she usually did. And while there, she overheard staff discussing a persistent odor reported in one of the upper levels of the hostel. Naren didn't associate this with her room and didn't perceive any smell herself. Over the next 2 days, similar comments were made by other residents. One neighbor asked directly whether something had gone bad in Naren's room. Again, she detected nothing. Liana continued to appear in the room during evenings, engaging in brief, mundane interactions before leaving again. And on the fourth day, after Naren's return, the hostel owner arrived with a maintenance worker, stating that multiple complaints had been filed and an inspection was required. When the bathroom door was opened, the worker immediately exited the room and began retching. He even had to be assisted outside. Authorities were immediately contacted because the bathroom contained Liana's body. She had, unfortunately, ended her own life, and the decomposition was pretty advanced. The medical examiner later estimated the time of the death as approximately 10 to 12 days earlier, placing it within hours of Naren departing for Penang. Investigators recovered a handwritten notebook from Liana's belongings, outlining academic stress, financial strain, a recent breakup, and also an unplanned pregnancy. There was no indication that anyone else had been present in the room during the period in question, and so Naren was not a suspect. When questioned, though, Naren insisted that she had seen and spoken with Liana multiple times after returning. Police initially interpreted this as just shock-induced confusion. A psychiatric evaluation later suggested a dissociative response consistent with acute trauma exposure. The assessment concluded that Naren's brain likely suppressed awareness of the body upon initial discovery, substituting expected sensory information and routine behaviors in order to preserve basic functioning. Naren, though, stated that no such memory of discovering the body before the inspection, nor any recollection of unusual sights or smells during the intervening days, had ever occurred. She never accepted the medical explanation, too, and continued insisting that she had seen Liana just moments earlier. She moved out immediately after the investigation concluded and did not return to the hostel. Her reason for sharing the story was mostly confusion about what had happened and also the fact that she believed that she wasn't crazy. As far as she's concerned, she saw Liana and she was convinced that she was there. A couple of years back, I was on a self-guided tour with my parents. The estate that we were in, it restricts access to upper floors, so visitors are routed through a limited number of rooms on the ground level. One of these rooms, it contains a large antique mirror that is often referenced in promotional material. I spent several minutes photographing that room, using 2 cameras, and it was a newer DSLR and an older mirrorless camera that I just keep as a bit of a backup. At the time the photos were taken, nothing appeared unusual. Lighting conditions were pretty poor, I'll admit, but consistent with the rest of the building. I moved on without reviewing the images. Now, maybe 20 minutes later, I noticed the older camera's battery indicator was pretty low. This was unexpected, as the battery had been charged the previous evening, and typically it lasts several hours at least. I assume the cold interior temperature, or maybe the age of the battery, was responsible and powered the camera off to preserve what remained. In any case, as I continued through the main hall near the front entrance, I felt something brush my neck and I heard a faint metallic sound. One of my earrings had fallen onto the floor. The backing was loose, but not visibly broken. I retrieved it and put it away rather than reattaching it. The estate's audio guide system operates through handheld devices triggered by proximity sensors, and I was wearing over-ear headphones connected to my phone and was not actively using the guide anyway. At one point, my father asked whether I intended to listen to the audio narration. When I removed my headphones, the guide device was playing information about a garment displayed in a room that I had already passed through earlier. I didn't recall activating it, but the device hangs at chest height and is known to trigger accidentally when visitors lean near displays. Later, while standing in a former sitting room, a staff member answered questions for a small group that I was sort of nearby. I mentioned the earring incident casually, and another visitor commented that small personal items were often reported as going missing during tours. This drew attention from several people nearby, and so the conversation briefly turned toward the estate's folklore. I explained what had happened without adding any interpretation. When I returned home that evening, I obviously reviewed the photographs, and several images from the older camera were just missing, and others showed heavy digital noise, motion blur, and shadow artifacts consistent with low light conditions and slow shutter speeds, I suppose. But the weirdest thing is that in one of the photos, there's like this huge dark mass. Now, while on a video call with a friend, I powered the old camera back on, and the battery indicator briefly showed a full charge before dropping back to critical within seconds. This behavior is consistent with failing batteries, which can display inaccurate readings due to voltage instability and all that. I later confirmed this too by testing the battery again the following day. It could not hold a charge and was disposed of in the end. But then, the earring backing that I picked up earlier was found later to be warped, almost like it was loosened earlier in the day without me noticing it. The audio guide device, when tested again, triggered easily when passing near certain displays, even without any deliberate input. And that's all I have to really report about it. Nothing further occurred after leaving the estate, and I didn't lose any items or anything, and no devices malfunctioned again once the battery was replaced. But what stood out to me the most is just how weird some of those photos are. In a neutral setting, none of these details would have really registered as significant at all, except for the black mass photo, of course, but in a location like this, they all felt pretty connected, to be honest. I haven't been back since then, but I would relish the opportunity to go back and try and take some more photos and take a closer look. This incident occurred during my late adolescence, at a point when my mental health and emotional stability were noticeably pretty poor. I was living in southern Sweden at the time, having relocated there from another country a few years earlier. The town was small, quiet, and uneventful, which contributed to a general sense of isolation rather than comfort. I was 17 years old at the time, still in secondary school and experiencing persistent stress related to academics and social pressure. I spent a large amount of my time alone in my bedroom, often online late at night and just sort of browsing the web. During that period, I was consuming a significant amount of content focused on fear-based themes, particularly videos framed as personal testimonies involving extreme religious experiences. I didn't actively practice any religion at the time, but I was emotionally vulnerable and receptive to narratives that offered simple explanations for suffering. Now, one evening, I watched a video in which a man claimed to have undergone a literal journey to an afterlife scenario involving punishment and confinement. The presentation was graphic and framed as factual rather than symbolic, and while I remained skeptical of the claim itself, the emotional impact was pretty immediate. The video relied heavily on fear and moral consequence, and it remained on my mind long after it ended. Shortly afterward, I became acutely aware of my surroundings too. The room felt subjectively different, though nothing had changed physically. I experienced heightened alertness, shallow breathing, and an unexplained sense that I should not be alone. These sensations escalated quickly enough that I decided to leave the room and go to the common area of the house where the other people were present. As I was descending the staircase, I felt a firm, localized pressure on the back of my right shoulder. It was brief and distinct, similar to a deliberate tap intended to get somebody's attention. My immediate reaction was involuntary. I turned abruptly and I shouted, but there was no one behind me. The hallway was empty and there was nobody nearby, no pets that could have caused the sensation either. The noise drew the attention of my stepfather, though, who called out from another room. I did not have a clear explanation to offer, and so I described the incident pretty vaguely. And for the remainder of the evening, I remained close to other people in the house and avoided being alone. Over the next several hours, I experienced heightened startled responses too. Minor sounds prompted disproportionate reactions. Physical contact, even from the family dog, caused discomfort for me. I didn't sleep well that night and remained pretty anxious the following day. No similar incidences occurred again in that house, and we moved several months later, and I haven't experienced a comparable sensation since then. I didn't pursue any form of religious explanation afterward, nor did I encounter any further episodes of the physical touching or anything. I really don't know what that was, but the physicality of the sensation makes it very difficult to dismiss immediately, even though no evidence supported an external source. Also, I don't know if it's related to what I was watching at the time, but the coincidental nature of the whole thing is a bit strange, and I cannot dismiss that entirely at this point. At the time that this happened, I was in my mid-20s, pregnant with my second child, and in the process of relocating with my partner and toddler to a rental property in a regional location. The house was older and had been subdivided without proper permits, something that the owner disclosed casually during the walkthrough, mind you. He mentioned that the lower level had previously been vandalized with disturbing symbols before renovation. The comment registered as a bit odd, but sort of irrelevant at the time. We needed housing quickly, and so we moved in without further consideration. For several months, daily life was pretty uneventful. The pregnancy progressed normally, and nothing about the house drew attention beyond typical maintenance issues. The earlier comment about the basement faded entirely from memory, to be honest. That changed, though, after a relative contacted us, sort of unexpectedly. He had lost a job recently in another state, and he asked if he could stay temporarily while starting a new job nearby. We had a spare room, and so we agreed, with the understanding that he would contribute financially once he was paid. Because he arrived with almost no resources, we covered his initial expenses, including work supplies and a bit of food. 2 weeks later, we spent most of our monthly budget on groceries, intending them to last until the next pay cycle. The following day, we drove to visit my father, who lived in a rural property with livestock, and I was about 6 months pregnant at the time. And while there, I made a poor decision to ride one of his horses, despite the risks. Shortly after mounting, the animal was startled and bolted uncontrollably. The incident escalated rapidly too. The horse ran toward a road, narrowly avoiding a collision with a passing vehicle. I was thrown and I landed hard. The driver stopped and identified himself as an off-duty emergency responder. An ambulance was called and I was transported to the hospital and admitted for observation due to trauma and pregnancy-related concerns, obviously. Although there were no complications with the baby, I did sustain injuries to my face, arm, and back and remained hospitalized for several days, but I was thankful that my baby was okay. When I returned home on prescribed pain medication, I discovered that my relative had left without any notice. All the food purchased days earlier were now gone too, and he had taken personal items as well and left no explanation, no payment, and no contact information. The timing compounded existing stress, obviously, and left us in a very vulnerable position, but because of my limited mobility, a close friend stayed with us briefly to help with some childcare. When I asked her to retrieve bedding from the vacant room that my relative had used, she refused after stepping into the hallway, stating that the room made her feel uncomfortable. I personally dismissed this as fatigue, and so I just went myself. I was able to enter the room, but I experienced a sudden spike in anxiety, similar to a pressure sensation combined with heightened awareness. I attributed it to medication side effects and exhaustion at the time, but it was certainly a bit weird. Over the following nights too, my sleep became fragmented. I was alone overnight with my toddler while my partner worked nights, and during this period, I began seeing things. I repeatedly saw a human figure moving through the hallway outside of the bedroom. At first, it was distant and brief, appearing only when I was sort of partially asleep, really. But as the nights continued, the episodes, they intensified. The figure appeared closer and lingered longer. On the fifth night, I woke abruptly and there was a dark figure beside the bed. I also experienced some sort of temporary paralysis at the time, an inability to say anything, and this weird chest pressure. These symptoms, I know, closely align with sleep paralysis, but I don't think that that's what this was. Eventually, though, the paralysis broke and I shouted, and that was when whatever this thing was went behind a corner and I didn't see it again. There were no further occurrences after that night, thankfully, and I really have no idea what that was. We remained in the house for several additional months without any incident after that. There were no similar experiences afterward, and despite living in multiple other residents since then, I'd never seen anything like it. With time and some distance, I suppose, the event became easier to sort of contextualize. Maybe the physical injury, the pregnancy, the emotional stress, disrupted sleep, medication, all of that, right, could have contributed to the fact that I saw something. Maybe it all was just in my head, but still, when you go through something like this, you never forget it. Trust me. So, this took place at around 9:40 p.m. local time in Northern California. My wife and I were home in our single-story rental house, and we had adopted a mixed-breed dog about 8 months earlier. He was just under a year old at that point, had no health problems, and had completed all recommended veterinarian visits and all that. And while the dog was sleeping on the living room floor, I noticed a rhythmic sort of head movement. The motion was repetitive and inconsistent with normal sleep behavior. His head sort of rotated laterally and vertically in a short sort of continuous motion. At first, I assumed it was a dream response, but the movement persisted for over a minute, which was a bit strange. I woke him by calling his name, and I touched his shoulder. He became alert immediately, stood up, and responded to us normally. However, the head movement continued while he was awake. There was no loss of balance, no collapse, and no limb involvement. His eyes tracked normally, and he didn't appear to be distressed or anything. At that point, I moved him into the kitchen where the lighting was a bit better, and I tried to take a look at him. The head motion continued for about another 30 to 40 seconds before gradually stopping, and throughout this time my wife remained with me, observing the same thing. But shortly after focusing on the dog, though, I experienced a weird onset of nausea. There was no warning and no gradual build-up, and within seconds I felt really lightheaded and I even lost consciousness briefly. I regained awareness on the floor and realized that I had vomited. The episode lasted less than a minute, but the recovery period was pretty disorienting. Mind you, I have no prior history of fainting, seizures, panic attacks, or anything like this. My wife confirmed that I didn't convulse or strike my head or anything, and my breathing resumed normally almost immediately after I regained consciousness. Once I was able to sit upright, we checked the dog again, and he was behaving normally, walking, responding to commands, and showing no residual symptoms of anything. His head movement didn't return either, and about 10 minutes later, though, my phone began issuing multiple notifications from an application that I use to monitor geological activity. The alerts reference clusters of low-magnitude seismic events occurring offshore in the Pacific Rim. My wife, who uses a similar application, began receiving the same notifications at the same frequency too. The alerts were not unusual individually by any means, but The volume and the timing certainly stood out. We verified the information using a separate data source and confirmed that the events were real, though small in magnitude and widely distributed. At that point, my physical symptoms had gone and everything was resolved as far as I could tell, but I certainly remained pretty unsettled due to the coincidence of the events. We turned off the notifications and focused on assessing immediate risks, and there were no power fluctuations, no gas smells, and no unusual sounds inside or outside of the house. But over the next hour, neither my wife nor the dog showed any further symptoms. I monitored myself for dizziness, chest pain, or any signs of anything weird, but I didn't experience any. Anyway, the following day I contacted our veterinarian and described the dog's behavior, and the vet suggested that the episode was consistent with a mild focal tremor, which apparently can occur in young dogs and resolve spontaneously. And because there were no reoccurring symptoms, we were advised to monitor rather than intervene immediately. I also followed up with myself as well, and based on the description they suggested a response triggered by acute stress, and really that was it. They focused intensely on perceived emergencies, combined with standing abruptly and an adrenaline release, and they suggested that this likely caused the brief loss of consciousness and nausea. As for the seismic alerts, further review showed that the activity fell within normal background levels for the region and the time period. The notifications appeared excessive due to app sensitivity rather than the unusual geological behavior. But here's where things get a little bit weird. So eventually I did a bit of a follow-up, and I went to see another doctor who sort of took a look at me and did a once-over, I suppose you could say, and he found burn marks that are consistent with radiation damage. They did some testing on the skin and they confirmed that it was actually radiation burn. I have no idea how that's even possible, which is sort of why I'm here. Have any of you guys ever heard of anything like this before? And if you have, what was the explanation? So my cousin Mylan was removed from Spain after a series of arrests related to drug possession and public disturbances. He had been using cannabis daily for years at that stage, along with periods of stimulant use, and had developed persistent paranoia, insomnia, and auditory disturbances too. After his deportation, he spent several weeks in a psychiatric unit in southern Serbia, where he was diagnosed with substance-induced psychosis and discharged once he was no longer considered an immediate danger. The family, they decided that he should stay somewhere in an unoccupied house in a rural hillside village near the Bulgarian border. The property, it had been empty for years at this stage. There was intermittent electricity from an unstable line there, no heating system, and the water pressure was pretty bad too. Winters in that area are very cold too, and the house was built from stone with poor insulation. Mylan, he lived there alone, and he slept irregularly, sometimes staying awake for entire nights. During one period of agitation, he damaged several fixtures in the house, including breaking internal doors and burning wood scraps indoors to keep warm. This behavior was consistent with earlier episodes and didn't initially raise new concerns. Despite his mental state, he did not exhibit fear of isolation. He routinely walked outside at night and showed no anxiety about the surrounding terrain at all. However, he began reporting repetitive observations that suggested fixation at some point. He mentioned that an elderly woman from a nearby property would walk around her yard late at night, following the same loop repeatedly, allegedly. The behavior was likely mundane, but he returned to it frequently in conversation, assigning significance to it. Soon after, he began describing a reoccurring sound in the house too. According to him, it occurred nightly at roughly the same time, originating from the bathroom. He described it as wet, a repetitive noise that stopped whenever he approached. There was no plumbing activity that could explain it, but the house did have exposed pipes, rodents, and moisture damage, so really it could have been a lot of things. Family members later noticed evidence of animals in the walls too, so maybe it was just that. But one night, he reported a severe incident. After investigating the bathroom again, and returning to the living area where he would normally stay, he said that he experienced sudden pressure around his neck and chest. He described losing balance, dizziness, and shortness of breath, and at the same time, the television, an older, heavy unit placed on an unstable stand, allegedly just fell forward, or didn't really fall but was like pushed. When he regained awareness, he was on the floor with the television broken beside him. He had a minor head wound and bruising on his neck consistent with a fall and brief compression, but there was no evidence of any external interference at all. The layout of the room and the damaged stand suggested that he may have collapsed into the furniture, but he insists that that was not the case. Anyway, the following morning, another relative found him disoriented but conscious, and emergency services were contacted, and he was transported for evaluation. No fractures were found. Medical staff attributed the incident to a seizure episode, possibly caused by panic or dehydration, withdrawal symptoms maybe too, and exhaustion. When asked what he thought had happened, he gave an offhand explanation rooted in cultural belief, but didn't insist on it or display delusional fixation afterward. In the days that followed, he was calmer, though still cognitively dulled, and eventually he moved out. Now, some years later, other family members went to stay there, and here's where things get a little bit strange. You see, they experienced very similar things to what Mylan did. They said that they heard strange noises, that they felt dizzy at times, and said as well that they had experienced things being moved in the house on their own. Now, obviously with Mylan, much of it could be dismissed as his withdrawals, right? But these other family members, as far as I knew, they were completely sane with no drug history or alcohol abuse or anything like that, no mental health issues, and they were just completely healthy. Which really begs the question, right? Was Mylan experiencing something there, or was it all just in his head? They seem to think that there's something in the house, and they're convinced that Mylan was telling the truth now after their experiences. I might have to go and stay there at some point and really try to figure this out for myself, because the whole thing has me really interested now and very curious as to what might be going on there. So, if I do, I'll be sure to let you guys know what happens there, but for now, thanks for listening. I want to preface this story by saying that while I am pretty much agnostic on a good day and an atheist on a bad day, I am still a fan of horror, and I grew up in a fairly religious environment via a very evangelical Christian high school. So my point of view may be skewed by those influences, I'll admit. However, I do think whatever my fiancé and I witnessed was, at the very least, an extremely dangerous person. So, for context, I started college in the fall of 2018, going to a university in a somewhat rural area. The college itself, it sits on a large plot of land surrounded by farmland and vineyards, with sections that are forested and have sort of little trails running through them, and a creek that runs through the length of the school property even. The college has even had a murder victim dumped in one of the wooded areas on the campus, but that's a story for another day. Freshmen, though, were required to live on campus their first year, and one of the benefits of that was that we had unlimited access to the school cafeteria, aka the CAF. The CAF, it was pretty nice, boasting a salad bar, sandwich station, mini bakery, hot food with different menus daily, and pretty much every fountain drink that you can think of. I would get lunch and dinner there with my only friend at the time, and who is now my fiancé, might I add, and we began to notice this boy who was always at the CAF alone. It wasn't uncommon to see students eating there alone. My school had pretty poor community outreach or school spirit, but something was just, I don't know, really off about this kid. Like, first off, he had a very distinct look. This is important too because we recognized him multiple times over 3 years. His skin, it was extremely pale and had this sort of waxy flesh look to it that I struggled to describe, almost like he was made of wax, but he also had red curly hair, insert ginger joke here, I know, but a mouth a little too large for his face, but what was the strangest thing about him were his eyes. They were the same color as his hair, that bright red auburn. His iris was almost too big for his eye, and his pupils, they were extremely dilated. His eyes had a sort of bulging look to them too, very similar to Mark Zuckerberg, like they were trying to escape his face almost. It's hard to describe here, but he just had a very, I don't know, unsettling look to him. It just felt like there was something very wrong with him, like there was nothing inside of him almost. But his appearance wasn't what caught our attention at first, to be honest. What caught our attention was the amount of food that this kid would eat. Of course, having unlimited access to food, some kids went really overboard, right? But this kid, he was on another level altogether. He always had 5 or 6 cups of juice, soda, coffee, and 3 or 4 plates piled with food. Mind you, he was not large or overweight, but he would clear every plate and then just sit in his booth alone, staring into space with his headphones in. That was another thing too. He always had this blank, sort of vacant expression, always staring into nothing. Whenever you walked past his booth, you could hear that the music from his headphones was on full blast. We began to notice too that no matter what time we went to the cafe, whether it be for a late night snack, a breakfast, a random afternoon craving, he was just always there, sitting alone in the ruins of his empty plates. And we weren't the only people who noticed this strange behavior too. By second semester, people began approaching him. At first, just some girls jokingly saying something to the effect of, "We strive to be on your level," referencing his eating habits, and he just stared at them blankly. People began to ask if he was okay, if he would like to join them, but he always just stared, sometimes with a sort of knowing smile on his face, but would never reply, leaving the students to depart awkwardly. Once I even witnessed one of the cafe attendants telling him that he needed to stop spending all his time there. My friend that I always ate with became my boyfriend in the end, and we began to theorize what exactly this kid's deal was. We said maybe mental illness, or maybe he was a competitive eater, or he was trying to bulk up or whatever, but his behavior seemed too empty, too neurotic to be explained away by any of these. Our main theory, the one that I subscribe to now, it didn't come till much later. My sophomore year, I opted to live on campus again, and in the middle of my second semester, that was when COVID hit. My school, they allowed us to remain on campus until the school year was up, and due to some personal reasons for not wanting to go home, I remained in my dorm, and my boyfriend joined me and we quarantined together. That time was honestly just so strange because our campus became an incredibly liminal space without all the other students. Some others remained with us, but on any given day you would walk the entire campus and not run into another soul. My boyfriend and I, we started running the wooded trails on campus to get some exercise too. And one day, we stopped on one of the trails to do some burpees. As we did so, the kid from the cafe emerged from the trees all of a sudden. Not on any trail, just walked out of the woods and started running toward us. This really caught us off guard because, we rarely saw anyone at this point, and he just made a beeline toward us. Right as he ran up on us, though, he just stopped, just smiled at us knowingly, as if we shared some joke. But it was not a smile. In fact, it was incredibly nasty, sinister even. I don't know if I felt that way because he had scared us, but something was definitely off. We had never spoken to him those times at the cafe, but he definitely seemed to recognize us. The other thing that was weird was that he was now jacked, way taller and just larger than he had ever been freshman year. And I mean, it wasn't just that he gained muscle, he just seemed like he scaled up a whole lot. Like he hit a massive growth spurt, which I suppose is plausible, but it just seemed really off. Anyway, we were both obviously shaken by the experience, and began to joke that he had been eating so much to store up energy so he could level up or something. And one of us, I forget which, but we suggested that he looked so strange because it was a demon wearing a human skin and was eating so much to build strength for his demonic powers, and that's how he grew so quickly. Like I said, it began as a joke, but the more that we discussed it, the more it just seemed to explain not only his odd appearance, but his odd behavior toward other students, the empty look in his eyes. But here's where things went from just weird to, honestly, downright terrifying. So my boyfriend and I forgot about him eventually, and moved out of my dorm into an apartment a few blocks from school as we were still finishing, and because school was mostly online now, obviously with COVID, and I liked the area. The same creek that ran the length of our school campus ran behind our complex, and as it was still COVID lockdown and we had nothing to do, we would often go on long walks up and down the creek. Now, one evening we went for a walk at dusk, and by the time that we got to the main road our apartment was on, it was completely dark. It was extremely quiet, and as we walked along the road, we saw that we were coming up on a man walking very slow and deliberate. My hackles were up immediately, as our apartment is in a pretty seedy area and there was a lot of homeless and unstable people who sometimes hung out from the creek. And there was just something about his walk. It was so deliberate and predatory almost. As we crossed paths with the man though, he walked even slower, and in the dim light of the street lamps I realized that I recognized him as that same kid, that same waxy face and bulging eyes. I also realized that in one hand, he held a paper bag with something big and round in it, while in the other, he was holding a crowbar. Yeah, a crowbar. He slowed down even more as he passed us and turned his whole head and smiled at us. This time there was no mistake when I tell you that it was very threatening. It was the most sinister smile that I'd ever seen, in fact, and it had that same knowing in it. Like he knew us and we shared some joke. He didn't say anything, just stared at us with his horrible eyes. I don't know if I just read too many creepypastas or if I'm overthinking things, but I knew on an animalistic level that he wanted to hurt us and wanted us to know that he could. After we passed him, we took off running, and when we returned to the apartment, we were both in a full-blown panic. Even my boyfriend, who tends to be pretty level-headed and skeptical, wanted to call the police at this stage. We did, and as soon as we began to explain the situation, we felt pretty foolish about it. They asked if he threatened us, and we said not verbally, but we felt threatened. Despite the absurdity of our call, they said that they would look into it because obviously there's not a lot of non-nefarious reasons to be walking around at night with a crowbar. But we never heard anything, and after that, we never saw him again. Now, to close this, I just think the whole thing is strange. How this kid kept showing up in our lives over 3 years, and always seemed to recognize us, always seemed to want to let us know that he knew us. I think as people, we know when there's just something off about a person, right? When there's nothing going on inside. People have said as much about sociopaths that they've had run-ins with. But I want to know what you guys think. Did I encounter the Antichrist leveling up, a demon, or just a really troubled kid who became a dangerous man? Maybe he was just a depressed kid, but I will hold firm that we were, at the very least, threatened by this guy, that he wanted to hurt us, and that we encountered something or someone very evil. But what do you guys think? Also, I did some rudimentary Google searches for police reports in the area for, assault with a crowbar or whatever, and some other things that might have related to that, but in the end, we couldn't find anything. This incident took place about 4 years ago. I was living with my college friends in a shared apartment, but then I got married and I started searching for a separate room to start our new journey as husband and wife. I rented a house, which was a big double-story cottage. The owner, an old couple, they were living in the ground floor and they gave us a room on the first floor. So me and my wife, we moved into this new house. There was nobody else living in that cottage other than the four of us, old couple, me and my wife. Everything was going great too until once I experienced something unusual happening at night. I just felt like somebody was present in our house for whatever reason. I felt like someone was watching us, observing us. It was a really weird feeling, but nothing else really happened, and so life just went on. One day though, my wife decided to visit her parents for a couple of weeks and she left home. I was alone that night, and after finishing the episode of The Big Bang Theory that I was watching, as usual, I went to go and sleep in my bed. It was now the middle of the night and I was in a deep sleep, and I started feeling like someone was trying to hold my hand and legs. But in the deep sleep, I couldn't really feel much, I guess. But slowly, the grip of my hands and legs became more firm, and it became so firm that suddenly I woke up. And now, I could feel 100% that someone was holding my hands and legs. I could barely breathe. I was also feeling like somebody was trying to stop my breathing. I got scared. My heartbeat increased violently and I started sweating. I suddenly remembered that I should speak the religious chants that I learned growing up, but not a single word was coming out of my mouth. I became more desperate and gathered all of my energy to speak chants, but I couldn't. And then I realized that I should speak religious chants in my mind, and this is where I started feeling relieved as the grip of my hands, legs, and on my throat began to loosen. I now began speaking, and I started chanting religious chants out loudly, and slowly, very slowly, everything became normal again, and eventually I sat up in bed, and I just wondered what the heck had happened. After some time, I went back to sleep, and nothing else happened that night. After my wife came back, we shifted to a new rental house, and since then I haven't experienced anything similar again, which is a bit strange, right? Around 3 months ago, my younger brother woke up screaming bloody murder at around 4 a.m. in the morning, waking up the entire house. After my mother and I came running to see what was happening, he was downstairs crying and screaming that there was a man in his room. After calming him down, he told us the full story. At first, he was dreaming about hands coming from the curtains and reaching out to grab him. After waking up, the hands were still there apparently, but now they were around him on the bed. He shot out of bed screaming, only to be met by a dark figure lurking in the corner of his bedroom. He ran out of his room, down the stairs, and saw my mother standing there. Only my mother and I were just coming out of our rooms to see what all the screaming was about, so that wasn't our mother. My mother and I never saw the figures, only heard the screaming, but my brother swears that they were real and he wasn't dreaming anymore. He did see the real us coming down the stairs, and when he looked back, my mother was gone. He describes it as the scariest thing that he's ever been involved in. Now, about a week ago, a similar thing happened once again, and there were screams. Not as severe as the first time, but still loud enough to wake all of us up. My brother, he was in the hallway crying again. He had seen my deceased dog on her hind legs, with red eyes and a satanic symbol staring at him. I'm not entirely sure if this was a nightmare this time, but my brother is not someone who is easily scared or panicked, so it definitely leaves a bit of a bad taste in my mouth. My first instincts say that it was just dreams and maybe sleep paralysis. I'm not too familiar with paranormal things, so I was hoping to maybe get some pointers here as to what this could be. I'd be lying if I said that I've never felt weird in our house, but I never thought much about it, I guess. It's just an ordinary Dutch family house with no prior history of paranormal activity. I'll try and answer any questions below in the comments section, since I don't really know what other info you might need to help, but I'm happy to provide whatever you need. This is an old story from when I used to live in the dorms during my time in college. This happened about 5 years ago, and this dorm has a full history of, well, people ending their lives and all sorts of tragic events. So much so that the dorm windows are only allowed to be open a little bit. So, I lived in a huge apartment in New York City with 3 big rooms. 3 in one, 3 in the second, and 2 in the third, my room. The rooms were really far apart, and there were 2 bathrooms too. One nice one, and the other bathroom with showers was a bit like a jail, to be honest. But that was my bathroom. So, I lived there with a girl that we called T. Every night, T and I would have long conversations until the early morning. She was a bit insane, and so was I at the time. I was 19 years old, and I was going through depression and mental issues. So that already makes the whole story a bit dark, I know, but during the times we all lived there, here are some things that I personally encountered and some that were confirmed by others as well. The first thing was that lights were turning on and off by themselves all the time. One night I left the shower and I was the only one awake. I turned off the light, and immediately as I walked out, I saw that the light came right back on. It gave me shivers, but I didn't suspect anything until the next few encounters. And so the second thing that would happen was the smell of sulfur appearing for like 2 minutes and disappearing just as fast as it came. T and we were in the bedroom with the door locked and shut, no windows open, only the air conditioner. I asked my roommate if she had farted, and she said no, did you? And as soon as we stopped talking about it, it left with no trace, but the smell was just terrible. Way too strong to be from a person, really. The third thing was hearing long melodic whistling while I shower. It was not a drain too, because I'd been living there for like 2 months and never heard a noise like that. It was melodic and even had a tune. I am a very spiritual person, so this didn't scare me that much, but I definitely felt uncomfortable, so I left the shower in the end. And the fourth thing were entire objects falling off of a bolted desk that they gave you in the dorms. So one evening, my roommate and I were out of the bedroom. T was in the kitchen and I was in the bathroom, and we both heard a loud bang. When we walked in, everything on our desks was on the floor. But we had those tiered desks where there's a base level and shelves above it. T's desk was against the wall of the outside of the building, and mine shared a wall with the other room. I asked the other girls if they were moving around, and they were literally just there sort of studying and relaxing, and they said no, and also none of their stuff was moved. It wasn't just like a few things fell off too. I mean, every single thing was now on the floor, almost like something or someone just swiped everything off to one side. A normal bang would probably cause just a few items to fall off, right? But not everything. I got uncomfortable with these experiences, so I decided to place my solid gold crucifix charm with a depiction of Jesus in the room. I also started praying at night, and weirdly enough, nothing ever happened after that. But man, I feel bad for anyone who stays in that room in the future, because it is genuinely terrifying. So my husband took me to the Stanley Hotel for my birthday. We stayed only one night, and when we got there, we joined this ghost tour that they had going on, and they talked about the history of the hotel and whatnot. I leave during the tour to go to the bathroom, come back, and the tour is pretty much done. No biggie though, right? Fast forward to the crack of dawn, and I'm the lightest sleeper on earth pretty much. and I hear this loud scratching at our door and am immediately wide awake. It stops after about 20 seconds and I lay back down, and a few seconds later, the scratching starts again. I sit up in bed at this point and was weirded out because to get to our room you had to go through this corridor where our room was, and furthermore, you had to have a key pass to get through the first door, so it wasn't like you could just walk up to our door or anything, and there was nothing outside our door when we went to bed. The scratching though was loud and sounded like claws on a door, and you could tell it was coming from the bottom part of the door. I woke up my husband finally and asked, "Can you hear that scratching at the door?" But the scratching stopped the second that he woke up. He thought that I was crazy and laughed. He said that it was probably people outside, and I said no, it was coming from the door. I was adamant that it was the door too because I got close enough to confirm it. I could hear it as clearly as I could hear him. He said that I was just looking for a reason to be scared by a ghost, so I must have imagined it. I was getting annoyed because I never mentioned anything about a ghost. All I said is that there was a loud scratching at the door and was wondering what it could possibly be because, we're in a corridor and it sure as heck wasn't people outside of our door. I was dumbfounded and irritated because I had no clue what it was and it was bothering me. What the heck was that, right? I didn't imagine it. So we went to check it out, and I asked the worker what could possibly be scratching at my door that early in the morning. His eyes got big all of a sudden though, and he went and got another worker who worked there for a long time. I told him everything, and he said that it was a ghost dog that used to wake people up at the crack of dawn by scratching at their door. My husband chimes in at that point and says, "Oh yeah, you were in the bathroom when the guy was talking about the ghost dog." I could have choked him out, honestly, but anyway, I don't know what it was in the end. I didn't see anything, but I sure as heck heard it. And I had to get all of this off my chest because it's been bothering me ever since it happened. My husband, he still thinks I imagined it, but I know for sure that I didn't. "50 years ago, when I was in high school and college, I taught CPR and first aid classes for the Red Cross in a building that was built in the mid-1800s. I don't know architecture, but I think it would have been called Victorian, I guess. Most of the time the classes I taught, they were like 10 to 15 people and ended at around 10 at night. After class, I'd watch everybody leave, lock up, and then clean up. Classes were on the second floor, and I'd have to carry the CPR dummies down to the basement for the storage. Creaky stairs, bad lighting, and shelves with stacked up CPR dummies looking like corpses. Yeah, it was a bit creepy. In fact, that basement was just overall creepy as heck. Always felt like you were being watched down there. I'd hear footsteps following me up the stairs and constantly check over my shoulder. While I was in the basement, almost always, I'd hear footsteps upstairs as well. The first time or two times I rushed upstairs to see who I'd forgotten and locked inside, but there was never anyone there, just me in the building. The office staff in the building left at 5, so I almost never saw them, but I decided to get there early to see if the office ladies knew anything about the creepy basement and footsteps. They all laughed at me. They apparently all knew that it was haunted. They even had names for the ghosts. There was a little girl that they'd seen and hear singing. There were muffled and mumbled voices, footsteps, and the toilets flushed on their own. But none of them, and I mean not one of them, would ever go into the basement. Never the basement, they said. Apparently, the Red Cross, they had bought the building from a former funeral home, and the basement was where they did the embalming. I eventually got used to it, I suppose, but the first few times as a 17-year-old, that place absolutely terrified me. I've had many paranormal encounters in my life, whether it be seeing things, hearing things, or even feeling things. My family, they joke that I must have ghosts following me around because it happens so frequently. But we also lived in many haunted places growing up. Crying babies at night, things running around like crazy at 3 a.m, angry banging on the walls when nobody was home but me, and once, even a really tall shadow man that would sit by my bedroom doorway in a meditative pose. But you get the idea. Paranormal stuff gets on my nerves, in fact. So when I recently moved into a new apartment with my boyfriend, and I was very happy that it felt empty, as in no one was there but us, I was pretty chuffed. But unfortunately, that only lasted until last weekend. So it was very late and we had just finished the deed. Yes, necessary backstory, sorry about that, but we were laying in bed. My boyfriend noticed the time, a little after 3 a.m, and jokingly asked if I could feel anything lurking around because it was the witching hour. I joked back that sorry, the ghosts only had a 10-minute window from 3 to 3:10 to do their haunting, and they'd missed their shot tonight. But only a few seconds later, our partly open bedroom door slammed shut violently. My poor boyfriend, who also had very negative experiences with the paranormal, and is honestly more scared of these things than me, was very freaked out. So to relieve some of the tension, I joked that there was nothing to worry about, since it was probably some cranky old man's ghost who was mad that we didn't do just 5 minutes of dry missionary and call it good, and that it probably took him 5 years of stored energy to slam the door like that anyway. But as soon as the words left my mouth, I felt something slam over me, like a shield of air but solid, and for a few seconds I couldn't breathe. That sobered me up quickly and got me properly scared. I very softly whispered to my boyfriend that whatever it was did not appreciate my sense of humor. For the next few minutes, the bedroom door kept opening and shutting in small jerky movements. Eventually I gathered my courage, got up, opened the door and apologized for being offensive. I then firmly added that we were trying to sleep now, shut the door and locked it. And we slept the rest of the night unharassed. Honestly, I think the funniest part was my boyfriend asking to move to the side that I usually sleep on by the wall, so I would be closer to the door, which was absolutely fine by me. It was definitely one of the more interesting encounters though that I've had in a while, and I'm sad to say that this house is not empty after all. I'm even sadder to report, whatever or whoever is here, they do not have a sense of humor at all. But I mean, oh well, after the shadow meditation man, whose head nearly touched the doorframe while sitting, this ghost, honestly, is just low-hanging fruit to me. To preface this, I just want to say that me and my wife are both of sound body and mind. We're both military retirees living aboard Camp Pendleton. So last night, my wife was in the garage around midnight painting her toenails. I was upstairs watching X-Men 97. Both of our dogs were with her in the garage. She had her headphones on, but heard the dogs growling and hair standing up on their backs. The garage door was all the way up and she looks up to see what they were growling at. It's super dark on base at night and off in a distance, maybe 100 or so feet. She says that she sees two bright white circle lights, kind of stacked up atop of one another. One smaller, one a little bit bigger. She says that when she looked up, the lights were initially by a tree and then floated to the center of the field and seemingly began coming towards our house. She says that she hurriedly grabbed the dogs and let the garage door down. She's an East Texas, rough and rugged sort of gal and not easily scared by much. She said that it wasn't a person and that it was just two balls of light floating there. She's not into UFOs or aliens in a big way. She does believe that they exist though. She's just not into researching and seeking info out on them. And honestly, I'm pretty mad because she didn't tell me anything till the morning. She was like, dude, I forgot to tell you, last night this happened. I was low-key sort of heated because I research this stuff a lot and I enjoy it. But what do you guys think she actually saw? Was it just balls of lightning that we hear about all the time as one possible answer for this? Or was there something more to it? This happened last year, right before I switched up jobs in October. So I used to work really early in the morning. In fact, I would be at a transit bus at 4:30, get to my intersection, and hopefully catch a connecting bus. I didn't like walking in this neighborhood for two reasons as well. One, I was almost hit by a drunk driver one time while walking to work. And two, I have a lot of body pain that made walking distances a little bit difficult. My bus, though, was running late, so sadly I did miss my connection and was forced to walk that day. So I began my 15-minute walk to my job in the dark of the morning. Now, this neighborhood is a bit strange. One of those where you simply cross a street and you're in the other good or bad side of the neighborhood, if you catch my drift. And I was in what was the newer or good side of this area. To add into this too, the area is barely lit with hardly any streetlights, so it was an anxiety-inducing walk, that much is for sure. But as I'm walking, I see headlights down one of the darkened streets. It catches my attention and I glance down it for a split second just to see what it was doing, and then I focus back on the path ahead of me. Suddenly though, the car is peeling out of that street and does a sharp turn to pull up right next to me. In the car were 3 or 4 guys. I want to say that they were early to mid-20s, but it was hard to tell, but I immediately went on high alert. When they got up beside me, they started screaming at me about how they were going to kill me and a bunch of other stuff before they eventually made a U-turn on the road and peeled off into the opposite direction. My heart was absolutely racing and I was shaking. It was the second time something bad had happened in that neighborhood that put me off that I couldn't wait to get a new job away from this area. While their threats were empty and probably just a bunch of dudes being idiots, it didn't take away the fact that for a split second, I was genuinely afraid that they were going to mow me down with their car or jump out and beat the ever-living, well, you get it. And it only added fuel to the growing PTSD fire of almost getting rammed by a drunk driver one time. Luckily, I did get a new job within a month of the incident, but I am still very nervous around traffic. And every time a car speeds by me while I'm walking on the sidewalk, I feel my heart racing because I think of that time, and also the drunk driver. So I'm not big on the paranormal by any means. In fact, I don't really even believe in this stuff for years. I've always thought that this kind of stuff was just total and utter nonsense, really. But for the last year, I have been experiencing some of the weirdest stuff, and genuinely, I cannot explain any of it. I live in a relatively small house, 1,100 square feet, 2 bedrooms, only an attic, no upstairs, attached garage, and the house we lived in was built in the 50s. My family have lived in this house for about 5 years now. We love this house too, and for the first 4 years, we had none of these issues. This all started in about August of last year. I'm going to give you a bit of a list of events here that I now suspect are all related. So the first event was while I was backing into my driveway one day, while switching cars so my wife could leave for work, I saw what looked like a shadowy man on the backup camera enter my house. My heart raced, but I flew into my house, grabbed the bat, and checked every room top to bottom because I was certain I saw someone break in. And in the end, I found nobody. The second event was in September. We started hearing weird sounds, like knocking in the walls. I thought maybe we had mice, but no. The knocking never lasted long, it always was just 3 knocks. Sometimes we would hear it on the doors and on the windows, but that was it. The third event was in November, and I started hearing the sounds of our old switches in the other rooms flipping on and off. It would only happen one time, but it's always on and immediately off. This would mainly be in the kitchen. Sometimes I heard it in the bathroom though, but might I add that I never see the lights go on, but I clearly hear the switches going on and off. The fourth event, and this is when it got really weird. This happened in December one night at exactly 10:30 p.m. while listening to YouTube in the garage and working on my motorcycle. I heard something like slide and fall in the living room. Everybody in my house was asleep, so I head to the living room to see where it was. Now, in order to get into the living room from the garage, you have to go through the kitchen, and when I got to the microwave stand, I heard clear as day my voice calling my son's name. It only did it once, but I flew into the living room with my fist cocked, but saw nothing. But when I looked around the living room, one of the pictures above my couch, it had fallen down, and it was the one of my son. Now, the fifth event, we hear stomping between our rooms and my son's room. It sounds like it's pacing between our rooms, and it is a short hallway, maybe like 18 feet. It never lasts long, but it's weird. The sixth event, random toys are making noise now. We're still hearing the footsteps too, but they're not stamps or stomps anymore. More like sprinting, in fact. Like something is sprinting back and forth in the hallway, and always just the hallways. Weirdly, all of this stopped in February, until today when we started hearing weird knocks again, and now both me and my wife have the weird feeling that we're being watched. In fact, my arm hair has been standing up on its own for no reason. It's really weird to me, and I don't know what to do. And that's it. Nothing too crazy, I guess, but it's just all really weird stuff that I really cannot explain. Again, I don't know what this is or how to explain it, but if you guys have any ideas of how to make any of this stop, then I am genuinely all ears. In the 60s and 70s, it was common for people to hitchhike around the country. My father is blue-collar through and through, and before he got married and had kids, he worked on oil rigs, tarred and graveled roofs, hopped freight trains with his friends, and even hitched to Woodstock. He's always done manual labor jobs, so he's always been reasonably fit, with an average build, and in the hitchhiking era, he was cautious and aware, but never truly felt like he was in any danger. They even hitchhiked off and on job sites as well. During a snowstorm in New England in the 70s, he was hitchhiking from Massachusetts to see some friends in New York. He said that he would be cautious and choose cars and drivers that looked neat and clean. He wouldn't take any weed or food or drinks offered to him, and he'd be pleasant when talking, but wouldn't give too much personal information away. It was semi-late in the evening though, and a nice car pulls up. The driver was a man who looked to be in his late 40s, early 50s. He remembers the inside of the car was very clean, and the man driving was white, well-dressed and groomed, and drove along at a reasonable speed in comfortable silence through the sleet and snow. When the car finally approached the exit where my father needed to be dropped off, my dad said that he told the man, "Hey buddy, right up here is perfect. You can just let me out and I know where I'm going after that." The man said nothing, kept looking ahead, driving, and didn't slow the car down. My dad said he then was getting a little bit nervous, so he put his tough guy voice on and went, "Hey man, I'm not looking for trouble here. I told you that you can pull over and I'll handle it from here. Pull the car over, man." The driver then turned to face my dad, and he could feel the car starting to speed up faster, and the guy started smiling. The way he described it made it sound like the creepypasta story The Smiling Man, to be honest. It didn't matter that my father was cursing him out, he just had a blank look behind his eyes and a giant smile. The man then said really quietly to my father, "And where do you think you're going?" He still kept the big moony smile on his face. Dad told me that he thought about grabbing the wheel and making them crash, but he didn't know where he was, and he didn't know if the guy had a weapon on him. He said that he saw a turnoff approaching though, and so he quietly put his hand behind him on the door handle and decided that he was going to try and tuck and roll out or run out if the guy slowed down enough. The guy driving started slowing down enough at the turn for my father to jump out, and he did hit his shoulder on the concrete but was wearing a jacket and work boots, so it sort of cushioned him. He saw an embankment leading up into some trees, so he just used his hands to climb up the grass and snow, ran into the trees and flattened himself on the ground and hid. He said that he thought at the time, no way will this guy come after me. And he saw the man from below get out of his car and start quickly climbing up the embankment after him on all fours. Dad said that he just sprinted further into the woods out of sheer terror. He was banged up by some branches and didn't know if he was about to run into a retaining pond and drown or go off the side of a cliff, but he wasn't going to lie there and wait for this guy to find him. He laid down again and covered himself with some wet leaves at one point. He was too scared to look up and check if the guy was coming after him. He heard noises in the distance, and he believes the man at least attempted to enter the woods. So he laid on the leaves and slush for a long time until he had the courage to slowly move out towards the highway and the off-ramp. In the car, he had left his scarf and a duffel bag of clothes and stuff, but thankfully nothing with his ID. Dad said that he ended up just huddling into himself and kept walking as fast as he could on the shoulder of the road, occasionally ducking into the woods when he heard a lone car coming, and he didn't stop walking until he found the closest town to call someone for help. He never did report it, never hitchhiked again either, even with his friend in a group. He says that even after all these years, he can still picture the guy's face, exactly what he looked like, what he was wearing, and even what the car looked like. I once offered would he like to look at some true crime things to see if he can match the face in case there were actual active serial killers in the area, but he doesn't like to go there and didn't want to do it. He tries to scoff it off and joke about it a lot, but I know that this has stayed with him his whole life because it has honestly really scared him. So I cleaned houses for a while in my small hometown in Indiana. A new woman moved in a few houses down, and my boss at the restaurant that I worked at told her about me cleaning houses. The woman asked if I would be willing to clean her house twice a week and walk her dogs daily. I agreed, and it was fine for the first couple of weeks. She kept all the pet stuff at the top of the basement stairs and the leashes and harnesses on the back of the basement door. She told me that her and her husband, they were supposed to move to Tennessee, but he went ahead of her and told her not to bother coming down. Apparently, he had been having an affair and was moving the other woman into their new house with him. She asked me to watch her house and dogs because she was going to Tennessee to get some of her stuff that he had taken with him. When she returned, her basement door now had 2 new padlocks on them, and I was told not to bother going down in there as she had moved the pet stuff apparently. She left for work and I went about cleaning. There were weird dragging and banging sounds from the basement the entire time that I was there though. When I saw her the next morning, she told me that any weird noises from the basement was just from the furnace which she had turned on the day before, which was weird as it was May and already getting hot out and her house wasn't warm at all. And then she became obsessed with me. She wanted me to go to dinner with her all the time or stay at her house. I went to dinner a couple of times, but she was always weird towards me. I ended up having to move suddenly and told her about it, and she almost had a breakdown. She tried to get me to move in with her, in fact, and her reaction just freaked me out. Almost 2 weeks later, she came to the restaurant that I worked at and asked for boxes. She told me that she didn't need my help anymore and that she was moving away. She was acting odd though and like she was in a hurry to leave, and 2 days later, she was gone. Honestly, I think she brought her husband and his girlfriend back from Tennessee and killed them. I moved away about a month later, and I never heard much else about her. My grandma used to live in a 4 stories high flat, and she was on the top floor. She lived there for like 50 plus years, and the whole building is like at least 100 plus years old. Now, when my mum was a little girl, she experienced a lot of creepy stuff. She told me this particular story as I grew a bit older that really stuck with me all these years. One night, while she was sleeping in bed with her little sister, they shared a room, she looked over to the door and saw a man standing in the shadows. Full of fear, she froze and didn't know what to do, so she just stared at this man and decided to wake her sister up while having her eyes fixed on this guy. Her sister woke up and began to cry after seeing this, and her parents, they came into the room and then the man was just gone. Another thing my mum told me was beside the garden door on the bottom floor, there was this little indoor storage area where all residents of the flat could store their bikes, scooters, etc. My mum told me not to go in it. She legit told me that it's haunted and to stay away from it. I never went close to it. In fact, I remember every time I had to go up to my grand's by myself, I would feel an eerie feeling coming from that little compartment, and I would just sprint up the stairs. I would also feel as if something was following me from behind as I was going up those stairs. It was weird. Anyway, that's some backstory of this house, but now, when I was 14 years old, myself, my brothers, and my cousins, we all used to go over to my grand's quite regularly, and back then, we never had phones or anything like that, so we played games like hide and seek, what's the time Mr. Wolf, etc. One day, it was just me and one of my cousins. He was around 11. All of the adults used to sit in the living room and they used to tell us to just go and play, because we used to scream and they used to tell us to close the door as well, which we always did. So my cousin and I decided to play hide and seek this day. I tell him that I'll seek and he hides. He agrees and he goes to hide. I face the wall and begin to count down, and when I finish I go look for him. I start by the kitchen and he's not there. I go to the bathroom, not there either. Then I go to my grandparents' bedroom. Inside the bedroom they had this closet. Well, it was more like a small room with plenty of space in there for like 4 people. But this is where they stored a bunch of blankets and old sort of traditional furniture. And as I entered the bedroom, to my surprise, he jumps out from the closet with both of his hands on his throat, crisscrossing each other, looking pale and sort of blue. And what he says next, I'll never forget. He says to me, with tears in his eyes, "Why did you strangle me?" My first instinct was to call him stupid and say, "I didn't." But then he says, "You were behind me, strangling me. I saw your face." This sent shivers down my spine. In my head, I'm thinking, if I'm currently in front of you, how could I have just teleported in front of you if I was right behind you a second ago? For this to make any sense, I would have had to have strangled him, then I would have to somehow run directly in front of him, out of the closet door without him seeing me, and get to the position that I was currently in, which is impossible. So, being the older cousin, I could clearly sense the fear and distraught that he was in. To lighten the mood, I started to laugh and giggle and said, "Yeah, it was me, ha ha ha. I was behind you." I hugged him, but honestly, I was terrified. We stopped playing hide and seek after that. His mum was mad at me for strangling him, and I just took all the blame. I told my mum what happened when we left my grand's, and she believed me and hugged me, and we just kept it to ourselves. Many years down the line, I was like 21 and this cousin was like 18-ish, and I brought this story up with him and he remembered it clear as day, exactly what happened. We talked, and now that he was way older, he understood what had happened and that it was completely impossible for me to be in front of him like that, and also behind him, strangling him a moment ago. He thanked me for giving him that comfort at that young age and telling him that it was me strangling him. He said for many years that he believed it was me, because I told him it was. He also said that if I didn't say that it was me, he would have been paranoid for the rest of his life. He said that as he grew older, he started to think about that day and started to realize that there was just no possible way it could have been me strangling him if I'd just come into the bedroom. In other words, he had started to put it together himself. Thankfully, that house has now been sold, but even as I grow older, there are moments when I feel the urge to drive by it again. Yet, as I approach, a sense of unease creeps over me suddenly, and I find myself accelerating desperately to escape its haunting grip just a little bit quicker. Two years ago, I met a guy on Tinder. Good feeling from the start, so we quickly decided to see each other. He asked me to come and sleep at his place, which I accepted because we had mutual friends. I told myself that he was definitely someone that I can trust. I arrive at his house at 9 p.m. and I immediately see that he's not as I imagined. He looked dirty, his apartment looked like a squatter's house, and there was a smell of stale tobacco in every room. I also see a stack of books on autism when I come into his home, and so I ask about it. I learned at this moment that he is autistic with Asperger's and that he has difficulty differentiating right from wrong. He also tells me that he knows how to analyze nonverbal language really well, and that he knows what a person is thinking just by their attitude. I don't know anything about neurodivergence, but I directly wondered what his inability to recognize right from wrong meant. Anyway, he offers me a glass of alcohol, which I accept, and as I follow him into the kitchen, I see a weapon placed on the counter. I'm a little panicked when I see this, and seeing my look, he explains to me that it's not charged and that it really belongs to his father. I never knew if it was a real weapon, but I'm starting to get a little bit uneasy by seeing it. On Tinder, he told me that he wrote quite a bit as well, like me, so he shows me a poem that he wrote on his computer. And let's just say that it was an absolutely horrific poem. I freaked out at that. I pretended to appreciate his talent because he was really starting to scare me. We then talk about his ex, and he tells me that they'd had fun choking and drowning each other in the shower because they wanted to know what it felt like to have control over the other's life. It was too much at this point. I had swept away a lot of red flags in just a few hours, but I just wanted to leave. Problem was, I had to sleep at his house, so I had to find a plausible excuse to leave without him understanding that I was fleeing the situation. Honestly, I was afraid that he had bad intentions and would come after me if he understood that I was afraid and that I had understood his little game. I discreetly send a message to my father with the address so that he can come and pick me up immediately. I explained to the boy that ultimately I couldn't stay, but that I was really disgusted at not being able to stay longer. I played the hypocrite to perfection. At that moment, we were both in bed, and I was just looking at my phone, waiting for only one thing, to find out when my father was going to be there. At one point, he asks if I'm in a hurry to leave, though, because he notices that I'm looking at my phone regularly. I was scared because I remember him saying that he knew what a person was thinking just by his attitude. I told myself that he was going to take action if I didn't hide my fear, so I managed to make him believe, at least I had that impression, that everything was fine and that I was in absolutely no hurry to leave. He offers me a massage, which I try to refuse, but not wanting him to understand my discomfort, especially since I was soon out of trouble, I accepted. I eventually find myself in my underwear, him on top, and it was horrible. And just as he was about to touch my chest, my phone rang. My father was in front of his house, so I get dressed quickly and barely say goodbye to him as I leave the apartment. I sent him one last message explaining that I didn't want to follow up because his behavior really freaked me out, and then I blocked him. Believe it or not, too, one of my friends matched with him on Tinder a few days later. He had offered to come and sleep at his place, and obviously I warned my friend, who didn't follow up with this guy. Now, I don't know if he was just weird or if something could have happened to me, but I guess the moral of the story is to be careful on Tinder, because it's true that you never really know a person. I want to start by saying that I've had paranormal experiences almost my whole life, and I've been spooked, but I've never really been scared. I've had things such as doors opening and closing, lights turning on and off, and seeing people walk by, hearing footsteps down the halls, cabinets opening, and hearing voices. But that being said, I have absolutely no idea what happened on this night, or even what to call it. Some background information I think is probably important. So this incident happened in early 2023. I was 21 and I was living with my mum and sister. Around 2020, I got really into spiritual things such as crystals, tarot, and read a ton on witchcraft, but kind of lost interest in it. My room was a safe space. I always had a feeling that nothing bad or negative could get in, as I was always burning incense and things like that. We also had 4 dogs, 2 cats, and my room was directly across from my mum's. My bed was set up against my wall, under the window and access from my door. Also, my sister and her boyfriend have 2 dogs. One lived with us while the other stayed at his place, and this night they were both there, and my sister always has the door shut at night with her dogs in her room. My mum was over at her boyfriend's for the night as well, and my sister and her boyfriend sleep in their room when she's not home because it's colder in my mum's room all the time. So, I woke up in the middle of the night to go to the bathroom. In the process of getting up, my boyfriend at the time also woke up. Down the hall was the bathroom, which always had a nightlight on, and as I was walking to the bathroom, I saw our childhood dog Barkley just sort of laying on the floor outside of the bathroom. I reached down and pet him for a minute before going to the bathroom. I walked out and pet him again and went back to my room. As I was walking back, I saw my mum's door was shut, so I left my door cracked in case Barkley tried to come and sleep in my room like he usually does. I got back into bed, and me and my boyfriend talked for a minute when all of a sudden my door pushed open, and my sister's boyfriend's dog, Luna, came into the room. She's an extremely energetic dog, so she jumped straight onto the bed and started jumping and licking both of us. I pushed her off and she just left the room, and I leaned off the bed and pushed the door shut more, but still cracked open, and you could still see a good amount of the light coming from the nightlight in the bathroom. I remember us both being confused and talking about how weird it was that she wasn't locked up in my mum's room with my sister and her boyfriend, but didn't think too much about it. I'm not sure what time it was, but my blinds were open, so I knew that it was still dark. I was laying on my back, and my boyfriend put his head on my chest facing my closet, and we were just talking. I remember just looking at my door as a black shadow figure was staring right back at me. It was just an outline with no facial features at all, and the way that it was positioned, it looked like somebody was just leaning over and peeking their head into the room. But as I'm staring at this figure, I'm telling myself that it could be the cats on the bathroom counter, just casting a weird shadow, and I was waiting for my boyfriend to turn his head to the door, and then ask him what he thought it was, since it so clearly looked like a person. I was probably staring at this thing for a solid minute when I felt my boyfriend turn his head to face the door, and as soon as he turned his head, the figure backed out of view. I gasped and shoved him off of me, shot straight up with my back against the wall, and I couldn't talk. I was absolutely horrified. I was hyperventilating, so I couldn't even talk, to be honest, but he started freaking out, asking me what's going on and what's wrong, and I finally was able to say that someone is in the hall, and after a few minutes, he went through the house and he confirmed that no one was there. I was freaked out, but what was even scarier was that I had him go into the hall and recreate it. He was 6'4", so he's not short by any means, but he barely reached where this figure was. This thing would have been at least 7 feet tall to lean into the doorway like that and still be near to the top of it. I calmed down a bit when I heard my sister's boyfriend's alarm go off in my mum's room, so I knew that it was around 6 a.m. I then shouted his name for him and my sister to come into my room. My door was now wide open, so when my mum's bedroom door opened, we were both confused to see Luna run into the room and jump on us for a second time. We were both just looking like, what the heck is going on? They both came into the room, and as soon as I started telling them what had happened from the beginning, my sister stopped me and said, "What are you talking about? Luna and Barkley have been in the room with us the whole time." I was so freaked out, asking everyone if I was sleeping and pinching myself, but I was awake. In the end, I ended up falling asleep when the sun came up, and I asked my boyfriend if he remembered what happened, and he said yes, so I know that I wasn't dreaming. I still have no idea what happened that night too. I don't know if it was a bunch of paranormal stuff or if it was something else, but it was weird. I moved out of my mum's in September of 2023 and gave away most of the spiritual stuff to a girl who comes into my work. I now live with my childhood best friend and her boyfriend, about 30 minutes away from my mum's, and have seen shadows 2 other times. We have weird stuff happen still, but we just say that it's her dad or grandpa since both their ashes are in the house, and that's just what we say. I was with a guy that I was talking to though, and we got into an argument, and he was hugging me in the dark on my bed once, and I could see shadows bouncing around my room behind him. It could have just been my eyes, I admit, but again, I pushed him off of me and I couldn't talk, and just had an awful feeling suddenly come over me. I saged our house the next day, and I have only ever had one other experience since then. What happened was, there was a tall shadow standing outside of my doorway a few months ago, but I'm just telling myself that it was my friend's dad watching over the house. Truthfully though, I don't know what I saw of any of these times, but I sure would love to hear other people's opinions on what this is, and if I can do anything about it. I was 24 at the time, and so was my husband. Our daughter was 2 at the time, and we were on a road trip to go and see family, and about 20-ish minutes outside of the town that we lived in was this big gas station with a wide variety of snacks. Whenever we go on a trip, we would always stop there for gas, drinks, and snacks. It was the middle of the day in the middle of summer, and so we pull in and hubby finds a pump to fill up. We'd all gone to the bathroom before leaving the house, so I left our daughter in the car while he filled up and went inside to fill our water bottles and grab some snacks. Like I said, this gas station was fairly large for the area, but not like huge or anything. The bathrooms and the water fountain, with like the water bottle filler thing, were down a fairly secluded hallway. There was only one cashier and the line was kind of long, so I decided to buy the snacks first and then go into the hallway to fill the water bottles on the way out, in case the line got any longer. Meanwhile, my husband had finished pumping gas and pulled into a parking spot in front of the building to wait for me. But all of the windows were covered with posters and stuff, so I really didn't notice this. Anyway, while I was in line, holding our snacks and water bottles in my arms, a couple of guys immediately get in line behind me. They were tall. I'm like 5'10", which is tall for a woman, I suppose, but I'd estimate that they were 6 foot at least. They wore very nondescript clothes, khaki shorts and black-grey t-shirts. I didn't hear them speak any English, and I cannot 100% confirm what language they spoke, but it sounded Middle Eastern. I should add too that they were Caucasian. Not that their skin tone or mine matter at all, but I decided to add this since I'm sure that I might be accused of being racist or whatever. Anyway, not super unusual for the area because there was a big college town nearby. Now, especially after having my daughter, I don't like anyone being directly behind me, even family, so I turned to these guys, and they were in my peripheral vision, and looked at a display of kids' toys while I waited. I do this move a lot when I'm waiting in line, and basically every time, nobody notices or cares that I turn, so I see people or whatever, and they certainly don't move around while waiting in line nearly as much as these guys did. But one of them was just fully staring at me, and his expression was just plain unsettling. But he hadn't done anything, so I just sort of smiled, gave a half nod, and looked away while still keeping them in the field of view. They were whispering among themselves, even though nobody could understand their language, and it wasn't exactly quiet in there either, but I just had this gut feeling that they were talking about me because they both kept openly staring at me and nobody else, even though it was fairly busy. Then they started moving so that they were directly behind me, and for 4 minutes straight, I looked at my phone every time that I moved because I was uncomfortable with them directly behind me. They'd move to be directly behind me again as well. Every time that they would look at something on display, but it just seemed really forced, like they weren't actually interested in the unicorn toys that they were looking at, and were just sort of looking at them to get behind me. About every 15 seconds for 4 minutes while we were in this line, it kept happening over and over. They'd even go back and look at something that they'd already looked at. They went back to the same unicorn toy at least 4 times. I felt like I was crazy, because maybe one of them has a daughter or a niece who would like it or whatever, but every time I looked close enough, they were always staring at me, watching me. I was seriously freaked out, but I kept telling myself that they weren't after me or anything. But just to be safe, I decided not to go and fill the water bottles, and to just go straight back to the car, and it just wasn't worth the risk. I was still 3 people away from the front of the line at this point. There was some sort of an issue with a membership card that held the line up or something, and more people had lined up behind the men. One was a middle-aged woman and her teenager, 13 to 14-ish. The woman saw my discomfort and saw how they kept getting behind me over and over, so she sent her teenager to see if the self-checkouts were open. At this gas station, it was like a 50-50 chance that they were. What I mean is that they went down a lot. Meanwhile, those men were getting closer and closer. I'd already gotten as close to the person in front of me as socially allowed, but they were now breathing down my neck, and even brushing up against me while they looked at the displays of candy and unicorn toys. I was contemplating leaving the snacks on the counter and just walking out, when the teenager came back and must have whispered to the woman that the self-checkout was open. Then the woman walked up to me, took me by my arm and led me to the self-checkout. We watched each other's backs while we checked out. I looked up and saw them still staring at me, and this time they looked really angry. They were about to come and talk to me, it seemed, when she grabbed my bag and receipt for me and walked me out to my car. Somehow she was just so smooth with everything. I don't even think her teenager noticed what was going on. Once we were outside, I saw my car right there with hubby and my kid inside. I gave her a hug and thanked her for her help getting me out of there, and then we parted ways. I told my hubby about everything, trying not to get too emotional about it, just stating facts about what they did and how they behaved. He seemed equally freaked out by my description of the events, though, and wished that he had the chance to probably thank that woman. I filled out our water bottles at the next gas station, and we moved out of that area, probably about 6 months later. So, really, that woman is my hero, and I am very thankful that she was there that day. I really don't think that I can fully describe how deeply uncomfortable that situation was. I was genuinely scared that they'd follow me to my car or something, and if they had, I really don't know what I would have done. For context, I'm female and I was probably about 19 years old at this time. So years ago, I was out walking my dog. I worked late, so I usually had to walk him when it was already dark out. There weren't a lot of times where I really felt unsafe though, despite my dog Reese being very mild-tempered and unlikely to defend me in a bad situation. And this, despite my dog Reese being very mild-tempered and unlikely to defend me in a bad situation. This was a middle-class suburban Texas neighborhood, and I had been walking my dogs there basically all my life. Now, I remembered that it had rained recently and the yard lights that most everyone had on were reflecting off of the puddles, giving everything a kind of dreamy feel. I don't know if anyone will know what I'm talking about when I say this, but yard lights sometimes make it harder to see at night, especially with them reflecting off of the puddles like that. Like, you can see into the areas that are lit, but the light kind of messes with your eyes, leaving black shadows if you're trying to look beyond the light where you really can't see a thing. Anyway, despite being in a well-populated area, most people were asleep at this stage, or at least quietly in their houses by that time, so it could be quite solitary out here. I mean, you'd occasionally pass another quiet dog walker, but certainly not every night, and if so, only one. And while Reese didn't care who he passed, my previous dog was very reactive to other dogs, and sometimes even people on his walks, and would create a lot of embarrassing barking. Despite him having passed away at this point, I was still trained to watch for anyone that we might encounter and make a quick turn down a cul-de-sac or something just to keep the peace. So I'm walking along, looking up at the stars and thinking about random things when suddenly I think that I see a shadowy movement way up the road. It's a little far off to truly tell, but regardless, there's nowhere to turn anyway, so I just keep walking, and Reese continues on with his inception of mailbox smells. Oh, I suppose I should mention too that this is a two-way, a single lane for traffic going either direction, a road with no sidewalks, and we haven't passed a single car for the entire night. Now, by this point, I can tell that it's an adult human with no dog walking towards me. With how dark it is, normally I wouldn't be able to tell if they were walking towards or away from me, but they have a giveaway and they're wearing glasses and I can see the light reflecting off of them. With still nowhere to turn off, and I don't particularly want to just turn around and just have this person just forever be behind me the rest of the walk, I decided in the end to just pass them and get it over with. It's still not great in terms of visibility, but I'm now thinking that this person is a tall man. I couldn't say what truly led me to that conclusion, but it does enter my mind that this is a lone male and I'm a lone female, and despite being surrounded by people, we feel very alone. Reese is there and I love him of course, but like I said, I don't know that he's got my back at all, and I'm suddenly thinking about that out of the blue. We're now almost at the point of being directly passing each other. The silent man and I are going one way down the road and the other on the other side, going the opposite direction obviously. And right at that moment of passing, Reese's ears perk and he tugs on his leash towards the stranger with his tail at alert. The man suddenly stops and does something so minor and yet so very creepy at the same time. He starts walking backwards, matching our pace completely, and Reese loses his mind and starts barking and yanking on his leash towards the man in a way that I've never seen him before or since do. My brain is just kind of jumping around with being confused, embarrassed at my poorly behaved dog. I'm struggling to control him, and weirdly I'm also scared, I think. Like, my hair is standing on end for reasons that I really just cannot explain. Like, instinct is screaming that this isn't okay, while I stare at the shadowy figure walking silently backwards at an alarmingly fast pace as well. Head turned slightly towards me, glasses reflecting yard lights. Suddenly, we reach a break in the road that turns to a better lit area with more traffic, and I immediately drag Reese down it. After walking several feet, I glance over my shoulder at the creep and I saw nothing. which means that it's either too dark to see his path on the shadowy street or, well, he disappeared. It's hard to say, but Reese stopped his racket as soon as we made the sudden turn, but he keeps his attention on the road that we came from. He is suddenly weird and annoying and on constant alert the rest of the uneventful walk home. I'm obviously totally creeped out and cut through to the shortest route home ASAP. I never did see that weirdo again, but honestly, I have no idea what that was all about. So, do you have any thoughts? I've heard theories that maybe it was a skinwalker, maybe just a jerk just trying to be funny. Maybe it was something else. I really don't know, and I would really love to hear your theories. I'm a pretty scientific person. I love everything psychology and science, things grounded in reality. I also believe in the paranormal, but I'm pretty skeptical unless I'm given good reason to believe otherwise. So, this particular incident was, well, strange, and I still cannot really explain it to this day. I've had a lot of experiences through my life, but this one really stands out even now. I apologize if things are a little bit vague at times. I have issues with my memory recall, but I'll do my best to explain and describe what I can remember. So, this was way back in 2018. I feel old even saying that. I was 18 and visiting someone that I was dating at the time. We were at a friend of his house for their birthday, and I think it was his birthday anyway, and things were relatively normal as far as I remember. There was a small group of us. It wasn't a very big gathering by any means, and it was nighttime when somebody suggested that we play a spirit communication game. I immediately kind of piped up and asked for them to make sure that they do all the right precautionary measures to make sure nothing went awry, the usual sort of things to protect the people participating. They did so, and we all sat down in the girls' room, and this is how the game played out. Now, there's a deck of cards that are laid out face down, and each card is designated a yes or a no. You ask a yes or a no question, and you hover your hand over each card until you feel a warmth over a card, which is supposed to be the one that the spirit or whatever picks up as their answer. We initially sort of mess around, not taking it seriously, and things are relatively fine. We're getting what we believe are responses, but again, I'm really skeptical about this, and it's no biggie. As I'm sitting there, I start getting this overwhelming feeling, though, that someone is standing behind me. It's like the feeling you get when a person is right up on you, looking over your shoulder maybe. At first I think it's one of the people in the room, and so I turn around to check, but there's no one there, and the person closest to me from behind was somebody across the room laying on the bed that was a decent ways away from me. Obviously, this makes me feel a little bit uncomfortable, but again, I don't put too much into it. But then I start getting these flash images in my head. I know that sounds weird, but that's the best way that I can describe it. The images were of a woman. I want to say that she had brown hair and she was dressed in white, like a wedding gown maybe. It comes to my turn with the cards and I ask, are you a man or a woman? This card for a man and this card for a woman. I do the whole routine of hovering my hand over each card one by one until I stop on the one that gives that weird warmth. I flip it over and the answer is a woman. I didn't say anything to anyone, not mentioning anything because I didn't want to freak anybody out, and obviously I wasn't too sure myself what was going on, and so the game continued. My memories are a bit hazy at this point, but what I remember was after this, I started getting the thought over and over and over that it wasn't an accident, and the feeling of someone behind me persisted. But it's hard for me to remember, and I believe that I asked the question of whether the spirit had been murdered, and I think the answer was yes, but I cannot remember very well. In any case, after the game ended, and we properly closed out the session and did our due diligence, I pulled the girl who lived in the house aside and quietly asked what she knew about the house. And she said that she really didn't know too much, but her grandparents had apparently built the house on the property, but otherwise didn't know anything about the property itself. I explained what I had experienced to her, and from what I can remember, she seemed a little bit shocked by that. We recorded the session with an audio recorder, as well as my request, but nothing ever really came up on the playback. We returned to the living room and winded down a bit. I told some stories about my own personal experiences with the paranormal because everybody was curious after I'd told them what I'd experienced. And really, that was that. It's been a long time since I've thought about this, to be honest, and even now it kind of gives me pause because there's definitely some rational explanations for the thoughts. The imagination, the daydreaming, train of thought latching onto the situation, all of that. The cards could have been a coincidence too, just chance and luck, I suppose. All sorts of possibilities are rooted in normal scientific explanations and not anything supernatural. But the thing that really sticks with me, though, is the feeling that I got of somebody standing behind me. It wasn't the stereotypical hair standing up feeling. It really truly felt like there was a solid living person standing close enough behind me that I could almost feel them, and a general presence to the point that I thought that it was one of the other people in the room, only to find out that there was no one remotely close enough that could have caused that sensation. Like I said, it all could have an explanation for sure, but it's something that has always stuck with me as really, really weird. So my mother was in a bad situation when I was 4 years old, and I lived with my grandma from the time that I was 4 to 8. I remember vividly the first time that I saw this. I was in bed, talking to my grandparents, and I felt almost like drawn to look to the hallway. I could see partly through the door as it was wood with giant holes in it, as the design, and I don't really know how to explain it, but I felt like I had to look out there, and it was a very weird feeling, I'll admit. But I looked out and, as absurd as it sounds, I saw a blue ring open up that looked like a portal, and a tall, completely black, pitch black figure stepped out. No eyes, no features, just a human if it was pitch black. It's the darkest color that I'd ever seen as well. It walked out of my eyesight. I instantly told my grandparents and was on the verge of a breakdown. However, despite my grandma being extremely into the paranormal, she just didn't believe me. I had encounters so many times. However, I can only remember 4 as I was very young, and to be honest, my whole childhood is a bit of a fever dream due to mental stuff, and no, I'm not a schizo or anything, and imagining all this. They were real and they had to be real, but that's just one of the encounters. And then there was the next one. I don't recall what order that I saw them in, but this one was a white one. I was right next to it. I was walking into the bedroom and didn't see it at first, but when I did, it was super bright, like blinding, but at the same time it sort of looked dim. I don't know the right terminology to use for its appearance, but it was the same as the black ones in terms of its height and features. It was tall and it had no features. I felt very protected when I saw this one though, almost like it was trying to warn me of something. I was close enough that I could have touched it, but being a kid, despite the feeling of being protected by it, I just ran out of the bedroom. I went and got my grandparents, but again, they didn't believe me. Now, the next time I can remember, it was in the middle of the night, maybe around 2 or 3 in the morning, and I got up to use the restroom, walking into the bathroom, and it was just sitting there on the toilet with the seat down, and it looked at me. It didn't have eyes, but I could tell that it was looking at me because it moved its head in a sort of way to acknowledge me. I instantly ran out, told my grandparents, and at this point, almost every other day I told them about it. They still didn't believe me, but I had a dream that night which I can remember as good as these encounters. My grandpa went to open the bathroom, and it was connected to the kitchen, and so was the bedroom, and the shadow person lunged at him and stabbed him in the neck, but there was no blood, and the thing had no knife or anything. It was holding something, but I couldn't see it, and it was a terrifying dream, and probably one of the worst ones that I'd ever had. After which, I told them that I would never be going to the bathroom again at night. Anyway, a week or two, or some point after the dream and the encounter in the bathroom, I woke up one night and had to use the restroom and pleaded for them to come with me. However, since you could literally see the bathroom from the bedroom door, they just sat up and told me that I'd be fine. I walked out and slowly opened the bathroom door. As I got a glimpse into the bathroom, there was one standing there, like it was waiting for me. I literally get chills talking about this because, as absurd as it sounds, it knew that I was coming. It was waiting for me, I'm sure of it. I ran back to the bedroom and stayed up the entire night next to my grandparents under a blanket. I cannot vividly remember any more encounters after this, but there were definitely some more. It was happening at least weekly at this stage, and my grandma recently passed, and when I moved out, when I was like 8, around the time that I was 12, she actually told me that she was sorry for never believing me, and that apparently she had seen one as well. She told me that she was laying on the couch, and we had a porch, but it was like it had walls, and I don't know the name for that sort of a room, but you walked into the house and there was that room, and then actually into the house and it was the living room. But through the door from that room to the living room, she said that she saw one staring at her through the window. She obviously got up and looked, and when she did, it wasn't there. Ever since then, she's always believed me as well, anytime that I saw one. But that's another weird thing, I guess. I never saw them again after I moved out, when I was out of there. Maybe like one in the corner of my eye, perhaps, but I chalked that up to my imagination. It was never a vivid sighting of them in the same room as me like it was before. In fact, I still haven't seen anything, and I'm much older than that now. My mother told me about a week ago, though, which is why I'm sharing this now, that my grandpa had actually seen one a long time ago as well, and never really told anyone, and was just telling her for the first time. But he refused to go into any sort of detail at all, and also gets mad if you ask about the details, which is odd to me, being that I've seen these before and he knows that. But that's my experience with these things, and every time that I saw them besides the white one, I felt pure terror, unlike any kind of scared feeling that I've ever felt before. Also, as a bit of a side note, my family has a bit of a history of weird things happening to them. My great-grandma had a dream where she was attacked by something and woke up with marks all over her arm. In her house, everyone in the family says that there was a ghost in the basement. They always smelled cigars and weed coming from down there, but she never smoked, and my mom, grandpa, great-grandma, and my grandma all said all the time that there was something down there. My mother had things being moved out of place in her old houses, like paintings and things in her closet that belonged to my father, passed away when I was 3 months old, that she allegedly never touched. So I guess at least I know that I'm either not the only one that's crazy in the family, or I'm not the only one that's seeing things. If you've had any experiences similar to the portal as well that I described earlier, then please do let me know. I've never heard of a story about the shadow people with that involved, which is a bit odd, I know. Anyway, I just wanted to share my experiences, and I know I'm a bit late with this, but Happy New Year's, and I hope you guys have a great year. I've had countless paranormal and spiritual experiences as a kid, but this one it has always stuck with me. 13 years ago, when I was around 6 or 7 years old, my mum, older sister, our little puppy and I were living in my mum's boyfriend's apartment. The apartment had 3 rooms. The room on the far left was my sister's and mine, the room on the far right belonged to my mum and her boyfriend, and the one room in the middle was what we called the middle room. We were told not to go into the middle room because it was boyfriend's mum's room or whatever, but I still sort of remember her. She was very tall and slender, standing at least 6 feet tall. She looked to be in her 70s with grey, sort of crinkly hair. We didn't see her leave the middle room much, but when she did, she would play games with my sister and me. At first, it was fun, and my older sister seemed to love her, but then I would get a dreadful, sort of uncomfortable feeling around her, so I tried to avoid her as much as I could. I think she noticed this too because she started treating me differently, pinching me when no one was looking, pulling my hair and scratching me. Whenever I told my mother, she wouldn't believe me or would just brush it off. To be honest, my mother wasn't the greatest parent, but even our little German Shepherd puppy didn't like her either. He would bark and growl at her every time that she came out of the room. My mum's boyfriend hated the barking and would argue with my mum about it. The fights got so bad that he eventually said that either the dog goes or we all go. My mum gave the dog away, and I remember my sister and me crying as we said goodbye to Shiloh. One day we didn't see the old lady at all again though, and I asked my sister where she was, and she just shrugged and said maybe she doesn't feel like playing today, then went back to playing leapfrog. I was happy not to see her that day. That night everyone went to bed as usual, but I woke up in the middle of the night because I needed to use the bathroom. The bathroom was right in front of the middle room, so I couldn't avoid passing by it. As I walked to the bathroom, I noticed the door to the middle room was slightly ajar, with light spilling out into the hallway. I got that bad feeling again, but I still wanted to see what was inside. I peeked through the gap in the door, and what I saw will stay with me forever. The old lady was there, but her back was turned to me, and she was twitching in a strange, unnatural way, and her skin was grey like a corpse. She smelt terrible, like rotting flesh. I just stood there, frozen, when suddenly she turned her head toward me, her eyes completely black. Her face looked grey like it was decaying, and I cried and ran back to my room, diving under the covers and praying that she wouldn't come to the door. Thankfully, she didn't. I didn't sleep much that night, but eventually I dozed off when the sun came up. When I woke up, my sister wasn't in the room, so I cautiously walked out, still pretty terrified. I found everybody sitting in the kitchen eating breakfast, but the old lady wasn't there. I ran to my mum and told her everything that I had seen. My mum's boyfriend gave her a look, and my mum looked angry and said, "What are you talking about?" I started crying and pointing to her boyfriend and said, "Your mum." My mum popped me on the arm and yelled at me to apologize. I cried and threw a tantrum because they didn't believe me. Every time I explained it all over again, my mum's boyfriend would get madder and madder, and finally he stood up, took me by my arm and dragged me to the middle room and opened the door. The room was empty. There were old clothes, old jewelry, and old purses that looked to belong to an old lady. The room smelled of dust like no one had been in it for a long time. He dragged me further into the room and pointed to a picture on top of the dresser. In the picture, it was the boyfriend's mum, but she looked younger. Her hair was black and she had an afro and she was smiling. He said, "Look here, that's my mum. She died 15 years ago." I was so shocked and scared and started crying even more, so I was sent back to my room and put into timeout. No matter how many times I told that story, no one ever believed me. The nightmares started soon after, and almost every night I'd dream of her standing at the edge of my bed laughing at me. Eventually, my mum and her boyfriend had a massive argument and they broke up. We moved out and went to live with my grandma. Years later, when I was like 11 and my sister was 13, I asked her if she remembered the old lady, our mum's ex-boyfriend's mum. To my surprise, too, she said that she had never seen an old lady back then. She admitted that she had only played along because she figured that it was my imaginary friend or whatever. I did daydream a lot as a kid, I'll admit that, but still, even now, all these years later, I know what I saw. And to this day, still, no one believes me. So I work at a gas station, or a grocery store, I guess you could say. It's the same company, but just different buildings, in a town in West Texas. I've been with the company for quite some time now, but I've been working in the gas station for a little over a year. When I first started, everything was fine. I rarely closed. We closed at 11, which was nice, but to get more hours, I decided to start closing as well. My first closing shift, my manager put me to work in the cooler. Think big walk-in cooler with shelves on one side with a backstock and the back of the soda shelves on the other side leading to the main store. At this stage, I had heard many ghost stories from previous employees and my current co-workers that closed regularly, but I was sure that they were just tired or letting their minds wander because this job isn't that exciting, besides the occasional crackhead or Karen or whatever. But while I was in the cooler, I had an AirPod in and was listening to music one time. I was convinced, though, that either my music was glitching or that I was hearing somebody else in the cooler with me. I wasn't hearing voices, but I was hearing like presence, I guess you could say, like body noises, sniffling, occasional deep breaths, scratching, feet sliding, etc. When I would go to investigate, though, there was nothing there. These strange noises kept up for weeks while I began to close more regularly. At my store as well, the lights have a timer to save on power, so about every 15 minutes I would have to open the cooler door and push the button again. I had become very familiar with the layout of the cooler, having walked through it many times with only the glow of the outside lights peering through the shelves of sodas to guide me. And for some reason, this night in particular, it seemed to be darker when the lights were shut off, almost like the air was thick and suppressing the light or something. After about the third pass through the cooler to push the light button, I hit what I thought was the corner of the last shelf before the cooler turns, but I swear that I was nowhere close to that part of the cooler, and what I hit was almost soft, like when you put two magnets too close and they begin to repel each other. It wasn't abrupt, but a simple push from some sort of unseen force almost. After my encounter with the corner, I then immediately got cold. Sure, the cooler was obviously cold, but this was a cold that you can only achieve by wearing nothing but boxers outside during the winter for hours. I swear that my core just froze solid. It became hard to breathe all of a sudden, and I almost felt like I was starving, like I hadn't ate for months, but as fast as that feeling overcame me, it passed and I was back to normal. Well, days later I am doing an opening shift on a Sunday. In the South, many stores are closed on Sundays because of church, and the few that are open have little to no customers because of the reasons stated. It's about 5 a.m. and I'm brewing the teas for the day, and my general manager is sitting in the office doing our morning paperwork, adjusting gas prices, etc. She pops out to tell me that she has to run to the main grocery store to grab some things for our shelves. This part of the opening always scared me because I see those robbing videos on Twitter all the time, or X as it's now referred to, and we cannot lock the door with only one staff member inside, so I just continue on finishing the open tasks. It's pitch black outside and almost darker past the shelves on the cooler. While the last tea is brewing, I have a quick memory of the last guy that I had served the night before. He had gotten 4 Budweiser tall boys, and I went to push up the rest of the beer behind them in preparation for the Sunday football rush around noon. And as I reached my hand to the back of the column, I felt a cold, soft, and almost childlike hand rest on top of mine. I immediately snapped my hand back, now freezing, out of the cooler, dragging about 12 beers with it, and ran to the front door to wait for my manager. I reasoned that surely it was just my brain. I mean, I was tired, but I swear that I could have seen a shadow, or maybe like an aura is a better way to put it, or something through the small crack, illuminated by the little light that there was in the store. When my manager arrived, I held it together until we got to the office. And while I was tearing up telling her everything, brown liquid suddenly started to leak under the door. The office is adjacent to the insect counter that had the standing teapot. I opened the door and the teapot was still dispensing boiling water, even though the tea urn was completely full. The filter that held the teas, they were now on the floor, and the mystery brown liquid that we now know was tea had made its way all over the store. We reviewed the cameras and we couldn't find anything, but it was weird. I have more stories and some stories from co-workers that I'll happily include at some point and let you guys know about them, but I just wanted to share my personal paranormal experience because it's something that has always sat with me, just very uncomfortably. So I went hiking on a trail that is well known for seeing other hikers or mountain bikers, and it's not uncommon. While I was walking up the trail, I happened to come across a girl who seemed kind of out of place, like she was not quite dressed right for hiking, but not totally in wrong attire either. As I get closer, about 10 to 15 feet, I call out, "Hey, how's it going?" Half to let her know that I was behind her so I didn't surprise her when I caught up, and half because she was, well, kind of cute. She looks back and says, "Well, not bad. How about yourself?" I catch up to her, telling her not too bad and great weather for hiking and all that. As we walk up this trail, we chat, and she's a very giggly person. We continue talking and walking for about 10 minutes or so when she stops me and says, "Do you want to see a meadow that I found before? It's kind of off the offbeat trail, but it's really pretty to see." Now, normally I wouldn't follow some stranger into the woods for who knows how far to find a meadow that may or may not really be there, but I'll admit that I was charmed by her and she was very attractive and fit my idea of the perfect girl. Also, she was short, like 5'1" or 5'2", so I wasn't really afraid of her or anything. So I said, "Yeah, you know what, sure, we've got plenty of daylight to get back, so let's go." She throws her hands up and goes, "Yeah, let's go," and she grabs my hand and pulls me into the woods. As I bumble through the woods, she's ahead of me, dancing through them, hiding behind the trees and peeking out the other side and then laughing, and keeps on going. Thinking back why it never occurred to me that this girl is literally gracefully bounding through the woods like a deer, while I'm stumbling through like a drunken prom date, I'll never know why I didn't recognize that. We've been going through the woods for maybe about close to 20-ish minutes, and I can see that the trees are starting to thin out, and beyond that it's an empty field about 20 yards away. So I pick up my pace and catch up to her. I'm about 6 feet from her when she says, "Come on, just past this tree." She looks at me and steps behind the tree, like she's been doing during this woods walk, so I run to the tree and say, "Let's see if we can pick the same side to jump out. Ready, go." And she's gone. And I mean, she has just literally disappeared. There is nowhere where this girl could have gone past that tree because on the other side was literally an open field. I have never had a cold spike of fear hit me so hard before. I was freaking out. My heart was pounding, the hair on my body was standing on end, a cold sweat suddenly came over me, and I was scared so bad that I was frozen for what felt like forever. Then I heard her giggle. Well, that was enough for me. I turned around and I ran so fast that Usain Bolt couldn't have caught me. How I found my way back to the trail is beyond me, but Even after I hit the trail, I just didn't stop running. I ran back down that trail until I literally started seeing black specks from a lack of oxygen. I've told this story to 4 people only. One believed me, but the others, well, I'm not really so sure. I still have no idea what was actually going on there that day, and I refuse to go back there. My oldest brother moved out when I was a little kid. I cannot even remember him living in our house, to be honest. I live with my dad and my sister. But anyways, he got into trouble with the law because of a domestic dispute involving drinking, and his wife kicked him out. My dad is a saint, so he let him move back in with us. Everything was, well, pretty fine at first, and for the first few weeks we would play card games and talk and watch TV. Then it came time for him to be sentenced to go to prison. He only ended up spending 2 months there, but when he came back, he had an entirely different demeanor and energy. The only way that I could describe it is a negativity and darkness about him. At first, you could chalk it up to him having a negative experience, but he would reminisce seemingly fondly about his experience and claim that it was no big deal. My sister and I are very spiritually sensitive. It runs in the family on the female side. There were 3 distinct instances, too, that solidified the idea that there was more going on than anything emotional or physical. The first instance, I was walking up the basement stairs when I heard footsteps at the top. I glanced up to see what looks like my brother crossing the threshold of the doorframe. I could even tell you that he was wearing blue jeans, a red polo shirt, and yellow Timberland-style boots. I walk upstairs and look around the corner, expecting to find my brother, when my dad tells me that he's actually 2 hours away in Buffalo. My dad and I were home alone, and he was wearing a blue shirt. The second instance, I had just fed the cats and decided to head upstairs to go to bed. I get halfway up the stairs before I hear a man's voice angrily yelling at me from the exact same place in the hallway where I saw the apparition. The third instance, my sister and I were pulling an all-nighter on the couch because I had a doctor's appointment in the morning. My sister says that she has to pee, so she gets up and walks towards the hallway, and then immediately proceeds to turn around and sit back down. She starts facing the wall and crying. Obviously, I ask her what's wrong and if she's okay, and she seems hesitant to tell me. After some coaxing, though, she tells me that she saw a huge shadow figure cross the hallway right at the top of the basement stairs. So, that is 3 distinct manifestations, all in the same spot with 2 different witnesses. Since it scared my sister, I decided the next day to cleanse that area, and also the space where my brother was staying. I cleansed the entire basement with sage smoke and blessed salt water, and after that, I never had anything happen again. He moved out shortly afterward, and I put together a few years later that it was a fractured part of himself, like a PK manifestation or something. And as far as I know, he's still walking around leaving pieces of himself wherever he goes. So me and 4 of my friends were in the Russian countryside this winter. We stayed at one of my friends' houses from mid-December to the beginning of January, about 20 kilometers east of Moscow. Now, on the night before New Year's, we had a terrifying encounter with, well, something horrible. It was 1:30 a.m. and we had stayed at the house all day, ate pizza, watched movies, and played Mortal Kombat. We had also been to the sauna, and had all been in pretty good spirits, as later that day it would be our New Year's. We were outside my friend's house, which overlooks a very small valley, about 10 meters in depth and 60 meters in length, and we were blowing up some firecrackers that we had prepared earlier. His house is quite isolated, with the nearest neighbors about 100 meters away. We blew them up one by one by throwing them into the valley that was next to the house. As we were doing this, I was the first to notice a black silhouette with a glowing cigarette in the distance, moving towards us extremely fast. I immediately notified everyone with me and told them to get inside the house's courtyard. My friends saw the figure, were confused as to who it may be and what they were doing, but weren't too worried, as the figure was a pretty long way away, and we had at least 2 minutes before he came close enough to probably see our faces or do anything. I looked back at the figure and immediately noticed that his eyes had a faint glow. Nothing crazy or bright, but just a very faint sort of yellow goldish glow, similar to the way that a cat's eyes reflect light in the darkness. I also noticed that the figure had traveled a very large distance in the 5 seconds that I took to turn around and inform my friends. This was especially troubling too, because he was walking, not running. I immediately knew that it was time to leave, so I ran towards the gate of the house and yelled for my friends to follow me, which, after witnessing what I had witnessed, they obliged pretty quickly. Well, all except one of them. One of our friends looked, well, frozen in fear, I guess is the best way to put it. His eyes were wide open, his mouth slightly open too, and he wasn't blinking. This entire time he was looking at the figure, so I ran and pushed him in order to get him to move, which made him snap out of some sort of light trance that he was in, as he seemed almost slightly lost. By this point, the figure was about 100 meters away, and nearly at the same time, all of us were filled by a visceral feeling of dread. Not fear, but more like whatever is happening right now is very, very wrong. We later realized that this probably emanated from the man. As we were entering the garden and ducking behind the fence, we noticed that the man was moving a minimum of 5 times as fast as a regular person running, while making absolutely no noise, even though he was walking. We hid behind the fence for ages and even managed to get a picture of him from underneath the fence. He then walked into the nearby woods, leaving behind absolutely no footprints and making no noise at all. I have no clue what this was, but we are 100% that whatever this was, it definitely was not human. I have a problem that has become very real, and I need help figuring out what to do. So I'm Wiccan, and so are my roommates, but I don't really do much practicing, though they do a lot. I'll try my best to explain everything the best that I can, but you'll have to bear with me a bit here. So, before I begin, I want to say that I have talked to many psychologists and therapists, and I don't have schizophrenia or any other kind of hallucinating mental problems. I've tried to rationalize all of this for being other stuff, but at this point, it's fairly obvious that it's not that. Ever since I can remember, I've been followed by it. I don't know what it is, but I never really minded it at first. From feeling like I'm being watched, seeing shadow figures, random scars, bruises, and scratches appearing, sometimes right in front of me with nothing that could have caused them, to hearing my name being called by people that I know, only to find out that they never called me, even though I know that they did. For the longest time, I disregarded it all, even when my clay doll that I used to represent me, which was at the back of my shelf, somehow fell onto the ground, not once but twice. The first time being repairable, but the second time shattering it. I figured out around grade 6 that I was at least somewhat prone to paranormal experiences or something like that, but I certainly hadn't connected everything. I used to be extremely into creepypastas, and a lot of my experiences made me believe that Slender Man was real, and that he wanted me as his proxy. I know, but I was a kid, so don't go after me or anything. I know a good chunk of what I experienced was Well, just my kid brain chalking normal things up to being him. But some things just aren't easily explained away by that. For example, I read a story that said things would happen after I read it and said that Jeff the killer would come and kill me that night. Now, the stuff at school that happened was easily just my mind playing tricks on me, but still, I panicked and ended up staying the entire night locked in the washroom. I had a knife with me and everything. I was so scared that I wasn't even tired and I didn't fall asleep. But around 12 in the morning is when I heard footsteps, ones I didn't recognize, coming up the stairs. I walked up to the washroom and tested the handle. When it was locked, they knocked on the door, and of course, me being a petrified little kid, didn't respond and sat there with my tiny kitchen knife, frozen in place. They ended up pacing back and forth until 3 in the morning, when finally they walked down the stairs and left. Now, of course, this wasn't Jeff the killer or anything like that, but nothing was stolen. Nobody was hurt. There were no signs of break-in. I was fully awake, and it definitely wasn't my parents. So, what was that? About a year later, at my friend's birthday, we ended up playing some paranormal games, which I know is stupid, but again, I was a kid. The one that worked was Cat Scratch, but the thing was, when somebody else was the main person telling the story, nothing ever happened. But then it was my turn to try, and when I told the story, the person who was receiving it and was laying on my lap ended up with a large red pronounced scratch mark on their back. Now, they weren't deep and it didn't hurt them, luckily, but it was like when you scratch yourself and it's irritated but darker, and they ended up lasting all night, and I ended up doing it to all of them, and then one of my friends decided to try it on me, and it worked, but not as well as it did when I did it. But it still worked, unlike when they had done it to anyone else. The scratch marks lasted literally until the morning though, which wouldn't make sense if they were just accidental scratches. Also, the dogs were going crazy when that happened, which is a bit weird. Now, the main thing that's always been consistent is the voices calling my name. I've heard them my entire life. The scratches haven't happened in about a year, but they weren't super bad or anything. They were just small scratches and, well, to be honest, easily dismissed. I mean, some of them were fairly deep, but not too deep. The main thing that was really weird though was that some left scars. For example, I looked at my arm once, looked away for a moment, and then looked back, and suddenly there was a scar that hadn't been there before. That always confused me, and I have no idea what that was about. One thing happened about a year or so ago during the pandemic though, was when I was in the kitchen washing dishes. This was when I still lived with my parents, and suddenly I just got the urge to sort of look behind me. So I did, and there was this, well, person. I don't know. Even right after it happened, my brain couldn't process what it looked like, but there was someone or something behind me. I just stared at it for a few seconds before turning right back to doing the dishes. It took me a moment to realize, but what the heck was that? I tried to rationalize it as being my brother, but when I quickly turned around again, nothing was there. At the time as well, I definitely was home alone. That was the first time that I ever really saw it. Nothing bad came from it. I mean, it didn't feel like it wanted to hurt me or anything. Sure, the scratches and the bruises and the scars weren't great, but they weren't that bad. They were just light, and really there was not much to them. The voices were confusing, I'll admit, but they weren't terrifying. The feeling of being watched was creepy, but it wasn't unbearable. This year, though, it's been very different. So, I've always had a bit of bad luck. Just bad things keep happening, but this year it has ramped up a lot. Like, I got kicked out in early December and barely managed to move in with my roommate. So much has happened too. My roommate's health has been declining badly over the last year, and doctors think that they've been having seizures. We've also had a lot of pets die this year. 4 rats, 3 birds, and a kitten. Some of the deaths were expected, like some of them were old, but others were definitely strange. For example, one bird was perfectly healthy but was found dead on the floor with no injuries. The cage was open, the water was empty, and the food was dumped, even though I had just refilled everything the day before. I found out when I got home that morning, right at 10:14 when my roommate woke up, that this must have happened. The heater got turned on all the way to hot. Now, we don't turn on the heater. The heaters are always off because we have stuff on the heaters, like actual things. Everyone here knows that it doesn't get turned on, and even then, everyone else was asleep. I wasn't home, and my roommates, they woke up and realized that I had left. One had slept through her alarm, and she had to get to work and be there in like 15 minutes, so they went and woke her up, and she raced downstairs and left literally no time at all. She goes up immediately and was gone. 5 minutes after they woke up, they smelled burning, and when they went to see what was going on, they found that the heater was on, and it was so hot that they couldn't touch it anymore. They went and looked at their thermostat in the room, and weirdly nothing had changed. They looked in the hallway and found that it was completely on hot, fully at the end as far as it could go. And it couldn't have been the cats because none of them ever jump up there, and plus, honestly, I don't know how they would even do that. Also, it just wouldn't have made any sense that they would have been all the way at the complete opposite end. I mean, it would have been somewhere in the middle or something. There wasn't anything that could have knocked it either, and really, nobody would have. Even just the timing doesn't make much sense. I mean, it would have meant that the heater would have turned literally right on when my roommate got up, because it takes 5 minutes for things to heat up, and 5 minutes after that they woke up is when they started to smell the burning. And because of all that, and because of how the only thing that could have happened was something turning it on like that, we were worried that maybe, just maybe, it was now trying to burn down the house. But that wouldn't make much sense, especially if it was the thing that's been following me, because it's never done anything that extreme. But then, because of the timing, it just would have made sense for it to scare us instead of actually trying to burn the house down, which feels like a much smaller jump, but I don't know. I don't even know if I'm really explaining this properly, but the day before we had an experience that they've only ever happened once before, with a ghost that actually hurt them years ago. Suddenly, all their hair just randomly stood up, completely on end, and they got goosebumps. That has only ever happened once before, and right after that, they had an experience with a ghost that hurt them. And that had happened just the day before this, yesterday. On top of that, their altar to, I believe, Poseidon, they said, is allegedly feeling agitated. I've always wanted to figure out what has been following me, but now I feel like I need answers before it gets worse. I really don't know what's going on, and I hope the above makes sense, but if anyone knows anything or has any advice for us, then please do let me know. Back in the summer of 2005, or maybe 2006 actually, I was employed by the National Park Service in Washington State. After spending 8 days conducting trail work in and around Glacier Meadows in the Hoh Rainforest, we began the long hike back to the trailhead. My co-worker, he was hiking ahead of me by roughly 5 minutes, setting a brisk pace as we made our way down the trail. As I descended a particularly steep switchback, I noticed my co-worker engaged in a heated argument with a man that he had just encountered. I paused at the top of the switchback, trying to discern what was happening below. The man, dressed in jeans and a tank top and carrying a fishing pole, seemed to be heading towards one of the subalpine lakes, likely to fish, I guess. His attire was unusual for someone about 10 miles from the trailhead. No backpack, water, or gear, which made him stand out even more. From a distance, I could see the man was visibly agitated, gesturing aggressively as he spoke. When I caught up to them, my coworker briefly explained that the man was furious because he believed my coworker should have stepped aside to let him pass, adhering to the unspoken trail etiquette of yielding to those hiking uphill. But as soon as the man saw me approaching, his demeanor changed drastically. His aggression faded, and he immediately ceased his argument. He walked past me without making eye contact, his earlier hostility replaced by a sudden desire to leave the encounter behind. The entire situation was unsettling to say the least, but we shrugged it off and we continued our hike back to the trailhead. Now, years later, in a moment that brought that strange encounter rushing back, my coworker called. He had been watching a news story about a murder in Alaska and found something disturbingly familiar about the suspect involved. Without revealing any specifics of the case or our encounter, he emailed me a photo of the suspect and asked me what I thought. And as soon as I opened that email, my heart skipped a beat. The face staring back at me was unmistakably that of the man that we met on that trail years before. The man who had seemed so unnerved by my presence during that argument was now identified as Israel Keys. I've always believed in the paranormal. That saying, I still sometimes tend to want to debunk paranormal experiences because, honestly, it's, well, just downright terrifying. This is one experience that still freaks me out, but I sometimes like to play it off as just sleep paralysis, I guess. The experience, it happened late one night in my bedroom. Now, my bedroom was super small and I had bunk beds even though I was an only child. I always slept on the bottom bunk and, like usual, that's where I was. I had finally decided to lay down and try to fall asleep. I was lying on my side facing the wall when I felt like I was being watched. You know when the hairs on the back of your neck stand up and it just feels like somebody's in the room with you? Well, that's the feeling that slowly started to creep up on me. My room was pitch black, and as a kid I had caught myself staring into the dark and seeing things in the corners of my room. But this night, I was facing away from the rest of the room, which was a bit odd. Suddenly, though, the feeling changed to not just being watched, but it genuinely felt like somebody was right behind me. That's when I felt someone breathe down my neck. I remember going stiff because it felt like someone was hovering over my back and breathing on my neck. I had this surge to turn around and see what it was, or if it was just my overactive imagination, but I was too scared to even move. My eyes were still open, just staring at my bedroom wall as I felt the hot air on my neck. Finally, I got up the courage to whip my body around so that I wasn't wondering what was behind me when I heard this deep male voice that said, "Don't turn around." So in the end, I didn't. I just slammed my eyes shut and I laid there in absolute terror until I felt the presence behind me leave, the adrenaline pumping through my dissipate, and then, eventually, I must have just fell asleep. So, I need some thoughts on what you guys think, if whether or not this was sleep paralysis or a genuine paranormal encounter. A bunch of years ago, I matched with a guy on Tinder. I was a freshman in college and just got out of a relationship and I was having fun. I matched with this guy, male and 24, and his name was D. He was a little bit odd, but we had similar interests and went to the same school, so I thought, you know what, why not? The red flags, they started rolling in immediately when I said that I would go on a date with him. Of course, the fact that he was so much older isn't lost on me as the initial red flag, I guess, but at this time, I didn't have a car and D offers to pick me up, but tells me that he's not in town, but he would leave his grandmother's funeral early, which was at a minimum 5 hours away, to come and pick me up. He showed up in sweatpants, a wife beater, and flip-flops, which struck me as odd because he said that he was coming from a funeral. We hadn't made any plans, really, just to go out and get a bite to eat and hang out, I guess. Since he had been out of town, he asked if it was okay if we stopped to pick up his dog. He had left the dog with a friend, apparently. I like dogs, so I was like, yeah, sure, no problem. It's dark, and we pull up to an apartment complex, and he leaves me in the car and comes back with a golden retriever. The dog immediately starts growling at me, which honestly had never happened to me before, so I start feeling a little bit weird about that. Dee doesn't say anything about the dog's temperament. Because we have the dog too, he wants to drop him off at his house. This feels logical to me, so I agree. Now, when we pull up to Dee's house, he asks if I want to come in, and not wanting to sit in the car, I do. The moment that I walked in, I immediately knew that this was the wrong choice. This house was trashed. There is garbage everywhere, trash bags full along the front entry, bottles and wrappers on the couch, and just generally just stuff everywhere. Dee lets me know that he has a roommate, but that the roommate isn't home. I assume that this is to imply that the mess isn't actually his. After brushing the trash off of the couch, he asks if I want to sit and play chess. I had expressed that I was interested in learning, and he seemed more than happy to help me learn, but this too was a huge mistake. Dee begins explaining the game to me, and it isn't fun first date explaining. He has suddenly gotten very serious and is showing me each piece while telling me what it is, what it does, and how it moves. Dee then begins questioning me over every piece, which most I got wrong. Every time I get one wrong, he then yells at me the correct answer and tells me to try again. He got more and more frustrated, and it made me very uncomfortable, so I suggested that we pause chess and do something else. Dee suggests watching a movie, which honestly is fine with me at this point. The idea of us leaving and going to get food seemingly forgotten. Dee tells me that we can watch a movie in his room, and I oblige. But then he explains that he has to put clean sheets on the bed. I assumed that we were moving to his bedroom because it may have been cleaner, but when we got in there, it's not. And there is no TV in his room. He proceeds to put Iron Man 2 onto his phone to have us watch it. We watched about 10 minutes of it before things got sexual. I won't tell you strangers the details, but short story short, we didn't have sex, but other things went down. I'll say that those things were consensual, but after they occurred, I was feeling really odd about the whole situation and told him that I didn't want to have sex. Dee was confused, but didn't push it at first. He said fine, and we watched maybe 5 more minutes of the movie before he said that he didn't want to watch the movie anymore. He started complaining and asking me why I didn't want to have sex with him, and I simply said that I wasn't in the mood anymore. He then began pressuring me to tell him exactly what it was about him that made me feel that way. At this point, we had moved from the bedroom back into the dirty living room. You might be thinking, seems like a perfect time to leave, and I thought so too, but this is where things start to get scary. As if he knows I'm thinking about how I'm leaving, he explodes and begins to scream at me. This is a 6-foot-something man screaming in the face of like a 5-foot-nothing young girl. Of course, I'm internally freaking out, but I'm trying to make sure that I don't tick him off anymore, but also not agreeing to anything. For the next 5 to 10 minutes, Dee screams at me about why I don't like him, why I don't want him, and continuously asks what's wrong with him and to tell him. I tried to placate him as best as possible, saying the old, "It's not you, it's me," and "No, I don't want to leave." Again, this man is my only ride home, and I am truthfully not sure exactly where I was anyway. Although I did have my phone and Google Maps, I didn't have an Uber at the time. Dee finally calms down when he believes that I'm going to stay, then suggests that we try playing some video games. I was in full internal freak-out mode, trying to make sure that I was playing the part of the interested date because I was terrified that If he felt I wanted to leave, that he would freak out again. We played this game for a while, then out of nowhere D starts getting upset again. He started yelling about why no one likes him, why no one wants to get to know him, and why no one loves him, saying that he's never had a girlfriend and all his dates have been one-night stands. Again, I placate him with, I don't know, lots of girls are just snooty like that. At this point, I'm saying anything and everything that he wants to hear. He even starts crying about how his mother never loved him and telling me very deep, dark things about what his mother has said to him and treated him. After he finally calms down once more, he gets up and goes to the kitchen to fix us some drinks. Now, if you're anyone with a brain, you're thinking absolutely not, which was my exact thought at that moment too. I decline his multiple offers for a drink. He asks if instead of alcohol I wanted water, and of course I declined that too, feigning that I just wasn't thirsty. I stayed at his apartment until 1 a.m. because I was sitting next to him terrified to 1. Ask him to take me home, 2. Say I'd walk home, or 3. Figure out how to get an Uber. I had been trying to download Uber on my phone without him noticing, but then it asks for card information and that was too hard to do without him noticing. So, at around 1 a.m. I yawn very loudly and say, "Oh wow, it's 1 a.m. My roommate's going to be so worried about me." I laugh as if my roommate would be stupid to worry, and that I hadn't been watching the clock since he picked me up at like 9 p.m, and then said, "I'm so tired, I should get home soon." Again, I was super scared that he would freak out, but he didn't explode. He just looked at the clock and said, "Yeah, it was late." But I wasn't taking any chances, so I said, "I have a great idea. If I get to bed soon, I'd love to have breakfast with you on campus." I was hoping that my offer convinced him that I was intending to see him again. And it did. He seemed very happy at the prospect of it, and jumped up, walking me out of the house and to his car even. The drive back, though, was excruciatingly long. The ride was completely silent, neither of us spoke. It was only a 10-minute drive, but I could have sworn that he slowed down every time that we got to a particularly dark area or underpass. He dropped me off and I smiled and made a good show of being tired yet excited to see him tomorrow. He offered multiple times to walk me to my door, but I declined every time and said that I didn't want to bother him and that I'd see him tomorrow. I walked myself to the building, and the moment that I got around that corner, I sprinted so fast up those stairs and to my door before he could change his mind and follow me to the door. When I got in my dorm room, I genuinely felt like I had just escaped a serial killer. Even now, sharing this, it genuinely makes my heart race a bit. I never met up with him, obviously, but he begged me for multiple days after to meet up with him again. He even asked to pay me $20 an hour to sit near him in the library. I declined, obviously, and I only ever saw him once after the gym on campus. He didn't see me, and I just left immediately. I've thought about D occasionally since that date, and wondered if all those girls that he had one-night stands with had the same experience that I did. I still sometimes wonder how many girls were there after me, and if they got away like I did.